Wait for it. Wait for it. Wow, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, very wild start to the morning. We had data out of Japan. They actually killed it, and the yen did not move that much, so we can move on from there. Maybe we get a little more. But then China, they came in very, very bad. They missed on all of those numbers. Even their interest rate, they did a small cut. And this time around, you don't have everybody saying stimulus. You got people kind of worried a little. You're even getting comments now about what China's saying towards Taiwan's Li Chang and a bunch of other things. But for the most part, data in China was bad. They had to stimulate with the rates. People are asking questions. The yuan is getting blown out. But again, a lot of other interest rates. Right now, the 10-year highest of the cycle in 2023. And then finally, you had retail sales in America, absolutely blew it out of the water. However, the downside that came alongside higher prices, year-over-year decline, but the month-over-month, that came up. And again, just anytime things are coming back up, everybody is asking about the reinflation of, or the reacceleration of inflation. So we had that. You also had like the New York Fed that absolutely cratered manufacturing, even retail sales and export prices and import prices. Again, year-over-year, month-over-month had an effect, but for the most part, I think we are still having a lot of pressure from overseas. The retail sales I don't think it was going to bring us down. HD ended up doing good with earnings, but for the most part, this whole what's going on globally, there are some things. Even Russia, they did a surprise rate hike, I think, too. So a lot of different things. But Chad, it's going to be a wild one. Welcome to the middle of August and Tuesday, but good morning. What's up, baby? What's up, Dirty Bird? Good morning. Zoraz, good morning, baby. What's up, Carson? Oh, I see Laker. Jay. Oh, good morning. What's up, Carissa Highs? What's up, Maria? Romeo Smars. Open Face. Good morning. What's up, JD Slick? Kurt McGart. Yaswa, Vincent Estrella. Candy Upton, baby. Dan Kingsley. Hey, Astro. Devin the Lurker, baby. Good morning. You feel me? What's up? What's up, Allie? What's up, CC? What's up, Kenny? Mr. Lozano. Jay Samuels. Craig. See you, baby. Oh, what's up, Levi? Oh, Najee Wolf in the house. Good morning. So I'm talking about living in Texas, baby. Good morning. Hey, Mike Davella, Tyree, Inverse King, Greg, Youngblood. What's up, baby? Neela, Monica, Byron, Dev. Oh, Mr. Lewis, good morning. What's up, Car Plaza? What's up, Cookie Monster? What's up, Sushir? Oh, Wawaz. What's up? Good morning. Rob Canyon. Big Josh said it, baby. Justin Paula. LIBN. Wookie. Oh, Ayush. Oh, Billy Benoit, good morning, Chatadonia. I hope you're ready. Happy Tuesday, Christian's Collection. Ari's in the house. What's up, Meyer Brigg? What's up, 10%? What about that Twitch? Oh, we're going to start off with Sasha Gray Matter. Good morning. JG Industries, Rocky Bow Blowout, Preforms, EV Clips, Live baby, Destroyer, 8012, baby. Good morning. Angelus, Slizzin. Oh, Dennis, Robo Hand Tech. Oh, my goodness. Fatten thy purse. Good morning, Chatadonia. Are you ready? You ready for Tuesday? Is that a great way to start off Tuesday? We're not even done yet, but good morning. Oh, I hope you're ready. All right, just wake up. Get the boogers out of your eyes. You know, you can scream a little bit if you need to. You know, it's not a bad strategy. It's not a bad strategy, bro. Not a bad strategy, but let's see what we have here with the news. Bop. Stocks and bonds fall as China rate cut deepens the gloom. Stocks and bonds declined as concerns grow that China's faltering recovery and debt problems will spread to the global economy. Instead of reassuring investors, a surprise rate cut by Chinese policymakers only deepened the anxiety about steps to revive growth, driving Europe's stock 600 down as much as 1.2 to the lowest in a month. Contracts on both the S&P and Nasdaq slipped 0.6. U.S. retail sales rose more than forecast. Data suggested that the economy economy can support higher rates and may dissuade policymakers from pivoting to easier policy. Global bonds fell as investors recalibrate bets to accommodate the possibility that interest rates and inflation will stay higher for longer. Treasury yields extended their climb, with the 10-year rate trading at 4.23, the highest since October. After a record half in stocks, investors are navigating a hawkish Federal Reserve, a China slowdown, flare-ups across emerging markets, a devaluation in Argentina, and Russia's emergency rate hike on Tuesday to stem the ruble slide to add off to the risk-off sentiment. Quote, this run-up we've had in markets is clearly large, so as the sentiment shifts around, it'd be no surprise to see some profit-taking, said Mike Coop, EMEA Chief Investment Officer at Morningstar. China's emergence from the pandemic lockdowns has been disappointing, fanning concerns that the world's economic engine is sputtering. The nation is struggling to contain a potential default at developer Country Garden after they missed payments on debt. The yuan traded at the weakest since November after policymakers lowered the rate on one-year loans, known as the medium-term lending facility, by 15 basis points to 2.5. Data for July underscored the economic slide, showing growth in consumer spending, industrial output, investment dropping across the board, and unemployment ticking up. Quote, China property prices or property worries in today's unexpectedly cutting two key rates are sending a clear signal that growth may not reach the GDP guidance of 5% by year-end, said Stephanie Acolo, strategist at TFS. Hence, global growth is likely to suffer and the probability of a real slowdown or recession is growing. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Let's see what we got again. You have the ruble. Again, Bank of America's latest global survey found that investors are least pessimistic on stocks since February of last year, before the Fed began one of the most aggressive tightening campaigns. They increasingly expect no recession at all in the next 18 months, and a soft landing in the next 12 remains the base case. Bank of America strategist, led by Michael Hartnett, wrote in a note, while participants predicted global growth will weaken over the next 12 months, the expectations have improved significantly in August, and recession concerns are fading, according to the survey conducted from August 4th to August 10th. Elsewhere, oil and gold held near their lowest close since March, and traders paired expectations for Fed rate cuts by next year and beyond. In currencies, the pound was the best performer on the G10 as they weighed the prospect of an outsized interest rate hike after wage growth accelerated to the strongest on record, and then the ruble led a retreat among emerging currencies after there was an emergency rate hike by the Russian central bank. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Let's see. Trump's indictment. Donald Trump and some of his top administration officials and associates were indicted in Atlanta over efforts to overturn the results of his 2020 defeat in Georgia to President Joe Biden. The criminal case, the fourth against the former president, charges Trump and 18 defendants with racketeering and other alleged crimes, including false statements and writings, conspiracy to commit forgery, solicitation, a violation of oath by public officer, and filing false documents. Racketeering is the central count and carries a minimum of 5 years and up to 20 years in prison. The new indictment will compound on demands on Trump's schedule as he campaigns. Trials are already scheduled for next year in separate hush money and classified documents cases. Yellen's optimism. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called China's economic weakness a risk factor for the U.S., but one that does not significantly dent her optimism for the American economy. Her comments came just before the data showed that China's recovery from the pandemic is sputtering even faster than she thought. Speaking to reporters at Las Vegas, Yellen said she feels very good about U.S. prospects overall, describing growth as healthy and the job market as strong amid a downward inflation trend. Asked why polls showed most Americans didn't feel the economy was doing well, Yellen responded by saying that their view was much more positive when they were asked how they were doing personally. Yeah, it's fine. They're happy. Fuck you. They don't care about the economy. They're smiling. Buffett's bets. Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway reported new holdings in home builders D.R. Horton, NVR, and Lennar, whose shares are all up more than 30% this year. The largest U.S. developer is benefiting from a resilient demand of new homes after there was a buying shortage of the supply of existing homes. Berkshire also slashed their stake in Activision Blizzard by 70%. They exited the position in insurance broker Marsh McLellan and trimmed positions in other companies, including Chevron, in the 3-month period that ended in June. Berkshire was a net seller of equities in the period, divesting almost $8 billion more of the shares than it bought. Separately, Bank of America's latest global fund manager survey showed that investors have trimmed their underweight on stocks to the smallest since April 2022. European gas jumps 15% as Australia's strike continues. European benchmark gas futures surged by more than 15% as discussions continue in Australia over labor strikes that could disrupt global supplies if they go ahead. Talks were scheduled to take place between union officials and Woodside Energy, one of the two companies operating the affected liquefied natural gas facilities. Potential walkouts could put as much as 10% of global LNG exports at risk of interruption. While Europe rarely buys Australian gas, it would need to compete with other countries in Asia for replacement cargoes. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. And then global household wealth drops for the first time since 2008 financial crisis. Global wealth fell for the first time since the financial crisis in 2008 as inflation and appreciation of the U.S. dollar wiped out some $11.3 trillion of assets. Total net private wealth across the world decreased by 2.4% to a total of $454.4 trillion, according to Credit Suisse's annual global wealth report published on Tuesday. The bulk of the decline was felt in North America and European households, which lost a combined $10.9 trillion. Not all regions suffered a hit to wealth despite the impact of sanctions. Russia recorded a large wealth increase during the year, adding 56 millionaires according to the report. Latin America saw a wealth increase of 2.4 trillion, helped by an average 6% currency appreciation against the dollar. Research showed that the covered estimated holdings of $5.4 billion around the world and across the wealth spectrum. The macroeconomy reduced the number of millionaires by 3.5 million to 59.4 million people, and the globe's top 1% richest loosened their grip. The wealth share fell to 44.5, but the study experts predict that 2022 may just be a blip in the overall projection for wealth growth. So this was for 2022. Dated, priced in, priced in, no, okay. Anyway, still got a little bit more for you. S&P futures are down 0.6 on Tuesday morning trading. It comes after U.S. equities are finishing mostly higher on Monday, with upside leadership from tech, which seemed to benefit from talks of oversold conditions and some renewed AI enthusiasm. Treasuries weaker across the curve following another backup in yields on Monday. Dollar a bit better for the major crosses. Yuan is the big story in Forex. Gold is off by 0.5 and Bitcoin futures up 0.1, while WTI crude is down 1.5. Easiest excuse for this morning seems to revolve around the latest growth concerns out of China and the market's continued disappointment with the magnitude of the policy response, even with the asymmetric rate cut today, and more scrutiny on the U.S. banks following Fitch downgrade warning. In addition, rates continue to see some upward pressure despite the traction surrounding disinflation theme. Also, some thoughts may be near peak disinflation narrative. In addition, more skepticism that Powell will explicitly signal peak Fed next week in Jackson Hole, while there has been more speculation that central bankers could flag a structurally higher neutral rate, stretch equity position and valuation, some of the other go-to bearish talking points. Retail sales came in hotter than expected, with the headline beat and Control Group up 1% month over month, dumping consensus. However, August Empire Manufacturing posted a big miss with increases in both input and selling prices, though Future Conditions Index was the highest in more than a year. Fitch analysts warned of sweeping ratings downgrade for the U.S. banks after cutting his assessment of the industry's health in June. Bank of America's August Global Fund Manager survey showed investors are the least bearish since February 2022, with cash levels below 5% and the smallest equity under rate since April 2022. Several notable developments overseas. China's July activity came in broadly below depressed market expectations following recently released softer than expected trade, inflation, and credit data. Ahead of the data, PBOC in a surprise move cut the one-year MLF rate by 15 basis points. Japan's GDP expanded by 6% quarter over quarter annualized in Q2, double the consensus, and UK basic wage growth hit a record high. HD beat and reaffirmed full-year guidance. Cardinal Health beat on better pharma. ONON beat and raised sales guidance, though expectations were very elevated. Getty down big after they missed and cut full-year guidance. DFS under pressure on CEO resignation. Usual outsized focus on dated 13Fs in the press. And then Bloomberg highlighted the hedge fund interest in tech, including the likes of Meta, Apple, Microsoft, AMD, and NVIDIA. When it comes to the latter, Financial Times article, they highlighted the company's GPUs at NVIDIA. Elsewhere, Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway took new positions in home builders DHI, Lennar, and NVR. And wherever, you still got more, a couple more headlines. UK wage growth accelerated at the strongest pace on record, underscoring the Bank of England's concerns that it hasn't broken the wage price spiral yet, feeding inflation across the economy. China's central bank unexpectedly reduced the key interest rate by the most since 2020 to bolster an economy that's facing fresh risks from a worsening property slump and weaker consumer spending. China suspended publishing data on their soaring youth unemployment rate to iron out complexities in the numbers, fanning investor fears about the data transparency in the world's second largest economy. Japan's economy expanded at a much faster clip than forecast as a surge in exports more than offset weaker than expected results for both business investment and private consumption. And then Russia's central bank raised interest rates to the highest in over a year, increasing the pace of monetary tightening at an emergency meeting called after one of the steepest depreciations in emerging markets cast a pall over the economy. Wow, we're not done yet, bro. We're not done yet. I still got more. Again, July retail sales disappointing. Higher rates. Home Depot, again, they beat and they reaffirmed guidance. So, again, a $15 billion buyback. They still were lower than last quarter in some areas, like same-store sales missed, but they didn't drop as much, and then they were able to hold up a little bit there. But, again, the buyback is what has people excited. But this was big here, too. Fitch. So again, Fitch is warning U.S. banks. So Fitch ratings analysts told CNBC that the U.S. banking industry is at the risk of sweeping ratings downgrades. They noted that another one-notch downgrade to the industry score to A+ from AA- would force Fitch to reevaluate the ratings of each or more of the 70 U.S. banks that they cover, including J.P. Morgan and Bank of America, flagging the unusual suspects, including the higher-for-longer Fed and raising loan defaults. Fitch warned, coming on the heels of a Moody's downgrade on the credit ratings of 10 small mid-sized banks, and warning that they may downgrade several other banks. While that development contributed to some of the negative sentiment in the market last week, the sell-side takeaways were quick to point out that it did not provide any incremental information, as funding costs and other profitability pressures, along with concerns from CRE exposure, have been widely understood for some time. In addition, the Moody's downgrade followed what the Street considered a better-than-feared Q2 earnings season, the removal of Basel IV overhang, M&A support from the regionals, and continued pushback in U.S. on recession fears. Wow. So they're like, downgraded us. We don't even care. It doesn't even matter, bro. Doesn't even matter, bro. It's fine. It's cool, bro. Now, anyways, got some pre-market movers. I don't know if I give them to you now or we wait. So we'll see, but might as well give you some. But PBR, they're up 3%. Subsidiary ANSA may resume fertilizer production in first half of 2024. NVO, they're up 2.71 or 2.7 right now. No news on there. Again, Berkshire, they bought in a DHI and Lennar. Both of those are up. NVIDIA, they're up on Third Point disclosing a new stake, as well as a bunch of other people and the Saudi news. Keep that in mind. NVTS, Navitas Semiconductor, they're up 7.7. They had earnings. SDRL, they're up 3.2. Elliott discloses a new stake and they had earnings. Hazy up 2.7, Bank of America upgrade. Next, up 2.5 on earnings. Fold up 1.6. UK and approved a launch of Pombility Plus Opfolda in Pompe disease. ODD is up 1%. KeyBank initiates overweight. Bro, DCTH is up 98%. So I have this on my watch list. FDA approval of Hepzato kit. They've been around. What the heck? They got me. Hello, do you hear me? Chad, do you hear me? My internet's been out. They cut me off. Can you hear me? It's cold outside. Yeah, wait, guys, you cold? I'm not cold. I'm from sleeping. Anyways, yeah. Hey, Jay, I'm back. That was close. Good. Anyways. But yeah, DCTH, that's a biotech there. Again, I brought this one up to you a couple days ago. I brought this one up to you a couple days ago, and then it started going crazy. Telsa, another biotech, FDA IND clearance of intranasal forlorimab for Alzheimer's disease. Oh, wait, Telsa's for Alzheimer's? Hold on. That one's already up a lot. Let's see. Why are the bonds running? Yeah, TLSA. Yeah, Telsa. Oh, you're gonna feel that, bro? Sorry, I got this. I didn't know. I read the biotech and I had it on there, but I was tripping. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to buy the play, if you couldn't tell. Don't worry. Give me a second. I'll be right there. I'll be right there. Did it work? Why won't it work? Okay, it worked. I got Telsa. Anyways, I grabbed 1,000 shares of those. Starting small. It's already up 50%. You got to be very careful with these. And then we had that one. So I just grabbed that. Telsa, then Grind. They're up 21%, I think, off of earnings. SCYX up 17.9 on earnings. Grove up 17.3 earnings, and CEO to step down 10 million pipe deal or pipe investment. Job is up 16.4. Tasha up from yesterday, another 15%. AREN up 11.12, announcing binding letter of intent to merge with Bridge Media. And then the rest are upgrades, and then here are the market movers that are down. SE down 16% on earnings. TME down 7.8, 10 cent on earnings. Valero got a downgrade. Dino got a downgrade. PSX got a downgrade. MPC, again, a lot of energy downgrades here out of everybody in, what's it called? Bank of America downgrading a lot of oil and energy. Getty earnings delay, and the 10Q filing, they're down 16.9. FRHC down 7.5, negative Hindenburg research report. GLTO is down 66%. PH2B trial of GBO 139, and they missed primary endpoint. FXLV is going to delist, and then TCRT earnings data and clinical reprioritization. So a lot of different things, Chatadonia. It's a lot of different things. Oh, you can't hear me? Yeah, you got to record it. I'm sorry. That's the only thing you could do. I love you. Yes, listen to Carissa. She's telling you. She's telling you, baby. But Chad, market's moving up. Those are your pre-market movers. I will be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I will see you in a little bit.
Demand from the United States consumer. On the other hand, demand from outside the United States for U.S. products diminishes, which will detract from growth going forward, which, again, is not great.
Michael Kushma, Amanda Lynham, to the two of you, thank you. Plenty to talk about today. The US consumer, retail sales, plenty of earnings later on in the week as well. We'll hear from Walmart on Thursday. You'll hear from Target tomorrow, and plenty to talk about over in China as well. Disappointing growth all year, just not where we thought we would be. Relative to the hopes and dreams of the China reopening story at the start of the year, those faded and faded fast. Your equity market right now negative by 0.4% on the S&P, but slowly recovering as we inch towards the opening bell. In the bond market, that moves fades as well. Earlier this morning, that real sell-off continued. Yields higher, just about unchanged now on a 10-year, in and around 420. Coming up, the morning calls and later, Tony Dwyer of Canaccord joins us around the opening bell, recommending investors stay patient until there's a clearer outlook for rates and the Fed. Their conversation just around the corner.
At AbbVie,
I was like, where is... Oh, see, Abby. Abby commercial.
we're driven by people, passion,
They say the name
possibilities.
wrong in the commercial.
Because your health
Isn't
and
that
well-being
crazy?
are at the heart
Listen.
of what we do. AbbVie.
Yeah, they
people,
say-
passion.
I'm like, why'd you spend so much for that ad to say the name wrong? That's so crazy. That's not good for brand, like brand image and like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's cold, bro. That's cold. That's called Lift Form 4, average of 11. I bought in at 11:30. I sold out, but yeah, that's good. That's good. But Chatadonia, there it is. We only got a couple minutes remaining. You've gone through the news. There's a lot of things going on. Again, like we said, this week was going to be, I wasn't expecting much, but you have all of these events. The question is, how do we actually move off of it? But Chad, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. It is about to be game time. So let's source some info. Let's have some fun. And I wish you the best of luck, baby. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got for me, baby? SPY and Tesla puts, Intel calls, SPY weekly calls, 2-4 calls, XLF puts, SPY credit spreads, watching Kenview, J&J calls, nothing, NVTS shares, short in MES, watching SPY, MO, dollar cost averaging, right in HD, MPW, patience, Tesla, Palantir, Tesla calls, NVIDIA 470, NVIDIA calls, AMD, long ES, J&J calls, SQQ, TLT, buy, 85 strike, January 24, selling, I need money, UVIX, SPXS, 15 on 925, patience, Panera, I almost said Panera Bread, Palo Alto Networks, Apple calls, EMVX, Tesla calls, defense, Sock sale swing, SoFi calls, NVIDIA 492, Ford, Target calls, Square long again, credit spreads, riot calls, watching today, patience, Ford calls, Tesla calls, long DJI futures, long live the range, baby. What do you think about Apple Weekly? It could be decent. NVIDIA calls, good morning, Josh. Sock sale long, SQQ, watch it. Uncle calls, SPX, DWAC, Nikolai, coin buys, US Steel, waiting for moves, watching K-Web, Intel call, MPW cause contrarian, trimming Schwab, Google calls, Intel, TLT 85 again, Juicy Peach calls, Tesla puts, Uncle calls, Tisha shares, short in the banks, NEE long, shares of wearable, UVIX, Josh calls for 2023, Bitcoin long, SPX puts, SoFi long, and then the final play. Long ES, SPY calls, flat for now, and long on the peach. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Not bad. We only got 20 seconds. I'm going to be watching HD, Target, Walmart. Again, all of those retail plays were still in the Target one. Again, DHI and Len off of the Buffett stuff. And even then, people are still getting bullish on the real estate. As awkward as it is, then DCTH and Telsa. I already made a play on Telsa, and then DCTH a little sketchier. But both of those, my friends, those are biotechs with some approval. So, Chatadonia. Oh, and Jake from State Farm. God bless you. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your sacrifice and commitment. We love and appreciate you, and I hope all of you know you're loved and appreciated, and I encourage you to show that love and appreciation, baby. So thank you to the veterans and their families. We love you all, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local community, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the garbage man, the janitors, the coaches, anybody helping out. Man, you just helping out grandma with the grocery bags. Just God bless you and keep it up. I hope you know you're appreciated as well too. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Let's go, Chad. Oh, good morning. Happy Tuesday. There it is. There it is. You got China data, Japanese data, real estate data, kind of real estate, retail sales. Actually, you did get real estate because of Buffett. I'm just saying, you got some reactions. The yen, the dollar, everything's moving, man. Surprisingly, again, the pound is the leader. You got another Moody's threatening, or Moody's or Fitch downgrade warning. So we'll see, but it's just heating up. So I hope you're ready, Chad. Call out any plays. We got about 1 minute and 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? 1 minute and 30 seconds till we begin. That's all we're going to be needing there. So we will see, my friend. We will see, my friend, and my brothers and my sisters out there. But call out any place. You need any help, you let me know. Do we have anything today? Again, minutes are tomorrow. I don't think you got the Red Book coming out, or business inventories at 7 a.m., housing market at 7, and then Kashkari at 8 o'clock, and then long-term TIC flows. So we still got a little bit of data throughout the day, and then just keep an eye on bonds. So less than 1 minute remaining. Let's have some fun. Wells Fargo, raised terminal forecast. You got a lot of target updates today. So let's see. Again, SE, they're down 19 or 16% on earnings. Keep that one in mind if you want anything to the downside, or if that is going to end up bouncing. Again, Telsa, that's the one that we got. We're clapped right at the opening. Why'd you get clapped? Oh, no. Round one. fight. All righty. Looking for a small SC. Yeah, they're twitching out. Or they're tweaking out. YouTube's going crazy. They need the Twitch. Go to the Twitch. If not, sucks we're like opening up right now. That's the only problem. Rite Aid options. Watch out for that. I'm seeing those move right at the bell. Roku. Telsa, again, we're in at 91. NASDAQ down a quarter. SPY and Dow are the worst of the day alongside Russell. Let's see. SE. They're down 20% right now. Yeah, SE, that's another 2% out of all of it. That's actually kind of crazy. BJDX paused due to volatility. Again, DCTH, that's the other like sketchy biotech. They're up there. Again, Telsa, that one's actually still holding for now. All right, there's young Telsa. That Teladoc options go up, or is that just the spread? NVIDIA flush target. NVIDIA got another price target increase today. That's kind of weird there if you think about it. So remember, they got another 550 upgrade. Yeah, Discover had a problem, something with the CEO. They were talking about that yesterday or this morning. NVIDIA is still green, but they are coming down. Again, TLSA, or no, that's Tesla in the bottom. Sorry, there's two of them. There's TSLA and then TLSA. HD on the high again. Earnings, they were better than expected, even though it was declining, but people were liking the buyback news. Oh, yeah, where's Target? I forgot about that. So I think I was red on the Target. Yeah, Target's had a gap down from yesterday. Yeah, Lyft, there was something on like the CEO. Or again, oh my gosh, they're at $12. Oof, we should have held that one. But there's news on somebody buying in, one of the directors at 11:30. Oh, I forgot about that. Rumble. Coinbase is up 1.67. Watch out for crypto. Crypto had a very weird ride yesterday, so I'd watch out for that. Rumble is down 9.5 on earnings. HD is still going up. You're saying Ulta. I'd watch, again, Rumble post earnings and then HD just in general. And then even Walmart, too. Target's starting to pick up. But again, Target had a gap down yesterday, so they're trading a little bit weird there. Qualcomm crashing. Kind of, yeah. Honestly, 1.82 when I think all of these guys were in the green. Yeah, Soxel is down 2. So it's not too crazy, but that could pick up. GSM on the high. Watch Qualcomm, though. That's coming into the low. Win on the low. NVIDIA, Citi. SPY still only, again, 0.38 right now. Let's see. Tesla. Amazon. So some of your leaders from yesterday are doing good. Again, even Apple's trying to come up here. There's Microsoft. Microsoft's about to go green. Nike, that's more consumer related. AMD now is in the green. So again, Qualcomm. Where's Micron? Micron and Qualcomm, the ones that were kind of the outperformers yesterday that were in NVIDIA. And then Telsa, that's still whole. Where's Tisha? Tisha was crazy from yesterday. NVIDIA is back up, 449. Bro, they got... So yesterday morning, when we were talking about NVIDIA, remember, there was a fat price target increase pretty much ahead of the earnings. The analyst was like, oh, yeah, they're going to do good. But now they got another price target increase this morning for 550, I think by Baird. I'm not too sure. I'll have to double check. Disney dying. 87, I mean, it's kind of low there considering the earnings. ISRG on the high. And then bonds are coming down. Wasn't the 10-year briefly green in the pre-market? Yeah, that's interesting. So we'll see. Yeah, Disney is like pretty much right back to open. Honestly, I think Disney is a cuck fest. Because if you didn't take profits on the upside and then you didn't take profits whenever it went down, you're just kind of, I think they're just burning the premium. SPY's coming down right now. HD is trying to run. It's holding decent. Again, their earnings weren't bad, and they got a $15 billion buyback to support everything. Western Alliance down. PAC West. U.S. regionals fall as FDIC's proposed overhaul fans regulation fears. So hold on. There's something going on right now with regionals. So I'm getting a headline on it. They're only down 1.5. They were down 2 yesterday. Wells Fargo on the high. Yo, Wells Fargo popping out of nowhere. Check news on Young Wells. It could just be morning, so it won't even be like news related, but that's a pretty big pop for them. 20 cents in 1 minute. And then SPY's literally still holding after briefly hitting the low. Bonds are going lower. Low ticker picking up a little bit, but a couple of names on the high. I see a lot of McDonald's. Oh, yeah, RVNC. I forgot about that one. So that's one's from yesterday. RVNC. Dude, Tisho was fire. Bro, we left another like 50 cents on the table. That's like another like what, 70%? It was great. But if you got that, still GG. But Tisho's all again. There's even a couple DCTH today. That one was a little sketchier, and then the Tesla. Tesla's just fun to type, but I literally I can't even type it out. SPY going a little lower. Tesla already got clapped though. 20% down now. Yeah, RVNC. It sucks because it was up though like 10, I think. So I'm up on it now, but I was up like $2 a share on RVNC. Which, bro? That's it. Call it a day. So done. Or you could go and you guys should literally record everything that you see happening and then please email it to me or YouTube. Otherwise, you guys could keep crying about it. I can't do anything. I mean, again, I'm on gigabit internet. I have 2 internet connections. I mean, this does not happen to every other channel. So it's whether it's technical or purposeful, just just record it for me or send it to your YouTube and that's it. Otherwise, there's not much we could do, my brother. That's it. I'm not in RXRX anymore. No, I got out of that one. A-Net's on the high. Again, Tesla is on the low now. Let's see, where's the big tech? Bonds are trying to come back up here. I don't know. Everything big tech-wise is still like barely moving. VinFast halted. I'm in LXRX, I think. I'd have to double check. I think you asked me that one last time. Today's rotation into energy. Kenview's waking up now. That's good. Wait, bro, I don't even know where my... Wait, what's my price on Kenview? The Kenview won't even load in my portfolio. Actually, I'm at 23.90, I think. Nvidia pop over 450. Oh, on the high. 56. Oh, yeah, I think it went down to 52. You mentioned 25. That's what I'm looking for, but I think I'm at 23.90, I believe. But I was looking, it says Kenview is up, but like literally my shit's not low. My shit's showing me NVIDIA when I type in Kenview. And then there is NVIDIA above 451 going up. 452 now. Microsoft's even in the green now. A couple of things are running. CBRE down 2.3. NVIDIA, UBS raises target to 540 from 470. Dude, that's the third upgrade right ahead of it. I'm not shorting NVIDIA, no. Fuck that. Why? Dude, do you guys not know what's in the last 3 days? You have literally had 3 different analysts ahead of earnings pretty much just raise their target and say, yeah, they haven't reported yet, but I think they're going to do good. It's gotten 3 gigantic upgrades in the last 3 days that have brought it up over about, what, 10% now at this point? That's pretty crazy. And then Rite Aid, he's just holding. Boeing clap. Its valuation. Well, all I'm saying is like just ahead of earnings, you have a lot of people legitimately saying we don't care how it's going to report. We think they're going to do good. So again, the last 3 times you saw right now, just like it's actually been ridiculous. Again, just right now, UBS after Baird and then after Morgan Stanley. And I didn't get anything on Wells Fargo on that earlier pop. I think they came right back down. I think that was just the morning jitters. Can view RVNC chilling. Telsa's on the low. Oh, Target's climbing back up. SMCI. What was the other one today? SC. That one was on the low, like 20%. That's still dropped. It's 25% now. So they're even hitting another low right there. And then Jet AI resumed trading. That was yesterday. What are all these? VinFast, VCI. You have like 3 names that were halted, unhalted. Is that Tesla on the low? And then now SPY with the low. I think Apple's about to follow it. You're at 4467. So remember, yesterday we closed at 4490, right below the 4500, and now, I mean, you're one more line until we get into the halfway point. Yeah, PayPal was just on the low. You're saying Abivai's dumping. Again, SE, that's the big low here of the day. Yeah, Abivai, I mean, damn, Abivai's back to 150, though. And then healthcare, I feel like, is interesting. Healthcare was selling off pretty easy yesterday. Yeah, healthcare is down 0.4 right now. They don't even care. Honestly, I don't know if you have anything holding us up right here. What is the leader? No, nothing. Dude, nothing. So right now on the NASDAQ 100, you don't really have any industries right now in the green. Dow Jones Industrial. Again, what time is it? It's only, it's just, give it like 2 more minutes. Yeah, the gilt's back to October levels. Same thing here. So same thing in the United States. Again, your bonds are now back up to the same 10-year level. Hunter Biden's top lawyer asks to withdraw from case, CNN. But yeah, I think everything so far NASDAQ related. You got to give me like 2 more minutes. We'll get the breakdown after the first 15. PABA to 58. It's still surprisingly holding 92. So to give you an idea, those old BABA shares we sold, I think we would still be in the green on them. So now I'm out of them, but I've seen BABA get killed off of way less news the last couple days. So honestly, I think BABA has been pretty stable. Google, PayPal, low tickers going crazy. Wow. Again, Tesla, Google, the low tickers is printing. Coinbase, Lucid, Zip, a lot of them now. CDC, Tesla, FNGU, Genie, Unity, all on the low ticker. Amazon now. So there it is. Again, you got some bond volatility indexes on the high. Again, 10-year is near the high of the day right now. So we'll see if that holds up or not. Are we buying the ODIP? We could, but again, I mean, I hope I've made it clear over the last couple of days. You know, we're just chilling. Again, O is getting to a price that we could buy it, but like so have a lot of other things. So again, if another REIT is falling through the floor, I hope you guys could read the tea leaves. But essentially, like we've been saying here, is this: if everything starts coming down after this hypeness, we're not going to be mad building up our cash. So I'm still stacking up that cash, but that's another name on the target list. If we break 445, I mean, we've broken it so far, and it hasn't been, like, hideous. So you still have, like, cushion, but if we break 4455, then 444, it should go to 425 and then 4400 flat, or 4425. You got married this past Saturday. Right now, honeymooning in the Keys. Bond's telling the story. God is good. Man, enjoy your honeymoon, baby. Don't worry, you're good for now. Again, people freaking out a little bit. The bonds are going crazy, so honestly, enjoy your honeymoon, because by the time you get back, maybe the bonds will move. I don't know, but either way, that's amazing, bro. That's good, bro. You made it. And honestly, I think next week is Jerome Powell, so just enjoy the honeymoon till Powell, bro, for real. Am I thinking about, oh yeah? I'm going to time you out for that question after that other answer I just gave. Okay? Just so you just stay in the game, dog. Stay in the game. Stay in the game. You know? The good old Michael Burry short. So it was all nominal too, by the way. So everybody, everybody that was saying it was $1 billion, it was nominal. So he pretty much spent $50 million on puts. Yeah, Nvidia's still green. They gave it up. Apple's selling now. I mean, we're down like 0.6. Would have been worse. Yesterday was a 1% day. I think we were down a little bit more pre-market at one point. I thought we would have been dropped a little more, but SPY's down 0.6. So is the Dow. Russell 0.8. And then NASDAQ's down 0.5 right now. TLSA. Where's T-Shaw? CF, I forgot about those. CF and then X. So they're just chilling. No updates on that so far. How do you play the yen? I'm bullish on it. I still think long, but ever since the ever since the YCC thing, again, I think it should have been up from there. That's why it did go up for a little bit, but now it's been down. But I'm bullish yen. So the way I'm looking at it, other people are there too. It may not happen, but some people are saying once you go from 145 to 148 on the yen, this is where the government stepped in. But if they don't, a lot of people are about to short the yen. I'll tell you that now. So, but either I'm bullish on it, though. We were talking about a little kind of death or victory yesterday. So I'm getting clobbered on it, but I'm still kind of leaning towards always owning a little bit on the year. I think it's better than a short play. There's Microsoft. PayPal again on the low. So PayPal's just giving up the whole entire CEO gains from yesterday. Disney's going lower. Target now. Yeah, Target was just, we were right at the green. And VWAP's still a little higher. Nvidia's still going down now. 4459. Bro, this is hilarious. Like I was telling you yesterday, just the cushion we have now, and you have a gap to fill. But it's just like, dude, just as we spend all 7 hours working your way back up to like right near 4,500, you know, it's like, dude, we're just as close to 44 now, or just a little off, or just right back into the middle line. Kind of crazy. Kind of. We flushed the 44.71, went down another 10 points. So let's see how it reacts. If it gets back up here, but like if it goes halfway up and then just starts to reject, maybe we get a little bit more aggressiveness. But then there's still names that are up. Again, in the morning, we were looking pretty deep. Microsoft's ripping right now. Hold on. That's still going up. I'm still in RVNC. We got a small gain on it, but I'm just like, I could sell out now, but I had way better gains yesterday pre-market that I liked. Apple still at the low. Again, Microsoft just wicked into a high. Discover, again, they are recovering. Remember, Discover. Damn, someone was just asking me about Discover yesterday. They dropped another 10. What the hell? This is on their CEO thing. Something about the CEO. MP Dubs. Just let it get one more flush, I think. And then no dividend declaration yet. Actually, let me double check. Halted on news. Probably related to the restructuring. It might go crazy. Again, that thing's up 40% almost, or 20%. MU chalked. Why won't load? V bottom. This is because of China. That's the easy answer. I mean, I read some headline this morning, and it was saying how that is like the easy answer if you want to look at today. However, I think there's a lot of other things going on. Again, bonds. Even yesterday I talked about it on the watch list. Like, dude, that Argentina thing is crazy. And then today, Russia woke up with a surprise rate hike as well, too. Even China with a surprise rate cut. Now we have gilts in the UK or the US 10-year now at levels last time in October where shit was blowing up. So honestly, I mean, if I could say anything, I would say the market is extremely resilient this time around. But other than that, I hate using that word too, resilient. But there's a lot. The easy answer is you blame China. And even then, like yesterday, by the end of the day, mother effers, because we were green, they were like, oh, bad China means stimulus. But like even today now, it's like, bro, China's getting bad enough to the point where China gets bad. Like mother effers now, even if you want to call for stimulant, it doesn't hit. Like now, it's just like, because by this time around, if China was doing bad cutting rates, Alibaba would be up 7% right now. Why? Because people would take that as stimulus. But now people are just saying it's just talk. It's not really real. It's not really working. It's all minuscule. So it's very weird. But China's the easy answer today. However, I implore you to not look in just one area, because like I'm saying, like I don't know if you care about it, but like little things like the Argentina president, that like it's important. Yeah, and I'm not saying, I honestly, I like, what's his name, Milei. I think he's kind of funny, dude. It's like, even then, the fact that he won says a lot about the world right now, and it says a lot about what people are looking for. But even then, I won't even get to I'm not even throwing any shade at Argentina at all. If anything, all I'm saying is that when you look at Argentina, though, we have to realize 150% currency devaluation, a surprise rate increase to interest rates above 100%. And then, like I'm saying, just near everything with the UK, the ECB, all on the other side of the pond, this is another one of those actions creating something. Yeah, I have DFS. I'm kind of down to play it, but I think we already missed out on 2%. Remember, they were already down. There's still a little bit more downside risk with what's going on, but that could be a decent recovery. Doesn't bad China mean the rest of the world isn't ordering stuff? Yes, and I'm glad you said that, because that's what's been happening now. Is like, so I don't know if you've watched the China stuff, but throughout the whole year, it was like China's going to recover, it's going to rally, they're going to do this, and it was looking kind of decent, but then it faded. But like, that's the big worry now, is that like the last couple sets of Chinese data, it's one thing to say what's happening in China, but it's another thing that's saying like, oh shit, maybe global trade is about to get threatened now, because if China falls off a cliff, I mean, they're taking somebody with them. But then that's the irony, because take a look what happened tonight. That's last night. It's actually really weird. It's not weird, but it's just, this is kind of like the long and variable lags. But just think about it. Japan. China did bad, Japan did good. So remember, Japan and China, they trade a shit ton together. So that even in itself says something too. Now, what's going to happen to Japan? But then it's like, well, wait a minute. If China's really doing bad and global trade is threatened, why is Japan doing double exports? And why are they doing double what they're expected to do? So there's, like I'm saying, there's a lot of things going on right now. Ever since we've been calling out what's been happening with bond yields and all of that, it's up there. It's just like as something's been it's been slowly creeping, and again, the markets have had a little bit of pressure. They haven't gotten blown out, but like in this whole period, like bond yields underneath the surface are moving very, very big. Isn't it counterintuitive for tech to be outperforming as rates continue to grind? It is if we were just viewing it, if it was a one-size-fits-all. But it's, again, I mean, the way to disprove the whole higher interest rate thing, I'll show you. It's the thing we were talking about with debt cost. So it's like, again, I think Amazon is the best example. My shit is not working today. But do you remember when we were going over the charts and I was showing you the companies that have debt? So it's like if you go look at a company like Amazon, you're like, oh my God, 5-7% interest rates. How are these companies surviving? But then it's like if you actually just go and look at how much they are paying to service their debt, you will find out that it's not a lot. So that's the answer to it. It's just, quite frankly, if we look at any other company, and you have to go company by company and you start looking at their debt and how much they're paying to service their debt, that is the answer. But like a lot of people, they're not spending a lot to service their debt. It's not really a black swan. It's just like it's again, like, let's talk about real estate a little bit. I've said this to you. I remember when the market was a little bit more choppier, I would tell you this, and all the know-it-all assholes would come out and just blah, 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 blah. But like, you have to think about the composition of everything. Again, real estate, how many people in the world have less than a 3% mortgage in the United States? And then how many people in the United States have a mortgage less than 5% or 4.5%? And then how many people have no mortgage on their house? So calculate all of that and then tell me about 7.5% interest rates, right? It's like, you got to really think about it. You're not getting, so even though you would think high interest rates would hurt mortgages and real estate, most of those people aren't getting affected. So just like a company that has billions of dollars of debt, you may think they're getting clapped. However, if that debt is at 2%, it's nothing compared to anything down the line. So that's why it's like their interest cost isn't going up with the rates. It's all fixed, exactly. So just if you see 7, 8, 9%, if you got your debt 5 years ago at 2%, you have nothing to worry about. I think we all saw the same TikTok. I think I told you the same thing 2 years ago and nobody listened. That's it. Everybody started. They didn't even have Chat GPT. They were like, well, what about this? What about this? This isn't, well, no, that's not true. It's 10% less than what you said. So therefore, I'm like, oh my goodness. God bless you. And now Warren Buffett's buying every home builder at all-time highs. My goodness. Yeah, Fitch was in the morning. They were saying all sorts of stuff. 7 o'clock, 6:59. Valera, Bank of America, cut their price target. UVXY is on the high, so we are near the low. Bonds are up today, though. Interestingly enough, again, 44.60. Lyft was a director buying into the stock at 11.33. 4459. So that's it. You're 6 points from yesterday's low, dude. That's crazy. Retail sales were great, actually. But again, if anything, retail sales kind of just said that inflation is reigniting, hence the prices. And then Empire Manufacturing got cratered. And like we were just talking about, there were some other bigger effects here with other names like, what's it called? Like China and Japan and their data. Going back. That's crazy, bro. So it took us, 30 minutes here? Just about 30 minutes to give up almost the entirety of all day yesterday. Yeah, SC got murdered off of earnings. They're down like 26 right now, I think. June business inventories changed month over month, 0.1. Oh, yeah, you even got housing index. Housing index came in at 50. Consensus was 56. Retail inventories, excluding auto, was 0.3. Estimate 0.4. Business inventories was 0. Estimate was 0.1 or 0.2. And then SPY taking another, again, Microsoft. They were looking very good, and then they flipped. Any chance TLT goes above 100 in the next 2 months? I don't know. Just stop trading options so you don't have to ask me those questions. Because, again, it's for me to predict that, bro, we would make $20 billion if I knew the answer to that. So, again, I do think the bonds offer a very good opportunity. And when it does happen, it's going to hit. But at the same time, I think a lot of people will also miss it just because it's inherently difficult. And this is kind of part of it. My options expire in 2024, though. So I'm not really following the logic on your question then, sir. And even then, though, those options are sadly, that's only a 4-month option when you look at it. So right now, if you wanted a 1-year option, your option would need to go into August 2024. Otherwise, 2024 plays are no longer leaps. Just fun fact. TT, dude, this thing keeps holding up. I'm surprised on that one. And then Telsa, that one's still holding. Again, TTOO, you guys are pumping this one heavy. I say you guys, I'm talking about the pumpers that were probably already banned, but it's still holding up. I'm pretty impressed by it by now. That's kind of, any of the other names that were pumping, I think even Tupperware, low-key sold off before TTOO. Yeah, they're still up, but I think TTO held good. It held up decent. I'm not going to play it, though, but it's there. I would not add Teladoc to the long term now, no. Hawaiian Electric cut to junk by S&P. Oh, well, there it is. There's your candle. HE cut to junk by S&P. So remember yesterday we brought this one up. You could compare this one to like the PCG one. It's probably going to hit a new low on this. There's the scapegoat. But somebody said that. Is that like a real number? Is there actually like 3,000 or 2,000 people missing in Hawaii? That's what somebody sent me yesterday. They're like, hey, what do you think about this? And they're like, 3,000 people? I was like, what? I did not read that number. I was like, what do you mean 3,000 people? I heard 90. Yeah, well, somebody told me 3,000. I said, what? What do you mean 3,000? He said 3,000 people are missing. I was like, I don't know about that, but if you guys look into it, there's big numbers, honestly. It's very, very sad. Mm. 100 dead confirmed. I think 3,000 displaced, maybe. I don't know about missing, but that's, again, someone said that to me yesterday. I was like, really? Wow. But HE's on the low right now. Tesla on the low. Microsoft. They're all getting clapped. Even Apple. Meta, so that's it. All of your tech that was holding up, they're down almost 1% now. So NASDAQ is giving up pretty much the 1% that it had yesterday. You're down 0.85 right now. SPY 0.85. You broke 44.55 with force. Bro, you started up. Bro, that was like jumping from the ropes. You know what I'm saying? Like, this wasn't even flushing at the level. This was like he jumped up on the ring and then jumped down from 44.60 and then just flushed into 44.50. No news right now. Again, if anything, your news was all throughout the morning with all of the data that we've gotten here. So we're getting some reaction. But now we have totally just unwound all of yesterday. So that's it. Now I think you're red from yesterday. So this is where you would have closed at. But yeah, comparative to yesterday, you've wiped out all of yesterday. And now you are even going and hitting another low. You got one more spot, 44.43. And then we'll see. But SPY's still dropping here. DCTH, that's the biotech. That one's going good. We sliced, dude. We broke every level again. Just one of those days. But like we said yesterday, I don't know. Maybe it's like a 3-level type of day. So maybe we only do 3 levels. If that's the case, I mean 1, 2, 3. This one you did 4 and then bounce. But 44.50 is big now. See if we go any lower. Watch Microsoft, Apple. They're on the low. Lyft is on the high. You got a couple of names working up here. But, bro, you're going like straight down now. 44.80 to 44.50. And you closed at 44.90. So you're down about 40 points from yesterday. Another new low right now. Hate days like these. I mean, it just sucks that it's the pump fake from yesterday. It's just a pump fake. Again, we spent a lot of time to go up 1%. But that being said, too, today's not over. Just think about it. We spent 7 hours making a move yesterday. You unwind it in like 45 minutes here, but we still got like 6 hours left. So we're going to see how it plays out. But so far, it looks to be almost 1% across the board. You're just under that. You're still hitting another low right now. There's a DCTH. That one held and came back down, though. China says Forex market rational and orderly in July. Safe. They learned from the Fed. Bro, oh, you guys want me to blow your mind? I'm gonna blow your mind right now. I need likes though. I need likes on that. I need 200 likes. You're almost at 1,000. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. You're gonna love this one. It's tinfoil, but it's funny. Honestly, it's not even tinfoil. It's just like it's hilarious. Oh yeah, you gotta get this one. This one's great. This one is great. Trust me. Len coming down again. Buffett bought into all of the home builders. Yeah, they're all dropping right now. Len, DHI. It's interesting because the bonds are holding up, but the bonds aren't even like that's what sucks right now is that the bonds aren't like moving up aggressively. So like they could still kind of drop with everything too. I'm in Target now. They got smashed. So I'm down $300 on it. We're gonna get $200 back on the dividend, but they gapped down. Literally, so like yesterday. Oh, actually, they said that it went up, but it looked like a gap down in the. Yeah, no, it was a gap down. What am I saying? I was like, that's weird. It was a gap down in the morning, came back up, and then now we're there. So I'm gonna sell out before close. China says domestic FX balance and supply remain basically balanced. Run the 10. Do we have 1,000? Oh, we got 1,000, baby. All right, here's the 10. Are you ready? The central bank of Russia can now be added to the list of central banks that are all using the same language. It blew my mind. This morning, Russia did a surprise rate hike, right? And if you go read the statement of what they have, oh no, they say the exact same thing. It's hilarious. So even the central bank, what's her name, Elvira, she says the exact same thing as Powell and Lagarde and all of that. They even made an announcement to remove language of further tightening. So if I said that there was a central bank today that raised rates and wanted to remove language of further tightening, who would you think I was talking about? It was Russia, believe it or not. So my tinfoil is now you have another central bank. They all speak BRICS. That's wrong. No, that's not. Again, the BRICS is foo-foo. Again, that's the people to confuse you, sell you fear porn, and then make you look a certain way. Because, again, that's not BRICS. Again, the U.S. is not a BRIC country, but they say the same thing with rates. So does the ECB. The central bank guys. All right, kind of chilling out, but last time we did this, you had your little VWAP move and then died, and then tech got a little bit. So, see, like I told you, bonds, I don't think they're out of the gulag yet. You've went through like 3 levels so far today. I'm telling you, it's a 50-point, 40-point sell-off from the open. Did you hit another low? No, you're 3 points off of a new low from Friday. So just watch 44.55. If we get up there and it fails, then one more down. Lift holding strong. I sold out yesterday. That's it. They got me, bro. One day too early. But yeah, they're killing. Again, somebody bought this. They bought at the same price I did. I was like, wow. Oops. That was an accident. Up halted, I have no idea. Probably because of the bankruptcy stuff. LYV on the high. The Fitch headline today, I mean, in a weird way, I think just get it out of the way. Like, you tell me. Are you worried about a downgrade? Like, that was amazing. I don't think in the last 2-3 weeks, we straight up just had a downgrade on the United States credit. And you're still near all-time highs. So it's it's like, do I think it's important? Yes. In other times, I feel like this would have brought us down a lot more with other things. But just in general, though, it's like these bank things, if they could, this is what I mean by keep pushing it. It's like, bro, if you could push all of these big events without a reaction, then do it. Like, I might as well. If you're telling me I could downgrade banks, the United States credit, then the banks, and it's going to cost you less than 2.5% on the market, then you might as just go downgrade everything right now and get it done with and rip the Band-Aid off. Other than that, though, I think all of it is very negative. We resilient, baby. Why are HOAs so high in condos? So it just depends on what they offer, but here's the funny one. If the building is older, chances are the HOA will be higher because then it needs more maintenance, takes more time. It's been around for a long time. It just requires more expenses. Elliott dissolved PayPal. Yeah, that was last night. Kashkari speaks in a little. Yeah. China Defense Ministry. India had positive, constructive, in-depth discussion on resolution of remaining issues with LAC in the Western sector. Mm-mm. $3M. So that one's dying. Yeah, back to 100. Yalla. So like I said, bro, even then 3M goes a little lower. That's on the list too. So I'm glad we held our cash here over the last couple months. It's not a lot, and we need to get a little bit more. But I mean, if you look at the daily charts on a lot of things, I hope you see why. So continue to be patient. I think Boeing delivery numbers are monthly. Oh, 3MX Divi is 818. And then you're holding here again. Bonds are the only thing creeping me out today. Because remember, we hit a new cycle high today, and the bonds are just not. You're telling me they're only chilling out 0.1%. I'm not. That's it. They need to rebound fully today, hit the high, and come right back down. Otherwise, this isn't enough cushion with a 1% day. Like, again, bonds, stocks are moving 1%. Currencies are moving all around the place. But then bonds are just like, nah, man, I'm good. 0.1%. SMG. I like SMG a lot, actually. You guys brought that one up yesterday. My only problem with SMG is I personally do not want to add a new name. However, I like it. Again, I think it gives you good exposure. In a weird way, it gives you exposure to weed if you're interested in that. But it's like it has high growth. The stock could go up 50%. It could go up 4 times if you really wanted to. And it pays a dividend that's adequate. It just, I like it. I don't think it's anything really. It's a name brand. You all should know what Miracle Grow is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I like it. I do like it a lot, but something about it, I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm watching so many things drop. I could kind of wait, but then again, they're like almost at that level. Did I hit 40 flat? Yeah. They need to get into hair products. It'd be a hit for sure. They would kill it if they had like Scott's Miracle Grow for your hair. I'd be down. I'd be down. I timed out. Oh, that was an accident. That's what I said. My bad. But yeah, I like SMG. The only thing I don't like is that a lot of the other names we want to buy are coming down. So it's like I like those names, but then I don't want to add a brand new name into the portfolio. But I like it a lot. Again, I think this meets the criteria in the sense that it's down on the year. It's a value play. I think it has just everything you're looking for. It's actually not down on the year yet. You got a little bit more. I think that's what I was looking at yesterday with it. No news for the sell-off, just everything in the morning, again, from data that could be implying inflation is coming back all the way down to China, just a lot of issues there. And then what we're watching with currencies and bond yields, again, UK yields hit a record or a cycle record, same thing with the 10-year. So there's a lot that are hitting from here. Waiting for the 4 handle. Yeah, I could give it the stamp of approval, though. That's it. I'm not buying it, but like I'm telling you, I salute you way better buying a play like that than fucking buying Nvidia at all-time highs. You know what I'm saying? But like that's I could get behind SMG. Target will be good if they do good, but it hasn't gotten to my long-term price. That's why even like with the flip shares now, we'll see, but it's just like after earnings, if they don't do good, they could hit the next level and get back to 2020 prices now because they're like at the highs of it. How do you determine my price? The easiest way is like we've talked about it a lot. It's like if you could go back in time and buy it at a later, like, you know, if like you're living in 2023 and you could buy it at 2019 prices, that's great. So like I'm saying here with Target, they're still at the highs of 2020. You know, at one point this was like a real big high for them. So after this, they need to get to like sub 100s for this to actually like come down. So that's kind of the price I'm looking for. Again, this is what we did with Meta. You know, when I bought, I've said it over the years too. I remember back in the day, some of you guys would buy like Meta on the drops, and I would tell you, it's all about going back in time. So we got Meta at like $93, and the reason why, I said, hey, even though it's pretty bad and it's 2022, the idea we were looking at, we were like, dude, it's 2022 right now. You could go back and get Meta at the same price as 2016. So that's what I'm into. That's just the easy criteria you could look at. It's not going to happen all the time, but just for some of these plays where it's like, wow, higher valuation, it's made a big move. If you want to compare it, you could get an idea of where you stand with it. No, I did not buy Target for the long term. Bonds dipping, ACAM running. But like I was saying, if the bonds do come down here just like that, I mean, you've already given up half of the gain. They could go red in a second. Meta 2015 revenue 15 billion. Exactly. So you got at a better price. Oh, I'm still holding Airbnb and I love it. It's been great. Again, we're still up on it for the year, believe it or not. But even in general, I like the company, and my other Airbnbs too are just, it's great. Do I think it's worth that into the long term? Not yet. That's exactly what we were just talking about. So you might have just asked the question a couple seconds too late, unfortunately. But the answer is no. SC, you could try to flip it from the low. I mean, you saw how SMCI traded. So that's just sometimes the ones that sell off really, really heavy, you get an opportunity. So it's just like, but it's still risky if it keeps selling off. Yes, every dividend play in the long term is on drip. Moody's expects IRA, chips and science, infrastructure, job acts to boost green investment in major sectors over the economy. Says inflation reduction provides boost to clean energy manufacturing in the U.S. So now Moody's is very favorable towards clean energy. New low on the market, but so I think the plot thickens. Bro, you went right to the level and then reject again from the top rope. You just flushed another 10 points again. It's like climbing up to the top rope and then it's just cratering. And then again, Moody's is saying something on chips in science and pretty much Bidenomics. They're saying it's good it's going to be a boost for clean energy manufacturing. PM better than MO for the long term? I don't know. I like them both. I own Altria, but like PM's not that bad. I like a couple of the products owned by Philip Morris. So I think they should be kind of equivalent in terms of yield and stuff, but I like both of them. If 3M wants to drop, you want to buy more. Well, just check your cash, how much you've bought, and again, like I'm saying, be patient with a lot of this. Like, it's in a weird way. I hope you guys recognize how much has dropped, how fast. Just because Apple and Nvidia are still up, I hope you guys see why it's like you have the money, you could spend it. It feels nice to put it in your account, but I hope too you're giving things time while we're reacting. Things hit lows, let it hit a low and see where it kind of goes, and take it at a good pace. But just because it hits a low, just like when everyone asks me like, "Are you gonna buy this now? Are you gonna buy this now?" It's like, no, I'm not. I'm gonna wait. Like that's why I just if you think it's a good opportunity now, it may get better, but it's also too. Just don't shoot too many times. So if you already made 2-3 average downs already in the last 30 days, like I'm saying, keep in mind, I don't think we've made a move for the last 90 days or 60 days. So just like let all the prices move, and then we could get it. Yeah, even on the downside, pretty much you don't want to FOMO. 6B is extraordinarily strong. The dollar should be up today, but the euro is messing with it. Only bring up Biden. I think it's weird that Moody's is saying something favorable towards Bidenomics. That's what. Now, for all of you who are like, it was Moody's, it was a plan by the administration. Maybe it is. Maybe they downgrade legacy economies, and then they're gonna try to upgrade the things that make it seem. They're like, yeah, we're downgrading you because of your debt, but we're gonna upgrade you because you spend a lot of money on clean energy. What? On Teledocs, I just like those leaps that we got, and like I said, if it ends up being a hype play, it'll be good. But other than that, I'm not. I just think wait till the momentum gets back. You're financially unsound, but the ESG efforts make us ignore that. Yeah, it's weird, man. That's weird. That was not the Moody's headline I was expecting this morning. To be fair, everybody was blaming Biden at the bottom. 100%, honestly. I mean, that's what I was saying. Anytime I look at energy, I say whether I like it or not, like, he did accomplish the goal of stopping it from going higher. It's like, unfortunately, whether you like the guy or not, whether you support how he did it or not, that's where you'll probably run into issues. But when it's all said and done, I mean, Biden did stop energy from going crazy. Now, did it require a lot of shit that was crazy? Yes, but it still worked. So, you got to ask yourself what it would have looked like if it didn't work, or if they didn't do that. So I could give them credit where credit is due, because there was some things. Again, if he got flack on the way down, you got to give credit on the way up to a certain degree. Biden stopped it, or foreign entities who controlled him? I think Biden. Like I said, just Biden has a political advantage that I don't think people understand, and it's just the fact that he is kind of old and crazy. In my mind, Biden is just as crazy as Donald Trump. What I mean in the sense that, like, if I put both of those guys to negotiate, both of them would be extremely extreme. If that makes sense. Yeah, fuck it, release all the oil. Fuck it, we don't need half of it. Fuck it, 70, get rid of 90% of it. I don't care. What you wanna do anything? I have a red line. I'll press the button right now. You say no, you want a trade war? Fuck you, I'll blow it up. Hey, yeah, dump all of it. Why do I fucking sell it all? Fuck it. What are they gonna do? I'll dump all the oil, then who are you gonna sell it to, huh? Exactly. Stop fucking with me. Yeah, come on. So, like, seriously, again, like I'm saying, I'm giving credit to Biden, whether you want to interpret it however you want to. Like I'm saying, I think he has a strategic advantage in his negotiations. He's like Biden. He's a hardliner, whether you realize it or not, and that gets shit done. With especially if you're trying to negotiate with people, because they're like, dude, what are you saying right now? You're like, again, I didn't believe that Biden would dump all of that oil, and he did, and it worked for a time period as lasting as long as 2 years almost. So that being said, I give him credit where it's due there, but we'll see. We'll see. We still got more steps. What's he gonna do now? That I don't know. That I don't know exactly. I don't know. I don't have WE. No, I'm still in Target, kind of getting murked, but dividend helps. Down 400 now, so 200 minus the dividend. I'm surprised though. Again, HD was good. Retail sales, everything was hot. It seems like you're saying there's a perspective to the mountain of crap that we're looking at. Yeah, and I mean, above all else, I think it's all entertainment. But it's not that crazy. But it's interesting things. I think the Moody's thing today, that just adds the cherry on top. But we still woke up with surprises. Again, even Russia today. Just another central bank just scrambling. Honestly, everybody except Powell is scrambling. But then again, it's like maybe Powell's just doing that so he looks like he doesn't scramble. Moody, well, first, I think Fitch said another warning on banks today or other like assets. And then Moody's just came out with a statement regarding clean energy being good for the economy and saying how the CHIPS bill and Infrastructure Act are good for clean energy manufacturing. Fogo de Chao to be acquired by Bain Capital. And then is Lowell in here? Bought up. Mine is VIX is up 10. Yo, it actually is. No way, Habibi. It's holding up pretty decent. The VIX is up. I feel like the VIX is moving way more than anything else right there. Again, even the market daily chart don't even look like that. Yeah, they came. China says inbound net investments rebound. So even bond volatility woke up. I got beef with Bain. I don't know. Fogo de Chao. Bro, Fogo de Chao, I went once and I was like, that was way too expensive for like what it was. I liked it, but like I was like, dude, I spent a lot of money at Fogo de Chao and I was really sad at the end of it. I was like, you know what? I spent way too much money at Fogo de Chao. Yeah, and I had the meat sweats too. Nah, straight up, bro. And it's just like it just tasted different. I think it was like I spent like $200, but it was way more than I thought I was gonna spend. I think it was $250 probably. It was like $125 a person, me and my girl. But I was like, dog, that's crazy. Like I was like, that's actually, and it was just like I ate like all these little meats, but then I was like, I don't know, man. I thought that you said it was $60. Yeah, you got to sit there for 4 hours. Yeah, honestly, I dipped out too early. It's not bad. It's just expensive. We got to go during lunch. Low key, I think the lunch is where it's at. It's like $20 for lunch. That I could get down with, but we went a while ago, but it was my first time. You have to go to Camilla's? What's that? Shout out the long term. Hey, man, S&P touches the lowest level since July 11th. So that's it. Did we hit a new low? Or was that earlier? That's weird. I'm getting that headline. They didn't give it to us on Friday. Yeah, 444. Interesting. So 4443, another new low now. I actually do believe, yep. You've gone lower than Friday now, 4445. You're below the 4550 or 4450. The next level is 4425 or 4427. We could fill the gap here at 4490. I mean, whether it's tomorrow or even if we rebound by the end of today. I mean, it's only 1% now, but that's still pretty big because this is 1% all across the board. 433 last week. Yes, right here. So we're just slightly below that. We hit 444, I think. But it's saying new low of the week, and I even got a headline on it. They're saying lowest since July 11th. See a gap at 4420. I think, yeah, 4425. That's pretty much the next level. No, I cut out of Origin. Again, I think it's going to have its day where it trades and comes back up, and it wasn't as bad. Like, they didn't totally pivot, but I'm done with SPACs, dude. I learned my lesson. You know, I bought this one. I wanted to show some love, and I liked the play. Again, I thought it was cool for technology and energy, but I'm done with SPACs, dude. So good luck with that if you want to play them, but go at your own risk. DWalk is DraftKings is the only one. Like DraftKings, I went up and then went down, but like DraftKings was actually good. Porsche is good. No, I don't like Porsche anymore. That's a personal issue. I've canceled Porsche. That's it. I spray paint them now when I see them. No, I'm just kidding. But no more. I'm never buying a Porsche. It's sad too because my girl wanted to trade in her car and she wanted to get a Porsche, and I just said, hey, if you get a Porsche, I'm sorry, this isn't gonna work out anymore. That's all I'm saying. And I said I ain't driving that dog shit. PayPal, a little bit off the bottom here. We'll see. If you can't pronounce it, you will never own it. Oh, yeah? What kind of car do you drive? Yeah. Sit down. Okay. Screw Porsche. I don't care how you pronounce it. What's wrong with a Porsche? I hate them. I'll take a new Prius, 100%. Let's pronounce poop. I have Telsa. That one went down, but I think it's down like $70, $80. NVIDIA TGTX. That's actually running right now. It's a newer biotech. Newer in the sense that's its 50th high of the day. Oh, they got clapped the other day. TGTX. Amazon at the bottom. The ragtop beetle you picked up to convert to an EV. Oh, wow. You should videotape that. You should make a video with that. That's dope. Videotape it. Yeah, the new Cadillac Escalade looks really good. It's just too bad it has a battery. That's my only issue. That's my only issue. Yeah, videotape. I don't know why I say videotape. Did you ever own anything ELE? Oh, electric? Yeah, I have 2 Teslas. I like the Teslas, but like it sucks because some of these new cars that come out like look really, really cool. But like I just would not, like, I don't want another electric vehicle. Like it's not my preference. I just want the legs. Hey man, I drive a Lexus EV, I guess. That I could get behind. I'm in my F-350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty. I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. It's a great song. You want to start offering EV conversions in the next 2 years? It's gaining popularity. Is it expensive? How much does it cost to convert a car into a EV? When are we loading up on MPW and RAD? When everybody calms down. That's it. So just on some of these, I mean, it's just like the loading up is obvious. Does that make sense? It's like when we're like, you got to think about it. Like everybody was even saying NVIDIA yesterday pre-earnings. It's like, I don't think you want it at that point. So like I'm saying, like we got to let some of these fires flame out and just like, and go in there. I mean, pretty much it's being strategic. Like why would we want to take our losses too soon, in the sense that let it draw out a little bit. If you're more strategic about it, it's like, I'm not going to even give up my victory that easy too, if that makes sense. So it's like I make my play, it goes down here. I got caught off guard on one of them. So it's like, dude, we could balance this out, but it's like you don't have to strike right away. So I have a couple of ideas, but then again, it's just like timing. Oh, wow. Taysha price target raised to $6 from $2 by Truist. Oh, dude, Taysha. They just gave it a $6 price target on Taysha. F-350 is my song, yeah, where it's almost out. We're working on it. The video getting legs. Latasha. NEE on the low. I should hold Tisha. Well, if you got it when we got it yesterday, you got in at $1.50. It went up to $2.40. I sold out at $1.93. So if you're still in it, you got an additional 40%. So that's on you at that point. Fed Kashkari in 15 minutes. Walmart Plus. What is this? Walmart joining forces with Exxon, the double discount of Walmart Plus members. They receive 20 cents off of every gallon of gas at Exxon and Mobil stations. Do you know why on TOS my Kenview I say I own Kenview low? I don't, dude. That happens to you too, bro. It's weird. My Kenview on my other portfolio, it doesn't even show up. Like the prices, like I feel like honestly, my tinfoil is Kenview is not even a real stock. So I don't know, bro. My thing does the same exact thing. So my Kenview says that 0. It just says 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 every time I look at it. So no matter, like it doesn't even, it just shows me my shares, the price I paid for it, and then that's it. Or maybe they cited you warrants or something. It's weird, but it's not. Like, it shows me my quantity. Like, you could still sell it if you wanted to, but it's just very weird. Actually, no. I don't even know if I could sell it. You tried selling and rebuying. It was in a IRA. Oh, that could be interesting with the IRA, but then again, like I'm having the same thing. Anytime I try to load up Kenview, it's like nothing loads up. So like even on like my it loads up on TD Ameritrade, but when I try to load it up on my what's it called, on my E-Trade, it just says 0. Like look, it says NVIDIA anytime, and it says 441. It doesn't show me Kenview trading price. It's actually very weird. Parago 39, Amgen on the high. High-low ticker is kind of balanced, but you've kind of recovered a quarter here, or 0.1% from the bottom. Let me see. I'm going to try to sell one Kenview share, see if it lets me. Yeah, it has the price when I enter it in. No, I can, I think. It's just a glitch or something, but that's weird that it's happened. I thought it was just on E-Trade, but then it also happened on my TD Ameritrade too. Monday.com price target raised to 205 from 180 by Loop. Again, what's it called? Trisha just got a price target increase. SPY's been working its way up. I mean, guess what? You guys know it's only been like an hour and 15 minutes. So, like, we're not even at Euro close yet. You still got like 50 minutes till Euro close. You got 19 million volume on the SPY. Bonds are up just under a quarter. NASDAQ down 0.79. SPY down 0.8. And the Dow down 0.75. Very interesting day. You could buy and sell just to share. I just don't know, like, it just does not show up in my account. So all I see is my shares, but it doesn't even give me the value that it's worth. So like everything is blank for me. So if you could sell it though, like I'm saying, I was about to sell. As long as you could do that, you're good. I think Wheels Up is halted. I don't know. I think it's related to the investigation, or the investigation. The refinancing stuff. Good cover? Good cover on what? My TD says Kenview W. Kenview W would be a warrant, but either way. Oil will be back to 60, 70. Might be. Oh, your ES short? Nice. This channel suggests what you should trade? No. I just yell at you to save 10%. And then, like, if anything, in a world where there's not too many voices of reason, sometimes I just tell you not to gamble here and just buy a share instead of options sometimes. Other than that, it's literally just me yelling at you to save money and like just like build out your like future while telling you certain things that are happening in the short term right now. So honestly, I don't know how you take that, but that gets very effective. Like in the sense that, you know, like if you got your strategy down, you're trying to learn some stuff too. It's good to have somebody in the back of your head. You'll get 10%, you'll get a long term, and then you'll know what's happening. I promise you. We won't miss anything happening on the day, but that's it. Wheels up to get 350 million investment, avoid bankruptcy. Does that mean I hit? It'll probably be there. Again, if you bought Wheels Up when I did, I sold out because I moved it to Tisha. That was great because no matter which one you ended up getting, you got 50% literally. But it's already up 30, 40%. So if they do good off of that, you should get a nice bag on Wheels Up. Do you drop Bill? No. I have Bill again in my long term. Do you count 10% into a 401k as a long term? You can. I mean, it doesn't offer the same liquidity, but yeah, I say your 401k, but don't use that as an excuse though to gamble away the rest of everything else. Rad news. There hasn't really been any news on Rite Aid. Have I looked at Blackline BL? No, I've not. What's up with it? I think the best play somebody has brought to my attention recently has been Scott's Miracle-Gro. SMG. That's been the only one where someone's like, Josh, have you seen this? Would you buy this? This has been the only one where I'm like, yeah. I don't know if you've noticed, but this has been the only one where I'm like, oh yeah, he's like, I could get behind that one. Every other one, it's like, wait a little bit. I still think you should wait. I'm not buying this yet, but out of any of the plays, I'd say Scott's Miracle-Gro is probably the better one that I've been presented with. I have seen Open, but I don't know if I like Open Door. Like I'm saying, I like Redfin, but like Open Door, they don't really have like a platform like Redfin. Again, I don't think people shop for open houses on Open Door. And then again, it's like I was doing a lot better than them as far as flipping houses. Now, granted, my scale wasn't the same, but quite frankly, I would take Zillow over Open Door, but I just think Zillow's too expensive. I think Redfin at a dirt cheap price, call it a day. But then again, like I don't know if I don't know, Open Door technologies, AI, house cash buying, shit like that. They already fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not, and it sucks because they were hot during the hottest real estate market. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so unfortunate is that like if you were a real estate company and in these last couple years you did not take advantage of the hottest real estate market in the world, unfortunately, I could still like you, but it's like, do you see what I'm saying? It's not going to be I feel like execution-wise, you kind of dropped the ball. And like if that was your moment of growth, you know what I'm saying? Like Redfin, at least, they fucked up at the back end, but at least they caught some of the growth. Again, Zillow, Open Door did catch some of it too, but then like it was just they took a beating off of all of it. So I think it's a decent company, but it's just not. I'm not really going for them right now, if not ever, probably. Let alone they do have that premium. Open Door scares me. They for sure lost $150,000 on the house they bought from me. Yeah, it's crazy. Where is it? Where is Fed Kashkari speaking? The Q&A? Oh, what the fuck? They took the website down? Commercial paper. J&J decision. There's a couple. They're going to pretty much determine, I think, how much Kenview, the J&J holders get. DCTH, bro. That was the sketchy one I didn't take. That one's going, though. That kind of reminds me of Trisha from yesterday. Remember, that one was like a little bit more sketch. And then Abivi's back on the high. I own Q. Bro, Abivi's low-key been like climbing up pretty good. Again, 130 to 150. Abivi's made quite the climb there. Let me see. CLS K-pop. I'm seeing for Neil Kishkar. I haven't got any headlines. I had a link to him going live, but then it disappeared. It literally was on the Fed website, and then it just said 404 not found. You sold Open Door your house for $625,000, and they sold it for $450,000. Wow, that's good though. I mean, again, remember I was telling you that I had a house flip that I bought it cheap, and then I was gonna sell it just to Open Door, just because I was like, why the fuck would I flip it when they could just buy it from me? They were gonna give me like $100,000, like less than I thought I would have made, but then I didn't have to do anything. But then I ended up flipping it. You have anything for rent near Rancho Cucamonga, Ontario? No. I think I got San Bernardino, but it's kind of ratchet in that one. I have a property. It's not a nice property. HD selling off. And then I have a couple in Temecula opening up. Or Temecula, Marietta, even Hemet. But if you want anywhere there, I think I have one unit in all of those places coming available in the next month or two. Rite Aid. Yeah, I'm glad the options went down. Again, a couple of things, but we'll see if this all continues. Rancho on Saturday, baby. California. Coming home. August clapping my LT. It's okay. It will come back. And hopefully, like I'm saying, I'm glad we got cash. We don't have enough cash, but shit, I'm glad we at least saved it up instead of trying to buy these half-ass lows. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying is just everybody's like, should we buy this? Should we buy this? But I'm like, nah, let's wait a little bit because if we could get something good, we'll be straight. Do you ever buy 2-bedroom? Oh, I buy everything, dude. Again, it just all depends on what it is, but the more bedrooms, the better utility. But yeah, as long as I go for value, I don't really go for anything else. How do you spell Tisha? T-S-H-A. It's called Taisha Therapeutics. I call it Trisha. You could say Taisha, but it's good. Just be careful. It's up. Again, it's up like 100% since we bought it, I think. So I already took my bag off of it, but just be careful there. Nibbled a little bit. Everyone keeps bringing it. So O is on the list as well. That's why I'm like, hey, there's a reason why we got cash. But you guys realize O has gotten its knees taken out? So that's like another if anything, O is a little bit more uglier than MPW now when you look at it there. But it's like there again, obviously I'm speaking on short term. But again, real estate and a lot of these things got murdered. Oh, it's clapped. Very clapped. IONQ is going crazy. This thing's at 8. Didn't we trade this at like 11? Damn, or 10? Yeah, that thing's still at $16. And then Genrac's coming up. Any books? I'm new to this. I mean, are you trying to learn the right way, or do you just like want to learn? Like, I don't know. Have you ever seen me buy the Berkshire Hathaway share? Like, you know, like we could buy and flip shit. Like, you could just buy something, sell it. If it goes up, you make money or you lose money. You know what I'm saying? But here's the deal. It's like if you really want to learn about investing, this goes back to, again, like I yell at you and tell you to save money. Go read a book called The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. And Mr. Benjamin Graham, he was the mentor to Warren Buffett. So Benjamin Graham taught Warren Buffett everything he knows. And it's a book written by Benjamin Graham, and I encourage you to read it. It's very dry, it's very dense. However, it's probably the best investment book in the world. I guarantee you, if you give it as much effort as you would to reading Wall Street Bets, it's not going to be as entertaining. But like if you like actually read through it and listen to what is being guided and the information that's being conveyed, you will learn a lot. And I'm telling you, it will actually set you up with a sound fundamental framework of making emotional decisions, and that is the key that he discusses. But a sound financial framework is or intellectual framework is very, very important. You have to read it. I have an audio book and it was easier. Yeah, audio's a very good idea if you don't want to read it, but it's a good thing to do. If real estate is doing this bad, why is Buffett buying home build? It's not. That's just it. Just unfortunately, I'm worried just like whenever people do, again, when they start losing jobs or just like real estate has showed us, once people freak out, they will disappear really quickly in real estate. However, I think it goes back to what I told you years ago. Look at the population, look at the 70s, and look at it just all. If you don't think real estate is doing what the 70s are at this point, God bless you. I told you this 3 years ago, but it's simply that's what's happening. It seems like, but it just like interest rates. If most people have low interest rates locked in as a company or as a mortgage, it doesn't matter what's happening, and that's why it's like even then, it's like why would anybody sell? I'll even tell you right now what's like, and this is what I tell you every time. Every time a chat asks me, they're like, Josh, I want to sell my house. Not only do I say you should sell it to me or just, use a cold real estate agent, but here's the thing. The problem is that it's like, it's not really, not I blanked. What was I saying before that? I just blanked so heavy. Kashkari could be speaking, but I don't see any headlines. Oh, I know what I was saying. I was telling you before you sell your house. Yes, you're gonna ask. You wanna sell it to me, or sell it to a real estate agent. But here's the deal. With interest rates now, and where most people have it, what do I tell all of you? I tell you before you go to try to sell your house, you should probably go to rent it out first. There is a higher likelihood now with interest rates that most homeowners will become landlords before they become sellers. That's all it. Why? Because your interest rate is so much lower, you are legitimately going to give up a once in a 10, 15, 30-year opportunity to ever have your interest rate that low. And then if all of these prices are up, it doesn't make sense why you would sell it. So unless you need the money, like death, relocation, there's only a couple instances that are bringing houses on the market right now. But it's just like most even homeowners are more likely to become a landlord than they are a seller. What time is it? 25 minutes? 25 minutes till Euro close? What if you own the house you want to sell, like no mortgage? That makes it a little easier, but then again, why wouldn't you rent it out? So it's just like, and then if the interest rates go lower too, but the question you're going to ask yourself is like, can I replace this asset for the same price, same area or not? Like that's what you get. If you sell it, can you buy a similar house? If there's no mortgage, that's going to be your next question. So then how are you finding sellers? You don't find a lot of them. I mean, that's it. Like I'm finding deals, but it's not like it's not what it was. I mean, the era where I was, again, every other year before, I still get leads and I get deals, but every year before that is always bigger. It's just, I'm telling you, the unfortunately, you always get your deals, but it's like what it was earlier, it was way, way crazier. So there's still sellers here every now and then, but you have to find out for what price. So that's what makes the difference too, because some people now, you'll find the sellers, the question will be at the price. I'm very conservative, but you know, that's why some people will just take it no matter what it is. Your brother-in-law thought about renting since his rate is so low, but he'd have to sell. So like how much would he make if he rented out the property? JP Morgan, HE on the low, kind of flushing. JP Morgan's low-key dying. It's not telling me the percentage. And then HE, another leg down, bro. It continues down another 8. But see how much he'd get from the property. But like, why does it? Your brother-in-law could theoretically rent out the house, and then it might be cheaper for him to rent wherever he wants to live. So again, he keeps his property, keeps the low rate, and then he could go live and rent wherever he wants for work. And then again, rent should be cheaper than owning right now. So if you owned earlier, where you're lower, where now your price gives you a net profit on your rent, when you go to rent, now you could get a discount. I think real estate will come down. I mean, the hard reality, unfortunately, that we all need to accept, even myself, because I'm mad I didn't take advantage of it more. It already dropped in the last 8 months, 9 months, 12 months. That's it. Just unfortunately, mother effers got their drop. It wasn't as big as they wanted, but it did last for a long time. But the drop already happened. So in a weird way, it's like when we're looking at real estate right now, some of these prices are very expensive, but there was a little bit of relief. Not sure. Well, see, I mean, you could email us. I could send it to a co-real estate agent, but, you know, again, like I'm saying, even without an agent or anything, for him to figure it out, just have him, like, see what the rentals go for, like on Craigslist and Zillow, see what he could rent that house for. If it would cover his mortgage and give him a little extra, then he's just making, like, you know, an extra car payment for free, and then he could go find wherever he wants to rent, where he's going to move. So it's just an option. He doesn't have to do it, but like I'm saying, most people who come to me and they're like, I own a house with a mortgage rate at 3, I'm just saying it would be very foolish to sell it. So if you could find a way to keep it, rent it out, get your new home that you want for wherever it is, then you'll be good to go. Oh yeah, inflation's still too high. Kishkari says the question is if we've done enough or do we need to do more. He says we've been surprised by the economy's resilience. Let me see if I could get it again. Oh, there it is. They took it down. I got it now.
Of over-communicating, creating a safe environment,
Awful lot of
and leading by example. Every one of us can say it. What I found in life is that it's harder to practice. And so I try to practice these very basic principles. But like I said, it's not brain surgery, it's not rocket science. It's very basic principles that I think most of us can agree with.
So that was a very troubling time for our nation, tremendous amount of uncertainty. What did you learn from Hank Paulson?
Hank, I'm a huge fan of. He's a dear friend. He was the Treasury Secretary. I got to come in and work for him and learn from him. He's a doer. He would, if you're taking on a crisis, first of all, you want Hank Paulson with you or leading. He would much rather fail trying lots of things than fail having not tried everything, given the stakes, the potential financial collapse for the U.S. economy. He also didn't care whose idea it was. It was your idea, my idea, Republican idea, Democratic idea, who cares? Just get all the good ideas on the table, let's consider them, and let's try all the best ideas we possibly can. Don't worry about credit, worry about actually achieving our collective mission. And he worked tirelessly and he delegated to his people that he trusted. So I learned a lot from Hank Paulson.
Obviously, the work of the Fed on a national basis needs to be bipartisan. And how do you guys navigate those waters in a world where it's very polar and it seems almost inescapable?
Yeah, a few things. One is the goals that I described, I talked about are dual mandate. So stable prices and maximum employment. Those goals were created by the United States Congress and assigned to us. So we've said, okay, we've got our mission from Congress, and ultimately we are accountable to the American people because we are accountable to their elected representatives in Congress. So if you went to an FOMC meeting, it's really interesting. The deliberation that goes on in those meetings, first of all, it's all on a transcript. So 5 years later, they're released. So, academics and the press can study them. You cannot figure out who's a Republican and who's a Democrat based on the analysis and the comments that they're making in that meeting. So for the 5 years before the pandemic, I was one of the most quote-unquote dovish members of the committee. I argued for low interest rates because inflation was low and there seemed like there was still slack in the labor market. Then when the pandemic hit and inflation took off, I became one of the more hawkish members of the committee. Well, wait a second. Aren't you once a dove, always supposed to be a dove, or once a hawk, always supposed to be a hawk? Well, I and my colleagues were each objectively looking at the data, looking at it against the goals that we've been assigned by Congress, and making the best call that we can. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's number one. Number two, we all work hard to reach out to our elected representatives on both sides of the aisle, to meet with them and share with them, here's what we're doing, here's what we're looking at, what are you hearing from your constituents? So I routinely, after an FOMC meeting, will take an extra day, go to Capitol Hill, and go meet with our elected federal representatives. Republican and Democrat, doesn't matter. I try to visit with everybody at least once a year just to make sure that we have an open line of communication and they know what we're seeing. And if they got questions, they can always call me. And when I meet with folks on both sides of the aisle, the feedback that I get is real appreciation of the outreach, and they know that it's genuine. And so these are very basic things that we try to do to try to make sure that we are earning and maintaining the public's trust.
So your professional career is very accomplished, notwithstanding your role with the Minneapolis Fed. So why would you want to lead the Minneapolis Fed, and how do you go about landing in that position? Is that an appointment? Is that something that that you pursue? Can you just share a little bit with us about that? Maybe I'm more interested in that than anybody.
What I learned in my 3 years in Washington, D.C. was that public policy really matters. If you want to help 1,000 people, get involved in a nonprofit, donate to a charity, that's wonderful. I encourage it. If you want to help 1 million people, or 10 million people, or 100 million people, you can only do that by moving the public policy levers of the nation, or the world, potentially. And so that I saw the power of that when public policy goes amiss, or when public policy is brought successfully to bear, in that case, to battle a crisis. And so the reason I ran for office in California was I wanted to contribute to public policy again. That was a way to do it. I was contacted, I didn't win, obviously. I was contacted by the board of directors of the Minneapolis Fed when they were conducting a search for a new president They hired all 12 reserve banks have independent boards of directors of business and civic leaders from the region. They hired a national search firm. That search firm contacted me because of both my private sector experience, but also my public policy experience. They thought I would be a good candidate. I came in and interviewed for the job and ultimately was selected almost 8 years ago.
Awesome. So since there's a lot of Minnesota folks in the room, how does the Fed impact, so to speak, state policy? Is it minimal? Is there influence there? How does that work?
Mostly through our research. So we do research on a lot of different topics that are important to the economy, some of which are implemented locally, some of which are implemented at the state level, some of which can be implemented federally, some of which aren't implemented at all. But our economists pursue topics that they think are of interest and importance, and then they do their research, and then they publish their research. And sometimes local or state officials will ask questions, say, hey, my staffer read this article you guys wrote, can you come and give us a briefing? So I'll give you an example. And sometimes we're invited to do research. So for example, the cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul a few years ago voted to raise their minimum wage to $15 an hour over time. And it was controversial. Not everybody agreed with that. Well, they asked the Minneapolis Fed to conduct a long-term economic impact analysis of what does this lead to? Like on one hand, you say, well, it should be good because wages are going to go up for workers. But other research has said, well, that may be true, but if jobs are lost, maybe workers are no better off. So it's actually an open research question. So we agreed to do the study, and we're doing an 8-year study. We're not taking a position on whether raising the minimum wage is good or bad. We're simply saying we're going to analyze what are the effects using the best research methods that we can. And then I went to the governor and the state legislators, and I said, if you really want us to do this research to the best of our ability, we need access to confidential state data on workers, on businesses, on wages. We'll keep it confidential, but this will help us to do the analysis to the best of our ability. And they said yes. And so they've given us access. They passed a state law, actually, to give us access to data so that we could do this research. So this is an example. We have no opinion. We're not taking a position on raising the minimum wage, but we want to analyze this because we think it's an important open question, not just for Minneapolis and St. Paul, for the state and for the country.
So since we touched, say, more on a local, how you can impact on a local basis, how does the Fed, maybe this is on a nationwide basis, look at just the world dynamics, what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, China. We have some of our international colleagues with us today. I'm sure that they would be interested in, how, whether it's Western Europe, how our different economies interact and how we communicate and some of the things that are going on, how that impacts your thinking and the Fed's in general in the thinking.
So we have a team of economists. First of all, the Minneapolis Fed has a brilliant team of economists here locally, some of whom have a lot of international expertise. And there's a team of international economists, among others, in Washington, D.C., completely focused on what's happening around the world. The reason we care so much is because what happens around the world affects us. We're not on an island by ourselves. If China is going into recession, that's going to have an effect on companies in America that supply and sell into China. Or that could have an effect on our ability to source materials from China. We saw in the COVID pandemic, I'm sure this affected you all, supply chain disruptions. Those were not just domestic. Those were global supply chain disruptions that had profound impact on the U.S. economy. Same thing when Russia invaded Ukraine. Not only was it a human tragedy, it was quite an economic shock, upending commodity markets and energy markets that affected economies all the way around the world. So we pay a lot of attention to that because it's an input into what's happening in the U.S. economy. So we have very sophisticated computer models that try to forecast where the U.S. economy is going. They have inputs from around the world. If China is growing faster, that means that'll change the trajectory for America. If Europe's in recession, that'll change the trajectory for America. So we care a lot about what happens around the world.
How much reshoring are we really seeing in the U.S. based on, you know, a lot of the issues associated with supply chain that we saw during the pandemic, but also because of some of the strife that we're seeing. You know, people talk a lot about it. You know, what do you see from your perspective? Is there a tremendous amount of reshoring coming back? Is there manufacturing? Is that a good place for companies like ours to, the right end markets for us to participate in? What do you guys see?
I see some reshoring going on. My guess is most of it is being driven in the sectors that are subsidized by the government to say, hey, this is a critical sector, say semiconductors. We don't want all of this exposed to China, and we're going to give you money if you build a factory here in America. More than that, I see friendshoring, as they call it, which is, you know, a lot of companies woke up during the pandemic and said, oh my gosh, we didn't realize just how concentrated we are in this one country or this one series of countries, and we need to diversify that supply just for business resilience sake. So I would anticipate a lot more, you know, friendshoring businesses can do basically without subsidies. They'll just do it because it's in their own business interest to do so. I think that my guess is that's going to be where the bulk of the action is, rather than everything coming from, let's say, China all the way back to America. I can imagine it going China to the Philippines, to India, to Vietnam, to Japan, to other friendly nations that we have good relationships with around the world.
How do you?
I'm just curious. Is that consistent with what you deal in markets around the world? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you know, it's interesting. Like the opportunities from a semiconductor perspective for our businesses are really robust in the U.S. right now, and I don't know how much of that, to be honest with you, is a direct result of some of the challenges that we've seen over the course of the last couple of years, or if it was just inevitable and kind of part of the plan in the first place. I've talked to some of our customers about that. It's actually even like the CHIP Act. When I think about the CHIP Act, based on what was going on in our business, like our customers in that space were already spending.
I see.
And it almost feels like it was unnecessary,
Interesting.
the additional 30 billion that they would have spent the money anyways. But that's from my perch, and that's not necessarily data driven.
He says something.
Just, based on what we were seeing from a
None of this is going to move the market, too. I'm just listening. I didn't have caffeine today. I was chilling. Y'all wanted to listen to it, but we'll see.
In general, seems to be strong. You know, pharmaceutical, food.
He just said, he was like, we were already spending money before $35 billion in stimulus. So
I grew up on the Iron
I don't know
Range.
why y'all did that.
I don't admit that to many. And but one of the products that we buy a lot of is steel pipe. And so we track, you know, like hot rolled coil, you know, from a
Eli Lilly on the high. Yeah, that weird like audio thing in the background. It's kind of nice.
Perspective, and it's,
feels,
you know, how
feels
it's gonna
vintage.
Impact our business. It's
feels nostalgic.
Come down significantly over the last period of time. But how do you view like the administration's policies around tariffs on, you know, imported steel and things like that? Do you guys take a position on that? Do you guys influence that, or is that just really driven directly by the White House?
No, that's definitely the domain of the White House, the executive branch and the legislative branch. Congress and the White House decide those things. We take them as an input.
Again, coming back down here now.
Changes tariffs on a certain good.
So you've moved through. You hit off that new low of the week, bounced up to just under 44.60, and now we're back below 44.54 now.
Steel, if you raise tariffs
Mr.
on
Patel,
steel,
hello.
that's going to increase costs for the industries that use steel as an input here in America. So for us, we don't take a position on it, but we analyze it because it can affect the trajectory of the economy.
So ultimately, I'm going to lead to a question. I see Patrick sitting over there, who's our real estate guru. But you know, with some of the, you know, mid-sized bank failures that we've seen in our country recently, how does the Fed assess bank health? You know, say for the mid-sized banks, and then maybe how do you look at bank health as it relates to, say, some of the bigger players, the JP Morgans and those folks?
Well, we have bank supervisors, the Minneapolis Fed, that are supervising many of the banks in our region, and all 12 reserve banks have those. And then we have a team in Washington, DC
Italy's
that
deputy
oversees
prime
that
minister
area
pushes
make
to
sure that
water
there's
down bank
consistency across
windfall
the country
tax.
and how
Financial
banks are
Times.
supervised. So the regional bank failures that you saw in March,
Oh, still
Silicon
getting
Valley
some
Bank,
headlines?
a few others, was really driven because
Interesting.
some of these banks got a huge flood of deposits in the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic. So their business customers, their individual customers had a lot of money, had a lot of cash. They went to the bank, they deposited the cash. And then when you go to your bank and you deposit money in your bank,
We're doing this
the
again.
bank has to then turn around and do something.
All right,
with the
he'll
dollar.
probably finish by the time I'm done saying it. But like, is it me, or is it that like lately the way that we answer how we respond to problems is by explaining the problem from the first step every time? Yeah, I got a solution, but how did you get here? What happened? It was during the pandemic, and these banks came in.
And hopefully they're
and then-
scrutinizing that borrower
and then,
to make good home loans so that your money is safe. Well, some of these banks.
No, it's
saw a flood
everybody.
of
It's like
deposits
every
come in
like every
because of
banking
the pandemic
situation
and coming
before
out of
they.
the pandemic,
It's never
and they
like
weren't
about
able
what's
to
like
turn
changed.
around
They gotta
and
like
make
we gotta
good
start from
loans
the
with it
beginning
fast enough.
and tell
So
you
what do they do with
about
the money?
how it happened.
Well, they said, okay, well, I'm going to buy treasury bonds because treasury bonds seem like a safe place to put money.
He's still explaining held to
They're
maturity.
mostly
That's
safe.
why
The
I
treasury
paused.
bonds price can go up and down.
He's
with
explaining
interest
the whole
rates. So they had
banking
a
thing
lot
from
of
step
treasury
one.
bonds.
So sometimes you
interest
guys
rates
are
went
like,
up
Josh, you
quickly,
have
the value of
patience.
those
I know,
treasury
but like
bonds
this,
fell,
he's
and
starting
now all of a
over.
sudden they
Now,
owed
granted,
money
he only
to
has
their
to do it like
depositors
once every month
that
and a
in some
half.
cases exceeded the
But,
value of the bond,
yeah.
so they had losses that they were
It's a
facing.
very big
So
context.
this is a very simple explanation, but this happened. Depositors got spooked in the case of Silicon Valley Bank and said, hey, I want my money back. I'm afraid you may not be able to pay all of us back, so I want to be the first one to get my money back, because if I'm the last one, I might get left holding the bag, so to speak. And that led to a run on the banks. And then that led to concerns for regional banks around the country, and the Federal Reserve and the FDIC had to step in very aggressively to stabilize the banking system. So we are intensely scrutinizing regional banks, community banks, large banks who might have similar risks. We think on average the banking system is stable. On average the banking system is well capitalized.
On
there are a
average?
handful of banks that are getting more scrutiny.
That's
from
a
us
new
than
way to
others.
put
They
it.
have more of
He
the
said, on
situation.
average, we're sounding
There was a big wake-up
resilient.
call for banks all
I
across
never
the
heard.
country
Nah,
that,
on average,
hey,
we're chill,
it's
bro.
not
On
only Silicon
average.
Valley Bank that faces some of these risks, that they need to look at their portfolio
That was
very
a-
carefully.
Maybe that's
The
why
good
we're
news
getting
is
the credit
some of
downgrade. And
the
then
deposits
NSC.
that were
Did
flowing,
you guys read this? This is the
have
longest down streak
stabilized.
since
And
2000.
by the way, most community banks have much higher levels of capital.
There's a headline. It
than
says
bigger banks
Kashkari
do,
were
which is a
intensely
curious fact.
scrutinizing banks. You just
So
heard
most
that.
community banks didn't face any
Then he said, on
political
average, you're
pressures in
sounding
this way.
resilient.
It really seemed to be more concentrated in the regional banks. So right now, it seems like things are quite stable. The banks have gotten
No,
through
on
this
average
reasonably
means
well.
that means there's a couple
Now,
of
the risk
outliers,
is
if anything.
that if inflation is
Or
not
there's some-
completely under control,
Saying everybody's
and
good
we
except
have
a
to
couple of
raise rates
people.
further from here to bring it down, that
like,
they
do
might
we
then
know
face
about them
more
already?
losses than they currently face today, and these pressures could flare up again in the future. We're not seeing that today. Seems like things are stable today. Things are calm. That's good news. But I'm not yet comfortable to say, hey, it's all clear, because we have not yet got inflation all the way back down to our 2% target. And that ultimately is what's going to determine whether or not there may
No,
be
this
more
shouldn't move the
flare-ups
market.
from
I'm going to go
the
pee in a
banking.
second. Again,
So you may not
he's
wanna
a
touch
voter.
this question,
Everybody wanted to listen
I
to
thought
it,
I'd
but
ask you anyways.
I mean,
So is,
sadly, the Fed
you know,
is
when I
using the
think
same
about these
language
bank-
as the Russian central
central
bank.
bank
So now I'm
failures
just lost.
and the
So let me go
government's
pee.
stepping
Follow me
in,
on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
How much
I
of
love
it
you. Good
would
morning.
attribute
Smile.
to just the
It's a
rapid
good day.
rise of
You're
the interest
blessed.
rates? How much
You're
of it would
alive. You know that? Breathe in real quick,
attribute
too.
to poor leadership,
Take it all in, baby.
at
Take
the
it all
bank?
in.
And is there?
And if you ever
a
get
component
bothered
of
by
it that
anything
would
on the
be,
screen, just
the
remember, all you got to
regulations?
do is just
Yeah, I
start
would
cheering
say
with
all
it,
of the above.
and everything changes.
No question.
So, and next
that
time,
some
just
banks
some banks,
did not manage their risks.
they did not.
appropriately.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
talk to
fuck
other
yeah.
banks and they
That's what I'm
say,
talking about. You see,
"How
just
is
get
it
hype with it.
possible
All right, I
this
love you.
bank
God bless
took
you. I'll
on
be right
this
back.
much interest rate risk? This is like banking 101. How could they have done that? So absolutely, first and foremost, it was a failure of management. That failure of management was exposed because interest rates rose quickly in a way they had not expected. So if you had not had that interest rate move, the failure of management may not have revealed itself. And then you also had a failure of bank supervision all at the same time for not watching closely enough or coming down hard enough or fast enough on when banks were taking some of these risks. So I think all of the above is my assessment.
Do you expect to see more government regulation in banking as a result of this?
I do. There's been a proposal put forward by the Board of Governors to raise the capital requirements on banks that are $100 billion or more. What does that mean, capital requirements? This is the buffer that banks have to cover their losses. The more buffer they have, the safer they are. But the more buffer they have, the less profitable they are. So banks don't like this. So there's a proposal that I think is very thoughtful to raise the capital requirements on banks that are $100 billion and above. So it won't affect community banks. It will affect mid-sized banks and large banks. I think that's very positive. My own personal opinion is it doesn't go far enough. I think it's a step in the right direction, but I would like to go significantly further. But I'd rather celebrate a modest, take the modest win and hope for doing more in the future. So I do think it's a step forward.
And just for the crowd, I'm assuming when you talk about increasing that buffer, and the reason that they don't like it is because you can't put those funds to work.
Correct.
With other loans and other things that are going to make the bank more money.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. So one of the questions we get a lot from the investment community is around our exposure to commercial real estate. And there's a lot of concern as it relates to all of the commercial real estate loans that are going to be coming due and have to be refinanced here, in the next, say, 12 to 18 months. Some of that associated with, what are the vacancy rates as people are not necessarily returning to the office the way they were before the pandemic. What do you see, and what do you see actually as it relates to the commercial real estate market, and then how is that potentially going to affect some of these regional banks?
Yeah, we look at commercial real estate quite a bit because a lot of regional banks are heavily exposed to commercial real estate. The biggest weakness in commercial real estate is the one that we're all well aware of, which is the office sector. So commercial real estate's a big sector. It includes office among many other things, shopping malls, other retail, can be industrial uses as well, warehouses. The office sector is under challenge because of the pandemic, because of remote work, because people are working, let's say they're coming back to the office 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week, et cetera. So those risks are well understood. We don't think that by itself is big enough to impact the U.S. economy as a whole. There will be some lenders that have a lot of exposure to office, but generally most lenders, I would say, are not highly exposed to office. In some cases, it could be insurance companies that are also exposed to office. So we're also paying attention to insurance companies. Many of the other parts of commercial real estate are holding up very well. I mean, we're right around the corner from Ridgedale Mall, which is my local mall. Every time I go to Ridgedale Mall with my little kids, it's busy. Malls, not all malls are doing well, but a lot of malls are doing well. The malls that were written off as dead, in many cases, they found new tenants to come in and have found new ways of energizing themselves. So I would say on average, commercial real estate's doing okay. Office sector is under pressure because of the COVID recovery, the new work posture, in addition to dynamics that are going on in some downtown cities where people don't want to go downtown anymore. So I think that seems to be a smaller share. Overall, commercial real estate seems to be holding up pretty well. And by the way, the multifamily housing market, where there's a lot of construction going on, that continues to grow. And it if you drive around the Twin Cities, you see these apartment buildings going up all over the place.
So there's a lot of conversation, really in the country about housing or lack thereof. And I happen to sit on the Marvin board for Marvin Windows, and based on projections and slowing environment potentially coming in the housing, new homes being built and everything else. What is the Fed seeing from a rate impact on the housing market, and how is that really affecting our region?
This is one of the biggest surprises in the last 18 months. The sector of the economy that should be most sensitive to our interest rate increases is the housing market, because it directly affects mortgage rates. So mortgage rates, before we started raising rates, were around 3%, 30-year mortgage, and now it's around 7%. That's a big move. It really affects affordability for families who want to go buy a house. I would have thought when we raised rates this aggressively and moved mortgage rates from 3 to 7, that we would have slammed the brakes on the housing market. We haven't. Housing did dip, but it seems like it has bottomed and it is since recovering. The multifamily market has continued to grow. And interestingly,
So
most
that's the crazy
surprisingly to
part.
me,
This is what we've
the
been
number
talking
of
all day
jobs
with
in
real
the
estate.
construction sector has
They're
not
calling
dipped.
it recovering.
I would have thought raising
Just
rates
think
and
about that
raising
for a
mortgages
second.
this aggressively, you would have
They're
seen a
not
lot of
talking about when it's
construction
going to
workers have
crash.
go
They're
find work
talking
in
about
other
it already
sectors.
recovering.
Construction jobs have
Think about
continued to
that.
climb. And so there seems like there's a lot of resilience in the housing market. And what's driving it is basically coming out of the great financial crisis in 2009. We as a country underbuilt.
And now
the
we're
number of
back
units
to
that we needed
2009.
to keep up with population growth and family formation.
Quiet.
And so there's this structural deficit
La la
that we're
la
trying
la
to
la
catch
la
up,
la
and I
la
think
la
that's
la
what's
la
kept
la
up.
la la la
So
la la.
good news overall for the economy. Makes me a
La.
little bit nervous that, hey,
Now
we're
I'm gonna leave
counting
it.
on
Now you're gonna
home,
hear all my farts.
price inflation.
I was unmuted. I
come
was muting
down
it, man. You know
to
what I'm
bring our
saying?
inflation back
I'm
down
gonna
to
hear all the
2%.
water. I'm
If there's this much pent-up demand, you know,
not going
maybe we aren't all the
WD-40
way
my
there yet.
chair.
Do you have a
You hear my
view
chair?
on
No.
how do I ask this question? It's regarding affordable housing.
Are you guys a
Do you have
scam?
a view
Oh
on
no, he wasn't. I
how,
thought he was.
communities can create greater access to affordable housing through
You
know,
sound
real
like
estate development
Sebastian from The Little
you know,
Mermaid.
other types of activities.
Well, thank you.
I do. Wherever
That's
I
the first
go
time I've been
across
called
our
that.
region,
Usually I
the
get
lack
compared
of
to
affordable
Aladdin.
housing is a
So
pressing topic.
I've never
It's
been
not
under the
simply
sea.
lack of affordable housing for
Under the
the
sea.
lowest income communities.
under the sea,
It's also
you
lack
make
of
it hotter
accessible
under the
housing
water
for
when you go
middle-class
pee.
families who
No?
have jobs, and they're like, hey, I got a job, but I can't afford to buy a place. And this is everywhere. It's red state, blue state, red county, blue county, doesn't matter. So what's going on? Why aren't developers coming in to build units if
You've
there
got
are
to
people
kiss
who
the
could afford to
girl.
pay a reasonable amount of money? A lot of it is local regulations have driven up the cost as we've analyzed this.
The squeaky. My
And,
chair hasn't
you know,
squeaked.
where I
I'm
live,
like
I live
moving
in
back
Orlando,
and forth.
not
It's
far
not
from here.
doing that.
We have big minimum lot sizes. We do
This
that
is all
we
because
like
the
it way
guy
back.
just told the ADD kid
that
to
makes
be
it
quiet. I'm
expensive.
sorry, but
And it
yeah,
keeps people out.
I'll go back to we're
And
above
if you go
VWAP.
around the Twin Cities,
I'm
you will
enjoying it.
find
I'm enjoying this.
local
I'm
communities
looking at a
adopting
lot of
lots
other
local
things.
zoning, all
good.
for their own good reasons, that are all ultimately ways of keeping their neighborhoods the way they are. They may not say it that way, but basically people who own their own homes, people like many of you, people like me, like our neighbors' hoods the way they are, and we don't want to build more homes. So we're never this explicit, but we implement local zoning that makes it harder, and it drives up the cost for new construction to come in. I'll give you a very specific example of this. I go out to Montana a lot because it's in my region, and whenever I go to Montana, people are just pulling their hair out saying, oh my gosh, home prices are crazy in Montana. And I look
Wow.
around and I say, wow, there's a lot of land in Montana. Can you help me understand this? Why don't you build over there? Oh, no. We can't build over there. We've got our mountain views. We can't interrupt our mountain views. Okay, why don't you build over there? Oh, no. That's down by the river. We got to keep the river unobstructed. And then, more recently, I've had people confess to me, in Montana, they're really conflicted because they love and hate the show Yellowstone. Why do they love and hate the show Yellowstone? I've never seen it. They love Yellowstone because it shows off the beauty of the region. They love it. They hate it.
You said the exact
Because
same
it
thing.
makes
They all
everyone
do.
wanna
It's
move
all
there.
entertainment. That's it, bro.
They
It's just
don't want more people
it's the
moving
same
to
thing,
Montana.
man.
And if you build
That's why
more
some of
homes,
y'all got to be easy
more
on
people
me.
will
Like
come.
sometimes I
Now,
repeat
you
myself,
cannot
but
prohibit
like,
people from moving
dude,
to
I got to
Montana.
do 7 hours. You know what I'm
You
saying?
can't
Like I
say
got to come with
nobody from
something
California
fresh
is
every
allowed to move
day.
to Montana, though
I
some
can't just
Montanans
like,
would
dude.
like
I
to.
wish I could just keep repeating the
So
same.
instead, you
Fuck
make
it, you guys
fun
want to
of
hear about this?
You
Fuck
don't
it, we're
build
gonna
more
talk
homes.
about China again.
So of all the
Fuck
public
it, now
policy
fuck it, we're gonna
problems that
talk
we
about the
face
long
as a
term. Let's
nation,
go back to
this is
2019
the
again.
one
Fuck it.
that
Let's
is
start from the
totally
beginning.
in our
Fuck this guy.
control to
Let's
do
get
something
everybody
about.
making TD
Because it's
Ameritrade.
largely a
And I'm gonna
self-made
start. We're gonna start like
by
Biden with this
people
one.
not wanting others to build in our neighborhoods.
What do you mean? No, I'm
And when you
building.
get
Where
around
was
that,
your
some
quality?
states have gotten very
Who the
aggressive.
fuck is
and
this?
they could
How
not
does this
get
guy work for
local
the Fed? Fuck.
communities to
No,
do
everybody
this.
build it. Everybody gets a house.
So some states have come
no
in at the
student
state level
loans.
and said, we're going to rezone the state.
Sorry, I'm never going back to
out
meal.
of
I'll do this
local
by myself.
Government's hands.
Sorry.
Because each local government is just doing what's right for them. I'm not advocating that, but this is a self-made problem. And if we really want to address it, we need to address it. And whenever I say this, I get these looks like you all are giving me, like this is a deeply unsatisfying answer he just gave us.
So you talked a little bit about your community leadership, and you authored a bill, I guess, or an amendment with Justice Alan Page around education reform, specifically for Minnesota. Can you talk about talk a little bit about that work that you did with Justice Page, and maybe share a little bit about your views on education and what needs to happen from an education reform and how that can potentially impact our state and region and nation from an economic perspective? I know that's kind of a mouthful.
It's okay. So for a few decades, actually, the Minneapolis Fed has done really important research on education. And why do we care about education? We're not the education department. Because if you want to have more Americans gainfully employed, contributing to our economy, contributing to our workforce, they need education. And it's been true for the last 150 years, and it's only increasingly true going forward, that education and access to quality education from the earliest days of life, frankly, is becoming more and more and more important. So that's why the Minneapolis Fed has cared about education for such a long time. And a lot of times, even before the pandemic, businesses in our region would say, we can't find the workers that we need. And yet, we've got these huge disparities in our economy. We have people who are not accessing the economy, who are not able to access jobs. I'll give you an example. You mentioned early on, the Minneapolis Fed does a lot of work on Indian country. We have a lot of tribes in our region. And the unemployment rate on reservations is often many multiples the unemployment rate off reservation. So I'd go to a meeting of tribal leaders, and they would tell me, our people need jobs. So many of our people are unemployed. The next meeting I would go to would be business leaders who say we can't find workers. I'm saying, okay, there's a disconnect happening here. Why can't we close that gap? A lot of times it does come down to, hey, folks did not get the education to equip them to be able to take the jobs that are available. And so for me, education is, there's a moral aspect to it, there's a fairness aspect to it, but ultimately there's an economic aspect to it, which is if we want our economy, whether it's the Minnesota economy, the regional economy, or the national economy, to reach its full potential, we need to educate all of our people. And what are the barriers that are keeping people out of getting the education that I benefited from as a young person, that I guarantee you my children are going to benefit from, because my wife and I have the means to make sure that they're able to get a terrific education.
And just as important, do a push-up.
What
okay?
would be
your
one
health
or two things
and health education is important. So chat.
The Minneapolis Fed
it's resistance band, push-up band,
nobody would ever
push-up time, weights, whatever.
Like
let me interrupt.
Most
let me
people
interrupt.
Didn't
It's a well-timed interruption. We're a little late, but 13 minutes late is better than not.
Impact. But like, what would be the one or two things that that your organization does that none of us would even think that you would do?
Well, a few of you may know this, but most people find it interesting. All the Federal Reserve banks manage and process all the cash in the country.
The White House having
So
active
we set
conversation
monetary
about
policy.
Biden
We
visiting
ultimately
Hawaii.
determine how much cash is in the economy, and if the economy is overheating, part of the way we raise interest rates is we effectively withdraw cash from the economy, and that taps the brakes in the economy, and vice versa. So if you go to your ATM and you take out money, that money will have started out in our vault. So we have a big vault. We have Brinks trucks coming to and from our vault all day. We have a lot of police, armed police, so take that under advisement.
Why did he say that?
Like all of that. So processing cash. So your bank.
That was weird, bro. Like, are you around?
They will then bring them to us, and we have these giant machines that are called high-speed machines that sort the money.
It's like, just in case you were thinking about
notes,
robbing the Fed,
counterfeit notes,
we got a lot of armed guards, okay?
Soiled and worn-out bills, shreds those,
Yeah,
and replaces them with new notes. So that's a function that touches all of you that you may not have known about. Another thing that we do is we do a bunch of work on behalf of the U.S. Treasury Department. we're what's called a fiscal agent for the U.S. Treasury Department. So it could be that your mom or dad or your grandmother or grandfather bought you a savings bond when you were a kid. Or maybe you bought a savings bond for your son or your daughter or your niece or nephew. And at some point, you want to collect on that savings bond. If you pick up the phone and call the 1-800 number to help get that bond processed, there's a good chance that number is going to get routed to people who work at the Minneapolis Fed.
I thought I could
who
talk
do
to
that
you.
work
That'd be
on
dope.
behalf of the U.S. Treasury Department. And the various Federal Reserve banks do different things on behalf of the U.S. Treasury Department. So we have 1,100 employees. Some of them are examining and supervising.
Bro,
banks.
I've seen this shit at the
Some
mall.
of them are economists.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, but I think it
Some of
is
them are
big
doing
in.
work
Is
on
it big in
behalf of the U.S.
Cambodia
Treasury
or is like somewhere?
Some of them are managing
It's big in
cash,
somewhere
making
in
sure that
Asia.
there's cash in
But
your
I
ATM.
seen this
I'll
at
give
the
you a
San
love of a quick
Diego
story.
Mall, bro.
When the pandemic hit in March of 2020, there
Vietnam,
was
that's
a
what it
huge
is.
demand for cash.
Vietnam is popping.
People were scared. And they said, I just want to have cold, hard cash. So I had one banker in the region who told me one of her wealthy customers came in and said, I want to withdraw $600,000 in cash to put it under my mattress. You can't, if you're the bank, you don't get to say no. It's that person's money. And so they said, okay, well, we need to call the Fed. And we don't have that much money on hand. We need to call the Fed. So my colleagues' jobs was to make sure that in that time of fear, that there was enough cash in the system. So you remember during the pandemic, there was a coin shortage. So you'd go to a store.
So how
and
much
they'd say,
cash did
hey,
you put
please,
in?
Exact change only. There's a coin
4
shortage.
times the
They
amount,
said, call the Fed, and that was annoying.
just in case.
I
4
mean, it was annoying
times.
to get the coin shortage. I didn't
Then we
mind
pay
paying
them
the
not
Fed.
to work.
But imagine
just in
instead
case.
of a coin shortage that was annoying,
That's good. You'll be
there was a
straight.
cash shortage. That's a big deal if there had been a cash shortage. And so my colleagues in our cash department and all around the Federal Reserve System worked really hard with the Treasury Department to make sure that there was enough physical cash available to meet everybody's needs. Because it's just like, once you couldn't get toilet paper, all of a sudden everybody wanted all the toilet paper they could get their hands on, and that just exacerbated the shortage. That's what we had to avoid when it came to cash. And toilet paper matters, cash matters more. So that's another thing we do.
Well, I would have brought you my Tupperware thing that I have full of coins because, and given them to you because none of the banks will take them anymore, so you can't get rid of the damn things. And anyways,
Not that many people laughed at that.
artificial intelligence.
That he just pumped Tupperware.
Everybody's talking about it.
No? Okay.
What? How does that? What do you see as the pros? What do you see as the cons? How do
Great
you
conversation.
see that impacting our economy? Do you have an outlook?
I mean, I'm strongly in favor of innovation. Our economy wins over the long term by innovation.
White House, no comment
We
on
out-innovate
Fulton County,
every other
Georgia
major
charges
economy in the
against
world,
Trump and
it's
others.
not even close. So I'm excited about it. So far, I'm skeptical. I've tried ChatGPT, and it's made up nonsensical answers. I mean, the text was beautiful. Verb, noun, adjective, all in the right order. But it was making up answers. So how revolutionary is that? I take everything I hear from Silicon Valley with about 100 pounds of salt. 5 years ago, the best experts in Silicon Valley told us that self-driving cars were right around the corner, and all the long-haul truck drivers are going to need to go back to school to become nurses because nobody was going to need long-haul truck drivers.
Yeah, fuck it.
That's
Just
totally
sign up
wrong.
for UPS.
5
I
years
got you.
later, we've made
Fuck
almost
yeah.
no progress in fully automated
Shit, you
self-driving
make a
cars.
$1 million
I'm not saying we're never going to
your
get there.
fucking dignity.
I believe we will get there.
Fuck
But these
yeah.
things tend to take a lot longer than the enthusiasts in Silicon Valley tell us. So I'm excited about it. I don't think it's going to lead to rapid elimination of jobs. My best guess is individual jobs will figure out that, hey, this can help me do things faster. That's great. Like I've heard anecdotes that some software developers, they can go and the AI can give them a first draft of their code. Super. Get a first draft of the code and then work with that, and maybe you'll become a much more productive software developer. I hope so. So I'm excited about it, but I think it's going to take a while.
So one more question going right back to inflation, and then maybe we'll see if there's, in our last few minutes, if anybody in the audience has any questions for you.
Okay.
Like what does the Fed need to see? What indicators do you need to see specifically to stop, raising rates? And then adding on to part B of that question would be, What do you expect, and when do you expect to see rates start to decline?
So we have a 2% inflation target, and the most recent data is that there are a bunch of different measures of inflation. The one that we focus on the most is called the PCE, Personal Consumption Expenditures, and the headline is around 3%, but the headline moves around a lot because of energy prices, oil and gas. The core is around 4.1% is the most recent data that came out. We need to get that back down to 2%. Now, the good news is the last couple of inflation readings have been positive. They're suggesting to us that inflation is, in fact, coming down towards our 2% target. I want to see convincing evidence that inflation is well on its way back down to 2%, and then we can allow it some time to run. We don't need to get it there tomorrow. We can allow it to gradually get there over time. What we have to avoid is what happened in the 1970s, is that inflation took off, they raised rates, they thought they had beat it, it started to come down, and then it flared back up again even higher. And then they had to chase it higher, and then they went through that a few times, and then ultimately it led to a very, very deep recession to get inflation back down to its target. So we want to avoid that really bad outcome. So we're seeing some positive signs. Are we done raising rates? I'm not ready to say that we're done, but I'm seeing positive signs that say, hey, we may be on our way. We can take a little bit more time to get some more data in before we decide whether we need to do more. In terms of cutting rates, I think we're a long way away from cutting rates because core inflation is still around 4%. It's still around twice of what our target is, and we need to be confident that it's all the way going back down to 2%. There is going to be a dynamic soon, next year, sometime when, when inflation, let me back up. We think it is not what is called nominal rates that directly affect the economy, but real rates. Interest rates net of inflation. So if inflation falls and the nominal rate stays the same, the real rate goes up. So if we leave our nominal rate where it is and inflation falls, that in a sense means we're still tightening policy because real rates are still climbing. There will come a point in time, we're not there yet, there will come a point in time where one could reasonably argue, hey, maybe we ought to back off the nominal rate just to keep monetary policy at a stable point, not keep tightening. Could that happen sometime next year? It's certainly possible, or the year after that. But we need to see how the data comes in.
How do you? I guess I got another question. What's your view on where the country is at as it relates to being in a recession? Depending, you get all sorts of different data points, right? Depending upon who you talk to. Do you believe that we're going to see a recession, in the back half of this year, early next year? How do you see where the economy is for the country?
The economy right now, by almost all the data, suggests that it's still quite strong. The unemployment rate's around 3.5%, which is near a 50-year low. Wages are still growing. They're slower than it was a year ago. So the labor market is not as absolutely red hot as it was a year ago, but it's still quite tight. It's still not like there's a bunch of labor available. Companies are still having to work to keep their workers and to find new workers. And the economy keeps exceeding expectations in terms of GDP growth, in terms of consumption. I don't know how many of you got on an airplane to come here. My guess is it was probably full. Every time I get on an airplane, it's full. Restaurants continue to be packed. Taylor Swift is having no challenges selling out her concerts. So by these measures, it seems like the fundamentals of the economy are still very strong. So I don't see any evidence that says we have a recession around the corner. Now, the big question mark is, or the asterisk that I would put next to that, is that monetary policy can often hit the economy with a lag. So we've raised rates by 5.5%. Mortgage rates moved up right away. But some of the other effects can take 6 months, 9 months, a year or more to work their way into the economy. So might there be more slowdown still in the pipeline, so to speak? It's certainly possible, and it's a hard thing to know with any certainty.
Awesome. We probably have time for a couple of questions from the audience. Does anybody have a question they'd like to ask?
We have a microphone here. There's a hand up over there.
I thought the whole room was a microphone. Why did we have this whole feedback then? Which makes no sense.
Hi, thank you for taking my question.
That water
there's been
bottle is
reports
still
coming out
cold.
About deflation in China. I wanted to see,
I don't
do you have
know.
any concerns about
It's an
that?
observation.
And what impacts do you foresee for the global economy and the U.S. economy?
You
Thank
see
you.
that, right?
We're watching China carefully. I've seen the same reports. It seems like China's economy has slowed down quite a bit. And China's a big economy. So if one of the major economies in the world slows down a lot, that will have an effect on global economic growth. I'm not seeing evidence yet of any kind of financial crisis that's going to spill over to the United States. I don't want to prejudge these things. I would say since I've been at the Fed almost 8 years now, there have been a few different instances where China's economy seemed to slow down a lot. The real estate sector seemed to be under a lot of pressure, and they managed to navigate through it surprisingly well. So, we'll see. It's something we're watching carefully, but as yet, it seems like it's macroeconomically significant, but as yet, it does not seem like
Tell me how
big
they
enough to,
navigated it.
bring down the U.S. the global
Shut
economy
your
of the
company
US.
down right now. Fucking, where's Jack Ma?
Hi, this is
Hi.
related to workforce development.
Okay.
I've had the opportunity to participate with you previously in northern Minnesota on a forum related to this topic, and your involvement was very helpful. But you're all over the country dealing with all these forums and discussions with communities and companies.
They
on
navigated
workforce
very well.
development. So you see some of the
50,000 cell
most
phones in Hong
impactful
Kong
initiatives
disappeared.
that are out there. So
What?
it would be great
Oh,
just to hear
shit.
your thoughts on workforce
On
development.
workforce
from the point of view of
development.
what companies should be doing now, and even from the point of view that you've seen what's working the best out there, and we'd love your advice on that.
Well, I'd say a couple of things. One is outside of your control, other than the extent that you could participate in the political process. We need more workers in America. And if you look at all advanced economies are aging. And so if you look at forecasts of our budget deficits over time, our entitlement programs, Social Security and Medicare, are going to go into the red because they're basically funded by current workers paying for current retirees. And as that ratio goes down, then those programs become more fiscally challenged and lead to big budget deficits.
Nah, they don't think you're
for a bunch of
stupid.
reasons, both for the
They're
fiscal
just-
outlook for America, but also to meet the needs of companies, large and small, and farmers. We need more workers. And the only way you can really address that
Yeah, Cam,
is through
calm down,
immigration.
bro. It's okay.
So by the way,
I can't
say this
stop.
for
I
Republicans
can't
and
stop the
Democrats.
bleeding. I
Every
could only
elected leader
teach
I
you
talk
how to
to
bleed.
understands this. The
Anybody
challenges in
listening, not seeing the
politics,
chat, they don't
the
get it.
math
But
is actually very clear.
it's weird.
In my experience, the leaders on both
oh
sides.
no,
of the aisle.
Kashkari making me go crazy.
So that's a macro point that I would make. In terms of workforce development, I think investing in leadership development, we
I
hear
don't
about
have
it a lot
time
from
to
our own
bleed.
workforce. They
That's what
want
I'm
to
talking
feel like
about.
they're being invested in. We do hire from outside the Minneapolis Fed. We also lose people to other great opportunities outside of the Minneapolis Fed. We're sad to lose them, but we're also excited that they have the skills to be able to
Oracle.
contribute to other businesses and are viewed as very capable contributors. So I think, businesses that
Oracle's
invest in
doing
their
good. Again,
people,
there's still a couple
that treat
names
their
up.
people well,
You're doing
that
decent right
challenge
now.
their people, can grow their people.
I mean,
think
we're still
in the end,
down
you're gonna be
30
more
points from the
successful
morning,
in this
but you're above the
competition
third
for
level.
limited
Again, 3
talent.
levels at a time,
So
baby.
the
3 levels
integration
at a
point
time.
and the education point is about increasing the talent pool available, and then it's what do you do as an individual business to go effectively compete for the talent that's available.
Seems like from a workforce development perspective, it's so fragmented that from a business perspective, it's hard to get behind, any single initiative. You have the United Way coming to you, and would you give us $10,000? And you have this next, philanthropic organization coming. Can you give me $10,000? If we could figure out a way to bring these organizations together, that we could have a bigger impact on workforce development, not excluding, like I agree with your comment about immigration. I mean, that's just like one of the most important things for our country to solve. But
one follow-up to what you just said, I have seen examples where local businesses, mid-size, large, partner with local colleges, community colleges, to design programs to meet a very specific need that they have. And by the way, it's not simply that the college needs to do a better job training people. It's also businesses saying, hey, you know what? I don't actually need a 4-year degree for this job. Maybe I only need a 2-year degree. Or in some cases, businesses have said, you know what? For this class of jobs, I actually don't need to do the drug test. Or I don't need to do the criminal background check. It turns out a tight labor market led businesses to reflect on a bunch of their prior assumptions that didn't always hold true. Of course, if you have a truck driver, you want to make sure the
Wait,
truck
Google
driver
unveiled
has a clean
search
driving record,
generative
has been
experience
drug-free,
in
et cetera.
earlier
But for
23.
certain categories of jobs,
Google to
businesses have
expand
been able
use
to
of
relax
AI
these
tools
standards
for search
in
across the
partnership
web.
With investing in
I don't know if
local
this is
sources of
old. I'm
talent,
getting a Google
and that's been
headline.
quite effective.
Google AI headline.
And I know we're going to open this up, and I want to be respectful to your time. So, regarding cannabis, and how do you see cannabis and legalization of marijuana affecting business? You know, we went in and recently changed our drug testing policy, removed THC from the panel, and actually have gotten some.
What's this guy talking about? What?
We also
Drug testing?
eliminated,
What about blow? Do you guys test for
unemployment
blow in the White House?
schemes,
No,
things like
okay.
that. We've actually gotten some
Sorry.
negative blowback from
Oh.
our teammates about that because, basically as an industry, we fought for
Again, something
25
on Google
years
AI
to
dropping right
get
now.
Drug testing.
Google
And
to
then
expand
with the
use of AI
legalization of
tools for
marijuana,
search across the web.
Have really had to reboot that. And I see from my chair, not obviously as educated as you, I see the economic advantages of legalization of marijuana. I also see some significant social related
Bro,
issues. That
I didn't know
concern
this
me.
guy was a
And
pothead. He waited
am
till the
very
end to
concerned about
ask him.
workplace safety. So do you have a view on that? And then we can conclude.
That's it. This whole time, he wearing this suit. This guy fucking blasted, bro. He the real one out of all. Like, he smoked a lot of weed, bro. He waited till the end to be like, so, like, what do you think about legalization now?
Other states that have done it a few years ago. What has been their experience? How have businesses
Like,
dealt with it? What
He's like, we don't even
challenges
test
has
for
it
it anymore,
introduced
dog.
that
I'm
they
just
hadn't
saying,
expected?
like,
So I don't have
and that
any
shit
clear
bringing
answers
mad
to this. I think
money.
it's a
So, like, what
complicated
you got to
topic.
say, and we'll
And
just leave
like
it
the
there.
pandemic, we're going to have to learn from each other. One thing I will say is cannabis is still illegal federally. So from the Minneapolis Fed's perspective, when we supervise banks, banks are not allowed to bank cannabis because they would be banking federally illegal activity. So it creates challenges.
Takes
for
one
the
to know one. Listen,
industries that
man.
are involved in it,
This is my
because
type of
there's a
pothead.
difference
You didn't
between
see
what
that
states
coming,
are
okay?
saying
That's it.
and
So
what
that's
the
why y'all
federal
need to
government
stop
is
telling
saying.
me you getting
And the
high. Shut
Fed,
the fuck
we
up,
have to
okay?
follow the state
You see,
law
because he waited till the end. That's
driving
it. It was
how we
very
supervise
subtle.
banks.
That's all. He didn't
So,
have to tell me
that's just
halfway. Like,
one
he
more
sat
layer
through
of
that boring ass
complexity,
thing too and
that
wasn't
we all
like,
need to figure out.
I'm high.
So,
Nah, he waited with a
with
very
that,
poignant
I'm going to
question
wrap
at the
things
end.
up. And Neil, awesome. And thank you for taking the time to join us today. I so much appreciate your perspective.
Thank you.
And couldn't be more grateful to have you here. So thank you. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
thank you.
Wow. Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. That was great. You guys wanted to listen to it. It was good. We've heard some things of it, but I mean, here's the crazy part, if I could just remind you, is that he is a Fed voter. And just as of lately, you know, a couple weeks ago, I think like 2 weeks ago when we were looking at the curve steepening a little bit, you got to hear, a little bit about the Fed speakers moving the markets. But again, he spoke for a very long time. There was a lot of headlines of his quotes came across. But like, dude, that nothing moves anymore off these Fed speakers. So it's like, again, he's even repeating the same stories. Like I'm saying today, bro, you even have the Central Bank of Russia like repeating similar lines that the Fed has. So again, that's mind blowing to me. I'm gonna get you the quote actually. Let's see what they said. Central Bank on Tuesday for the Kremlin. It's a very, very big article. I want to find you the quote from it, but it's literally the same quote where they were saying they took off future rate hikes off the table and all of that. But hopefully you're seeing here, I mean, central bankers, they're all kind of sounding the same. I don't think until we get Powell that it's not once we hear from Powell, then I think we can move. But then again, in the same respect, if Powell does not give you anything to move the puck or the data does not change the discussion, the conversation, then, I mean, we're back to just, it's the same thing. Again, I still think I think we're in the holding pattern. It's like things have been heating up lately, but, you know, until something changes, we have to see. But so far, central bank narratives in America are not changing. They keep repeating it. I mean, the UK is not changing either, nor the ECB. We're getting these random surprises overseas, though. So even though most of their language stays the same, again, Germany, surprising with that bond thing or the government taxes, then Italy with the windfall tax, and then now we have Argentina and then their currency. It's like you got all these things, again, Japan too, China getting murdered in the process, and then also just what that's doing to bond yields and then the currency. So it's like something's happening as it's not happening, but you know, I don't know, it's like we got to kind of wait, though. It's the second piece of the puzzle, or if you want it to be easy, essentially the central bankers will also kind of shift in unison. And so far, we haven't seen that. That's why I think every time they come to speak, you're not getting that same reaction. And then not to mention, we had some things here to react to. Remember, you had the Japanese data, then the Chinese data, then we had the retail sales here in the morning. That's kind of setting us up. Even HD, you got Target after hours, tomorrow morning. But even HD, they sold off after being up for like 2%. Argentina's economy has been getting murdered since 2000. Yes. I mean, the only big effect for Argentina is commodities. So especially if you're like an EV lithium mother effer, Argentina has way more importance. I wouldn't even care that much. But all I'm saying is just that it meets the theme. It meets my criteria. That's all I care about. And all I'm saying, I don't know if my standard is high or low. You tell me, but all I'm saying is that it's just another week of another borderline European nation doing something surprising with the central bank or government. In this case, so whether it's coincidence or not, it just happened to line up. But it's just that's another country doing a gigantic devaluation and also raising their rates above 100%. Again, just right below 120%. So it just the fact that's happening. So what I'm saying is we'll find out coming into the next day or so, or even into next week. I am. That's why I was saying yesterday, I honestly think credit risk is starting to become worldwide. I really agree. That's what I'm saying with defaults and stuff or downgrades. And then just the fact that all of the bond yields are starting to move in a certain direction. It just it looks more global. And it does seem like you have a more global credit risk than not. But then a lot of the other stuff, the fundamentals of things, don't reflect that. That's the thing. That's the weird part about all of it. So on a macro, I hope you get that. The macro on the global, it's just, it doesn't look pretty. But then, the whole reason why your stock market is up and why people are talking how they talk and feel a certain way is that the micro stuff is not dying or is not does not reflect that risk just yet, or has had to have a consequence as the risk. So again, if your credit rating gets downgraded, what has been your risk? You know what I'm saying? Or what has been the consequence? It's not like it stopped you per se, especially depending on where your debt levels are at and all that. So we're back to the 4,500. I think the macro guys have been wrong because the cycle is unique compared to priors. The speed, the size, the employment level. In the short term, but eventually when we look back at it in a history book, I feel like it's going to fall kind of in line, more or less. I think there will be more outliers, and that could be the case, so it won't play out as average. But like I said, I think a lot of this is still, maybe we were just impatient, but we'll find out the next step. But this still looks a lot like the 70s, as weird as it sounds, especially with real estate. Yeah, wheat is getting destroyed, bro. So, like I said, a lot of things have been moving here. I don't know, maybe it's the interest rate, maybe it's currencies, all that, but it's just still, again, you just haven't had 5 days of bad Russia headlines there. But that's even given up. Again, commodities, oil's back to 80, 50. The yen might die here still. Target for the long term, I would need it at like $80, I think. Elites don't want AI to keep advancing. No, I feel like AI could be utilized by elite people more than the general public. Are you serious, bro? Have you not had a conversation with Google, with the Google thing, bro? Yeah, they kicked me off for trying to find out the difference between mean and median. Sorry, Google. I love you, YouTube. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Just give me like a little bandwidth, bro. Just give me like 100 kilobytes, please. Just let them have audio. Come on. Come on. I'm sorry. Just give me just a little bit. Anything important tomorrow? Believe it or not, you got the Fed minutes. So Fed minutes shouldn't have too much. It shouldn't be anything too groundbreaking or anything new. But granted, the last meeting is what we're taking as the official pause. It could shed some light. Maybe people are jumping, but I think bond yields have moved way too much since the last Fed meeting, so I don't think the minutes will have too big of an effect. However, like I've been saying, I wasn't really expecting much this week, but the calendar, it gives you a lot. I don't even know. Has this been much so far? We're only on Tuesday. We'll see where we close, but if we close anywhere here, even if we close lower and end up here, it's like it's still, we did nothing again, so I guess we'll find out. Why didn't the data make the dollar pop this time? I think because the euro. And I think the euro is because they were still talking hawkish in terms of raising rates. And then that had a weird effect. And then the Japanese, the data it was good. It was very good. It wasn't enough to keep the currency weakening, but not enough to keep it like going up. Then not to mention China weakening. So in a weird way, just the euro came out ahead. You could blame it on the rate talks, what they were saying with, the next rate hike there. But other than that, it just kind of an anomaly with the euro or the pound taking over. The Russians, they raised rates. That's it. They did an emergency rate increase, and they've been limiting conversions and money flows recently because their currency was weakening. So they did an emergency rate hike and then said they don't plan to raise rates. So again, even Russia has had to Russia has not been left out of this. Ironically enough. So even Russia's 10-year bond yield recently blew up too. So it's not like ever since August, anywhere you look across the world, we're talking 0.5% to 1% on bond yields, whether, depending on how developed you are. But that started going crazy again, even if you go and look at the ruble. Where is the forex? Even the ruble again started weakening too. I think it's hitting it's about to get to the highs of both when the war started, and then this was just again a 25-year high. So what they're even doing capital controls again, low key, Russia's making moves. They're doing kind of what they did back in 2014 or 2015, back when they started limiting stuff on the first sanctions. So in a weird, again, everything is imploding. I think you could even argue what's happening right now with bond yields is warfare, because this is actually getting Russia to panic more than anything right now, believe it or not, in my opinion. This is my take on it, but low key, what Russia is you're watching Russia respond more to shit financially in the last month than they have in the last 2 years, dog. Seriously though. This was the war when it first started happening, and this was the initial reaction, and it started going up here, but this is starting to get crazy, and now they're limit the money. So Russia hasn't gone to this extent of limiting their central bank since even in the beginning days of the war. It's mostly due to the sanctions. Well, I don't think so as much. Honestly, I mean, sanctions have not really proven effective. I don't even know if you saw the recent report on Russia's oil. But again, they've even found a way to increase their revenue through shipping, which is crazy to think about. But I think it's because of everybody else getting blown out. So what I mean is that, like, even if you wanted to have a friendly relationship with India or anybody in between, if all of the global rates and currencies are getting blown out again, you don't like that. Just naturally, you to continue whatever scheme they're doing, it's going to have to occur at higher prices, higher rates. If the whole tide is rising around the world, so all of the bond yields are rising, I think it's just kind of squeezing them. So then the sanctions, and then after enough time, but overall, I mean, they're reacting more than they have in a while. Any Russian arbitrage? Honestly, I wouldn't even try to play the Russia shit. Like it's just looking. Somebody just asked what happened today, so I'm answering it. But it's not. I wouldn't even try to play it, to be honest. I think your best bet is wheat still, just because it could tie into commodities and other things, and even like the weather. But other than that, like I don't know, LMT maybe. But do we still even have that call? I think we got clapped on that one. Market, we did hit a new low today. I mean, we hit like 1 point or like a quarter point below the recent low on Friday. Said it was the lowest low since July 11th. But we've kind of been hugging this level. We've gone through a lot. I mean, it took an hour to give back the 1% that we gained yesterday, which is pretty wild. So you gap down. We were at 44.90, so to 44.43. It's almost 50 points top to bottom. And we still are not done. We just had Euro close, what, like right here? This was Euro close. Now we're trading a little lower. Gone through a lot. We're family. Did you just watch Fast and the Furious? So I'm down with that. I think we need more of that. Honestly, it's not a family, dog. It's a kingdom. Oh, man. I don't want to. Is it 10? No, it's only 9. I didn't even have a PHILO. Oops, that's it. It was going to be a PHILO. I didn't even have a caffeine yet. No caffeine, no carbo. I could drop a PHILO on you, but either way, I hope you guys are having a good day. Honestly, did you smile today? If you have not taken the chance to smile today, I hope you have. I don't know if I said anything that made you smile, but either way, take a good deep breath in. Drink some water, too. I'm down in these waters. I took like 2 pisses during the Kashkari, so that was great. Yeah, C Limited is down 29%. They had bad earnings. Even HD went red. HD earnings were good. They were better than expected, but they were still like a decline from when they guided down last time. So it's just better than where they guided, but still a lack of growth. But then 15 billion buyback. Deposit just hit. I'm smiling, baby. Amen. Amen. And ride too. Like that's it. Like I don't know. I hope I hope, are you guys developing some patience? Like long term. Like honestly too, like I've been giving you guys some shit for it to like, just like put up the sails, sit in the fucking chair and put your feet in the sand. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I hope with all, like, let something happen. You know what I'm saying? Let's end trading with Alan Watts. No, man. Maybe, but it's just like, for real though, just like, I hope for a long term. I'm speaking long term. I'm not speaking trading. I'm not talking about all of it, but even like we're talking about here, like macro and micro, there's kind of gaps between them. So, but like, I hope you ride, ride through it. Let things come to you. Let the long term. So any deposits, like build it up, let the prices move around. Cause like, think about it. You were just doing it when it was riding up. So like, again, it's easy to ride stocks when they go up. But again, not really, because what was the problem when stocks go up and you're riding them? Everyone's like, should I buy more? I want to buy more. Let me buy it at a higher price. So hopefully you're able to do the same thing on the downside, ride it and then just like, vibe a little bit, sit in the chair. But like even on the downside, like arrive to the price or slowly work into it too. That's another way as well. But just time. time and let the time pass, my friend. But hopefully you spend it on something. Hopefully you use your time for something, and that's the whole idea. But like I'm saying, with like some of the long-term stuff, let the opportunities come to you. How can we fix YouTube glitching up? I'm telling you, the easiest, simplest way is to record it when it happens to you and email it to me, or go complain to YouTube about it and show them all with the recording. They won't do anything unless you show them a recording. I've already gone through this, and that's why there was some benefits when you guys have sent me stuff. So that's it. But other than that, you just got to deal with it or go to Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Just vibe. Like honestly, that's the thing I'm saying. You got to vibe. You got to vibe, bro. You got to vibe. I don't sell the bill on the last month. No, you don't have to. Now that there's no debt ceiling problems, now that the Treasury has like a $700 billion or something stupid like that, you're good, bro. So there's no real worries on money markets, bonds right now as far as missing or making a payment. DCTH, man, that was the other one. I thought it was the sketchy one. I took the other one. And that one started running like Trisha. We need to celebrate the lows with Pump It Down. Take a minute and cheer it on. I think we might. Have to. Next low, I'm going to play Pump It Up. That's it. I think I have to. I'm sorry. I think that's the only way. Titanic music? Nah. Titanic, it was actually like the last time we had Titanic music, it was worth it. It was really fun. But that's it. Nope, I have to go Pump It Up when it comes down. Next new low, bro. If it hits 4,400, I'm playing Pump It Up. For the irony? No, I like it, though. I agree. Like, in a weird way, you need to like get excited about the lows as you would the highs. Like, that's the thing. You know why I like it when the market goes high? Because I own a bunch of shit and I'm just riding it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's the same thing on the downside. Like, if you have cash, you're like, ooh, I'm going to get more. Ooh, 4%. That's like, I could get 4% more than yesterday, then another 4, then another 5. So it's like, I hope you appreciate it. I don't know, like in the same way as you would like the highs. So that's kind of what I'm saying here. Give yourself time to make all of this, to let everything and opportunity come to you, and just make sure you react when it's there too. At the same time, don't wait too long. So just always keep things moving. But then ask yourself too, like, that's the one thing. How much have you done a lot of movements lately? Especially if you have, vibe a little bit, baby. You vibe. You bring it through. It doesn't have to be too cheap. Again, the farmer never plants if he waits for perfection. So that's the only thing you got to guard against. Harry Potter? What is this, bro? A weird ass message, bro. You like summoning some like weird crypto god, like Sam Bankman gonna fucking show up underneath my bed or something. I'm sorry, man. I appreciate the donation, but I gotta remove that one. Oh no, that Sam Bankman voodoo you bringing in here? Is it like Obama coin or something? And now, I will say, I do not accept that message. However, I am thankful for all of the donations. It is not savage. I just have to uphold the peace. So thank you, and have a wonderful day. Goodbye. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not. Hell no, dude. Fuck no. Don't do that. You say Margaritaville 3 times in the mirror, you know exactly what's going to happen. Coin. You better watch out, bro. You better watch out. DCTH. Netflix has been doing pretty good. 430. It's not the 4. What, didn't they hit like 470? Yeah, 480. Netflix has held up very, very well, though. Even like Google, man. Some of these have been bulletproof. Like low-key, even though the spy's been moving. Some of these have not, like... Yeah, Google and Netflix have low-key been pinned. Go ran Lady San Leandro is looking to sell her house in the next year. Send it over to Tyler with another lead, baby. Let's go. Amen. Again, few and far between, but they're there. They are there. And where's Lowell? I don't know. I emailed Lowell. Lowell, are you here again? There's a Lowell checkup. But Margarita coin. Surprised it hasn't came out yet. Surprised Bankman hasn't tried it. And then SPY below VWAP coming down a little bit. But still above 44, 55, or 54. This is pretty much the level you're dancing at. Nigeria is facing Forex liquidity issues due to gross mismanagement at central bank over several years. Presidential spokesperson. Nigeria sees no need to increase petrol prices further. Let's see. Now we got Nigeria coming back into the mix. Because remember, they had the devaluation like a month ago. And low-key, I guess all you got was the downgrade. That's that's your only thing. If you really, I don't know if you could time them the same way. No, Naira already got blown out a month ago. A little longer than that, I think. But it's interesting, though, if that comes up again. Because now, again, Argentina, Nigeria, just all of them, like we were talking about, just global risk. It's been weird. The Naira has been weird since there. And, again, they've also had politics and other issues going on. You know, literal social upheaval. PayPal at 60.80 now. I thought they were going to like the new CEO news, but honestly, kind of good. But this is what I'm saying. It's like, bro, every single day, the last 3 days, though, we've been, every play that we would have wanted, I've been asked to buy it. And I'm like, dude, like, we've had an opportunity to get it lower. So the question is, does that keep continuing? But at the very least, like, you're better off now than most of the other days. Because now it's been 3 days in a row of a lot of these things actually coming down, more or less. We try wheeling it. No, I mean, you could do the math. Like I said, again, like I wanted MPW. I wanted to sell puts, but like even some of the prices weren't really the best. That's why I was like, I don't know if it makes too much sense. There's MP Dubs. There's PayPal. There's 3M. Turkish lira. What about it? I'm going to pull the trigger and buy a space for the long term. Why? Did you just go to space? But then again, just balance it out. If it's small enough, you could get away with it. Caffeinated. Honest, I think you're overthinking it. I mean, $1 is always going to be $1. So he said, how do you view the level of progression for respect to money? When does 100 become 100, become normal? 1K, 5K, the respectable norm, more or less. How do you know when you're him at cash levels and not having a good month or year? So, again, I think $1 is going to be $1. I mean, your expenses go up. That's people talk about both lifestyle creep or even, again, like, I mean, go buy enough houses, like you're going to have enough expenses. You'll even, hopefully they're all covered, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I just don't. I think you're viewing your wealth as like an identity in a way. Like it don't matter if you're him or not. Like I'm saying, bro, like have you ever met somebody who don't look like him and then is way richer than you? Have you ever met somebody who's just like, I've been humbled several times in my life, like where again, and I've learned from people like this, where like they've been just extremely wealthy, and like, dude, they're the most cheapest people I've ever seen. You wouldn't even notice it, and it's like again, like their identity of it isn't with their wealth. It's not about like what becomes normal or like good month or not or year. It's just kind of like you either you do good or you build wealth or you don't, in a weird way. It's like if you value the dollar, if you value your wealth, your money, your time, you will be wealthy. You will be abundantly wealthy, especially if you start early and do that and over time. And again, depending on the sacrifices you make, but it's like it'll always kind of get there. But I don't know. I've gotten a couple of these questions before, and that's why I just wanted to get rich. Like, that's it, if that makes sense. Like, I just wanted, like, for me, I wanted a house. I wanted a car. I wanted to be able to do what I wanted and not worry about it, take care of people around me. It was just like, for me, it was like get rich, and that was it. Like, I don't know. I'd never really thought about it more or less than, like, and even, I don't know, even along the process, I was like, I'm either getting there or I'm not. But I think that's how I've broken it down, but just don't overthink it in a weird way. That's kind of the more social view of it. I hate to see my worth decrease. Well, I hope you know your worth as an individual shouldn't decrease, but as far as like other things, I mean, that's why you're not supposed to look at it too much. So again, like valuations fluctuate, but you know, you do not watch a plant grow. I love the TikToks where they like do a little speed run and they put the seed and then they plant it and then like 30 days, 40 days, 41, 42, 40, you know what I'm saying? I love watching those. But mother effer, have you ever sit and watch, like you're going to go watch a plant grow? Like it's like, oh, I hate to see nothing happen, of course. But, you know, if you follow the principles and do what you need to grow it, then eventually, I mean, sure enough, it will. You don't want to put that 200K in a bill and double up to 400K in VinFast? It's a stupid question. You don't even know me well. I have to ban you now. But to answer, I'll give you an answer though, so it's worth the ban. I wouldn't put it into VinFast. I would put it into the yen. That's easy. It's easy. I'm still holding the Japanese yen. But that would be the only thing I'm ever like tempted to just like YOLO on. Like low key, especially like where we're at with everything. I mean, I still think there's more to the downside, but like that or the bond plays. But then the bond plays are just super crowded. Because there's a lot of Japanese yen shorts right now. Like I was even saying today, next stage from here, again, today didn't get us clapped, but that would have been the, what's it called? That would have been the other one. Sorry, I had to time out Danis. Don't be annoying. Why are you doing that to him, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? We try to make a nice thing for them. I forgot, but like you were it seemed just a little weird there. Physical gold instead of bonds or yen? No. Not until they cut rates. I'm YCL and I'm in 6J. Leak documents reveal Maverick, a new Amazon AI security initiative. We'll see. Maybe if people react to it later. Crowd's getting volume. Amazon, not really. Crowd's up. And then low ticker is getting pretty active here too. VTGN, the nasal one, that's on the low. I play currency, I convert to it and buy the short-term bond. It's pointless with JPY. That's a little bit more sophisticated, but that's what most people do if they like actually trade in there. The futures and the ETFs kind of limit that, but you could definitely do that. That's a way to even squeeze out even more returns and then profit off of the difference. Piper Sandler upgraded target to over. Wait, really? Oh, that's it. That's all you need. I'm gonna hold it then. No, I don't know. We're gonna see. They trying to get all retail out of Target. No, just Pumper Sandler. I haven't seen, bro, like every morning I look. They don't upgrade anybody. They don't upgrade people every day. That's it. I look every morning. I'm like, which one has Piper Sandler on there? They're not every day. They're not every day. High ticker, TSAT, Eli Lilly. But Telesat, I don't know what this one is. Otherwise, Eli Lilly and ANET I've seen several times. But I can't play any of the Eli Lilly plays. Latest thing I have yesterday is price target maintained at overweight by Piper Sandler. It was cut to 185 from 220, but they're overweight. So they actually cut the price target on Target. New low on banks. Even the SPY's kind of dropping here a little bit. All right. Microsoft said you want to do Bing AI. That's how, wait, Google had the headline earlier. They said they were doing something. Raul back from vacay. I don't know. What's the volume at? And then what time is it? 9:39. We still got a little bit of time. Little bit of time till 10. Almost halfway through. Volume low once again. 31 million. You're just about 10 million an hour. But if that slows down from here. Remember, yesterday was 47 million. I think yesterday was the lowest volume of the quarter. I think yesterday was the lowest volume of the year except for like May 8th and then 4th of July. Or the day like after or the day before. Yeah, Lyft is going crazy again. The news from the morning, a director bought in. They were a lot higher. TSAT, that stock is still going up. I have no idea what this is. TSAT, Up 14%. Telesat. Surge on satellite news contract. That was like 5 days ago. Oh, I think we saw Telesat. MDA contracts include design. It's old news. What tech is dropping? I don't know. Let's even take a look. So health technology on the Dow is doing good, but you only have, dude, you have 6 names green on the Dow. 24 names are red on the Dow. So that's a good start. NASDAQ 100, 84 names are red. 17 are green. So actually, you have way more bringing you down. Lucid is down. Lucid's on the NASDAQ 100. What the fuck? PayPal, Pinduoduo, Moderna, Micron, ON, Cognizant, NXP. Those are all down today. Again, does that say PayPal? PayPal's down 3.9. Micron's down 3.0. So a lot of the tech, the chips from yesterday, Zscaler, Amazon's even red. Airbnb is in the red. So yeah, a lot of names are bringing down the NASDAQ 100. Telesat, ELA, Bank of America on the low. Somebody was just saying banks are slipping here. XLF wasn't too ugly. Actually 1.6. And then KRE's down 2.7. HE about to make new weekly lows. Regionals are kind of dying. So they did have that like downgrade threat today, but doesn't this kind of bring you back to the gulag? Like low key. Because you were above, this was like above the dog days of the SVB stuff, but you start to enter back there again. I forgot, we still have that one bank. That thing got clobbered. Bank's gonna get smoked. I mean, the news has been stacking up against it. I mean, Goldman, they've gotten a lot, especially with the David Solomon stuff. But then JP Morgan, they kind of held. Yeah, Citi's dude, actually, these are slipping back into the death zone. Like, some are better than others, clearly. But, like, Citi is in the death zone again. KRE, almost there. And then Goldman, they gave up a decent amount. Goldman's almost back down. Yeah, low-key, the banks have, if they keep going from here, but now you're back there, you just get to start worrying again. On YCL, I like it still. Again, I think the yen is high risk, high reward. I mean, I thought it was going to go up. I mean, I've been wrong on it so far, but I don't think I will be wrong by the end of the year, maybe before that. But either way, so far, I last purchased, I think was a week ago. So I'm still kind of, again, as everything's slipping here, I still have cash. I'm waiting to actually deploy some things here. But I just don't, I'm glad I did not do it too soon. If I bought any of the plays that I liked in the last 3-4 days, I just would have magnified the pain. Whereas now I'm still kind of just letting things, you know, work their way out, and then we'll be able to strike. Would I buy it at this price? I don't know. I don't know what your strategy is with it. Again, the yen and how to play it and go about it. And also depending on the portfolio too. That all depends. But I like it. I mean, I like the play so far. It's at a better price than when I originally liked it like a month ago or so. So that's the only difference. But other than that, you got to find a way how you're going to work it in there, because it's a longer term play. It's both short term and longer term. Hopefully, it's not longer term. That's otherwise just it ties into the whole global macro of everything we're looking at. Tesla. I've been looking at Telsa. Nigeria to suspend raising fuel prices as inflation quickens. 3 hours, 15 minutes. It's halfway through, so you even, like, you went down very fast, then you went up, like, decent. It wasn't, like, a big up move, but, like, you chilled out. So, honestly, however this setup plays out, we have enough time to do everything. We have enough time to bounce a decent amount. I don't know if we'll fill the gap, but leave that up to the bulls, and then you also have enough time to just flush this level one more time. Let's hit another new level and then go from there. But either way, a lot has been going on the last couple days, and we still got a little bit of time, a lot of time for the day. My goodness. Why does it feel like that? Because bonds are coming down. Remember, I was telling you all day today, like, that bond cushion was super, super small, and now bonds are subtly going red. Banks are subtly dying. Again, the 10-year going lower from now. Going red means new cycle high. Higher than October, I believe. I mean, let's check. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I was checking some. What else was I was going to show you guys something yesterday, then I got distracted. It was on China bonds. Actually, 10 years not up there yet, so we're good for now. But again, I think like 4.23 is the high. So if the 10-year goes above there, that's where we run into a problem. But remember yesterday I was showing you guys the Chinese bond, and I was telling you, I don't think you guys hit the likes or something. Oh my gosh, yeah, they cut the rates today too, actually. So remember, we were looking at it yesterday. They lowered it about 15 here. But even then, they lowered the 1 year, not the 10-year. But remember I was telling you something about this chart when it comes to China? Unless I told you, I thought I forgot it. TLT, yeah, TLT got murdered again. Even like we're in the shy play, they got even clapped a little bit, but we're still good. Like I was lower 2 months ago on my bond play, but that contract's about to expire in 2 weeks. But 10-year hit a new low, and then TLT just, again, they murdered it. That's the whole bear steepening. And then SPY's coming down once again. Watch out here. So we'll see. It's like you're near the lows, but everything's going slow. Volume's decently low, but 10 million an hour. But like I was telling you, the China thing, what I wanted you to see yesterday was like, even though they were lower, just notice how China was smaller. So this whole like 1 year chart, this is only like half a basis point. We did half a basis point on the 10-year. You did that in what? Like a month? Give or take? Like 2 months, 3 months? So just keep in mind, like, even though China, they have been stimulating, but this is why their stuff has kind of been like BS. It's still been like slow. It's not like they're doing bigger rate cuts, or maybe they don't have the ability to. But when you look at how their bonds have played out, it's been on a much, much smaller scale, even though it's on the lows when other nations are at the highs. So you're starting to slip right now. So NASDAQ down 0.7, SPY down 0.9, 0.96 on the Dow. You're doing a little better here for tech. So like literally last time we were down here, everything was down about 1%. So this time around, I mean, the NASDAQ has a little bit of cushion, but Dow Jones or Russell's the leader again. We were just talking about banks. XLF is down like 1.7, and then regionals are down, I think, like another 2% today. Oracle still hitting the high. Everybody in the TLT. Bro, low ticker is picking up. Yeah, TLT low, though. You still have to like $92. Again, that's where it hit in October. Everybody was kung fu fighting. Jerome Powell hates the stock market. Buy Yang on the daily. I mean, I'm glad that we have our Yang plays and we got out of the China plays, but I don't know about buying the Yang again. It's a possibility. It's just right there, it's still in the middle. Yeah, maybe, bro. It's been a year without China blowing up. Like, low key, it usually happens by now. Or maybe by, yeah, like August, September. Or wait till it dies first. There'll be a volatility death trap, and then I would buy Yang. Kind of like last year. Would you go into real estate or stocks if you were 21 with 100K liquid? That one, I feel like you know the answer. What do you think? What do you think I would say when you asked that question? Did you have an idea? It's a good question. But I feel like I don't know, I lean in a direction with that one. Especially because you're young, you have opportunity. You could do a lot of things with it. Good. You know. The answer is both. It is both. But I would lean towards real estate. I would get a property. Just because when it's all said and done, you're 21 years old. If you go into the stock market and you make 20 to 50% bad decisions, that 100K is no longer there. Whereas we start putting that into a real estate. You're 21 now, put 50K into a property, let it pay for itself. Promise you next year it's going to be there. If not, it'll probably have more value. You'll get a little bit of return on it, and then you could build a long term with the remaining amount, and then even save something to even gamble with, and then you'll be good to go. But really, if you have that much money at that young of an age, the goal now is, just don't lose it 100%. I don't know if enough people tell you this at that age, but if you have $100,000 at 21, all you have to do is not lose it, and you're going to be set. That's it. You should think on how to not lose it. So ask yourself, what should I do with it? Which one is going to make it less likely to lose my money and have this money go out of my bank? If you can figure that out at 21, and you go with that option, you're gonna be fucking great. Where would you buy real estate with 100? So that's the thing. Oh, it's a blessed conversation. Wow, Bradley Frizzle in the peach, and you're getting some wheels up nose. Oh, nah, let's go, baby. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation, get your ass up. Wow, thank you. God bless you. And Wheels Up. I feel like Wheels Up is going to go up like 200%. I'm kind of mad I sold out of it. The peach timing. So, yeah, where would you get a house for 100K? So you have a couple options. You could try to find a cheap house like that you buy for 100K, or maybe you get it for like 150. But a lot of times what I'm saying with what you could do with 100K is that could be your down payment. And you could find a house where it makes sense to go and get a mortgage on the property, but a mortgage that's not like, prohibitive to the point where you couldn't rent it out, or again, maybe you need to live in a house and you've been renting a house this whole time, maybe you find something that works out. But the idea would be is like if you wanted to make it a passive investment, like I told you the other day, I have a house that I bought for $150,000 in 2021. I bought a house in 2021 or 2022, I think. It was one or the other, but I'll have to double check. But I bought that house for $150,000. The down payment on that house was $30,000, and the mortgage is like $800 or $700 a month. It rents out for like $1,500. I double up the mortgage. It cost me $30,000 to get my hands on it. I've had to replace something for $8,000, I think. So that'd be the only thing. Tesla is on the low right now. So the idea is though, but that was $30,000 to get your hands on it. House pays for itself through the renters. Yeah, you'll have some maintenance, but like I'm saying, the value increased a lot. So the value, and that's where I'm saying you'll make money. You get to make literally $400, a couple $100 a month on free cash flow, and then that's it. Oh, you told me that earlier. What? I buy houses. I've been saying I buy houses everywhere, anywhere for like years. So if you got one, you would let me know. But nothing's changed on that. You're not buying. You can buy the house outright. I'm not opposed to that. But like, even if you wanted to like be like, oh, this is how I could do it, then it's like, again, if you're 21 and you had $100,000, like I'm saying, I would put like 50 grand of that to work in real estate. If you wanted to be conservative, go find like 150, 200 grand, simple rental property, 30 grand down, keep 20 grand for reserves, repairs, rental. You see what I'm saying? And then boom, you have a property set up. And then the other 50 grand, you could go and put 25K into a long term, 40 grand into a long term, and then 10K to gamble with. But yeah, it makes more sense to get a mortgage. So, but you can do it. It's possible. Or you could just go buy a 100K house and call it a day, but then it would limit you on stocks and everything else. FHA, you have to live in it. So like I'm saying, if you had 100K, you could go do all of this right now and just call it a day. You could do it in sixplex, anything. If you have a sixplex for sale, I'm down. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'm talking the value, the price. All I'm saying is if you had $200,000 or $100,000, you could put it to work by a mortgage on a $150,000, $200,000 house and then still have money left over to invest in stocks. Always use debt, more cash for more plays. No. Just like if you change that phrasing, like it's not always for more cash for more plays. No. You have to have a plan with it. Again, right now, that doesn't apply anymore, sadly. Why? Because interest rates are so fucking high. If you're always using debt, you are implying that your minimum play is going to probably produce you at least like 7 to 9% minimum. Otherwise, there's no point of debt. That's the thing you got to balance out right now. What if I can't qualify because of my earnings? I think you have enough cash to pull it off. Again, you could do a business loan, even like a hard money loan or a bridge loan. And if this will even help you build credit. I'm waiting for the people to be like, well, why are you getting high money on paying interest? Because if you don't have any credit now and can't apply for a home, go get a fucking hard money loan, pay it, refinance it after a little bit. You just proved mortgage history or lack of credit now has real estate credit, and that would actually get you a long way. So it's easier to refinance out of a hard money loan than to get a conventional loan if you couldn't apply in the first place. What was I looking for? I was looking for the calculator. I was going to show you something. Oh yeah, but what's it called? Just be careful with all debt though. That answer is not, like I'm saying, things have changed recently. How do you feel about paying off the house you live in and use the debt for cash flow? Doesn't matter. I just look at interest rate, pay off the amounts that you have at certain interest rates. So like the house I live in doesn't matter. I would just look at them all in the sense of like, okay, what's the interest, what's the amount, and then just move from there. You know, you want to pretty much keep your lower interest rates and get rid of the higher ones. Because if you try to even do deals, you know, any deal you're going to be trying to cash flow on, you want it to be on lower rates. Palo Alto, are they today? I think they might be. They really, really might be. We got 299 on your house. That's beautiful. Yeah. So never sell it. Turn it to a rental. That was the conversation today. And then Delta in Whitehead, they accept the Wheels Up business transformation in an extended strategic partnership. That's gonna. I want to see what that one opens up at. And then Tisha. And then SPY near the low of the day. Telsa went down. That was my hype play for the day. I don't know when up is gonna unhalt. All right, what time is it? 10? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Yalla. I'm seeing a good time. Everything's chill. Market hasn't done much the last couple days. I don't know if this week has been exciting or not. Like we've definitely moved and reacted to stuff, but I'm like, it's still at the same place. Sources closer to the selling size are adamant Qatar are not yet ready. Dude, I hate the man. I'm so glad I took the loss, and I'm like, I could have probably sold out for money. I'm so glad I'm not in that anymore. I hate all of that. That is the weirdest situation. What does overweight, underweight, neutral mean? Just where it is on their portfolio. Overweight's good. It means that stock holds an overweight allocation in their portfolio. So like even compared to peers in the industry, they're more overweight on that than anything. But they lowered target. They lowered the price target on Target, but they are still overweight. And that was yesterday. That wasn't even today. So whoever said that happened today, they were just trying to hype it up. Oh, what's this? Crypto tainted. All right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right back. Did I tell you follow me at the trading fraternity? You already know that.
But also whether
I'll be right
certain
back, and we'll
tokens should
see-
be
we'll see
designated
what we
as
do after
securities
this.
on exchanges like Coinbase and Binance. 19 tokens in particular that they said were unregistered by those exchanges. And yet, Valdana, we have some really interesting reporting on the Bloomberg today about how those very same tokens have actually seen trading increase. What's up with that?
Yeah, this is really, really interesting because when I remember that the SEC had sued Coinbase back in June, Coinbase and Binance actually, back in June, I honestly to myself thought, oh my gosh, it seems like such a long time ago. So I think part of it is that people just have short memories and they're sort of a little bit forgetting about what has happened just literally mere weeks ago. But the other thing is, and this is actually really, really interesting, is that Bitcoin is just not volatile at all. As you mentioned, it's hovering around 29,000. It's been hovering around 29,000 for weeks now. If you look at volatility measures for Bitcoin in any which way, you can look at 5-day volatility, 30-day volatility, 60-day, 90-day. It's really, really low. The coin is just, opposite to what we typically tend to think of for Bitcoin. It's just not been volatile. And so potentially some investors are going to some of these other more volatile, more choppy coins and trading those instead.
All right, Valdana Hajric, as always, thank you so much for your great reporting here at Bloomberg. Now, as market participants remain eager to see the SEC's decision on Bitcoin ETFs, miners are bittersweet about the entrance of major financial institutions into the space. That's according to BitDigital CEO Sam Tabar. He writes this in a recent op-ed on CoinDesk. Quote, a spot Bitcoin ETF raises the uncomfortable prospect of outflows in capital from mining stocks to Wall Street financial products. There is irony in miners building the world's first decentralized monetary system only to turn it over to Wall Street for a last-minute assist. I'm pleased to say that Sam joins us now. So, Sam, I guess two-pronged question for you. How confident are you that a spot Bitcoin ETF is actually going to be approved? And then, B, what does it mean for you?
Well, we're basically well over 50% confident that eventually it will be approved. The SEC will get around to doing that. I think the SEC is delaying their decision to approve a spot market ETF for a singular fund. They will be looking at it from a batch perspective in order to avoid the perception that there is market manipulation. But look, the chances are definitely over 50%. But in our industry, it's tough to give regulators the benefit of the doubt. The regulators never liked crypto, so I can understand why they're dragging their feet. But, miners have played a key role. Go ahead.
Well, just to continue on that point, what does it mean for miners and BitDigital specifically?
Well, there is a thesis that many capital participants will invest in an ETF rather than a Bitcoin miner to get exposure to Bitcoin. However, once that ETF is approved, Bitcoin will likely go up because that's the ultimate stamp of approval in terms of being a real asset that's recognized institutionally. So Bitcoin will likely go up, and that'll improve our profits as the price of Bitcoin goes up. So I'm hoping it'll be a net positive, but in the short term, it could be negative.
The SEC, as Valdana was just telling us, has previously cited market manipulation as a concern. And lately, we've seen no volatility in the price. Are you concerned about market manipulation in the price of the underlying commodity?
No, I'm not concerned about market manipulation. It's been quite stable. In fact, I think I read a headline that Bitcoin was more stable than the overall stock market these days, which is a headline I never expected to read. So I don't think there is. Go ahead.
What do you think is the next milestone we need to see to get some movement? Because, we have seen it stuck here at just about $30,000 for months now. What are investors waiting for to move, either higher or lower?
Well, look, the summer is always investment doldrums. A lot of traders are not at their desk. They're enjoying their lives. And I think that come fall, after Labor Day weekend in September, there's going to be a lot of action in trading, just as there is every year. So I do think that it's a question of seasonality. I think that when traders come back in the fall, and they're actively trading. There's going to be a lot of movement in Bitcoin as well as other assets. And the smart traders, the smart ones, are going to be positioning themselves before Labor Day weekend. That's my theory.
So if we could just return to Bit Digital's business overall, you obviously reported earnings earlier today, a little bit shy of expectations. How
Wheels
is
up
the business
unhalted.
fundamentally doing?
And give me a second here.
Well, look, our stock is up over 500% year to date.
Left it on the
that shows
table.
the market is beginning to give us credit for our business model and the way we execute on our strategic priorities. And we've announced new strategic priorities in terms of expanding our fleet. We're now expanding our fleet by the end of the year to 3.5 exahash. We're currently 99% carbon free. That's carbon free, not carbon neutral. We've added 35 megawatts to our fleet. We've announced the purchase of miners to fill that capacity of 35 megawatts. And as mentioned, we're now announcing the expansion of our fleet to 3.5 exahash, which is a formidable fleet. And another thing, our liquidity in our balance sheet is pristine. There's absolutely no debt. We have $65 million on our balance sheet, so we can weather any bear market. Unlike other participants or peers in our sector who have drank their Kool-Aid a little bit and took on a lot of leverage during bullish days, we did not do that. We ran a very counter-cyclical strategy, and that's paid off very handsomely.
Well, the stock is up 450% year to date, so clearly the market applauds those moves. In your terms of your expansion, you're really moving offshore as well. Is that a purposeful move to get out of the United States jurisdiction?
Well, we did not shrink our fleet in the United States. We've expanded our fleet, and we've chosen to have 3 jurisdictions: the United States, Canada, and Iceland. Iceland is a very unique situation for us because it is 100% carbon free. It draws power from geothermal and hydroelectric sources of power, and it's very important in our mission to become completely carbon free, and we're now at 99%. So Iceland was a very good opportunity for that. But it's also very prudent for any Bitcoin to diversify its jurisdictional risk. It's very dangerous existentially to put all your eggs in one basket and mine simply in one country. It's important to diversify that risk, and we're very careful on that. So that's why we have 3 jurisdictions in which we have our fleet completely operating.
Sam, thanks so much for joining us. Great to get your insight on this market. Sam Tabar there talking to us of...
Thank you, Tabar. Thank you. Oh, so it's very good. Very, very good. Yeah, wheels up, bro. 180 to 190. I don't know. It says 160, but they got that deal. It's good. If you're still that one, I'm mad. We should have kept holding that. But Chatadonia, we're back. The market could have died. I had all the opportunity. I was in the bathroom. You know, we were waiting around. It's already 10 o'clock. If there was any moment to flush to the lows, it was right there. Maybe they're waiting until I got back here. Manu's dropping. VSCO's on the high. You guys were talking about that one yesterday. Putadonia. He's saying Putadonia. Silver Lake to explore a sale of Global Blue Group Holdings. Who is Silver Lake to explore a sale of Global Blue Group Holdings? Who the hell is that? Why did that sound so familiar? Global Blue Group Holdings. Is it German? No. GB. Yeah, right here. 15%. Explore a sale of Global Blue. Yeah, Silver Lake is going to sell them. I didn't know they had anything with this. So that popped 15%. Gluten? What? Price for Bury going in the money? I don't know. I don't think we know what price the strike price, do we? But that was the issue yesterday, the drama. It was notional value. So $2 billion in puts notionally. He spent about $50 million. was not 93%. Notionally, if you wanted it to be that. Up resumed again. Again, GB, nothing on that. Oh, okay, now I'm glad I sold out of it. Maybe this is our time to get back in if it goes below my price, but we'll see now. Pop and drop on this. Is it halted again now on the downside? No, it's actually still trading a little bit. Everyone was clowning him yesterday. Yeah, well, either way, I think it's just all entertainment, man. That's why I'm like, just, you could get into it if you want. Welcome to the world. Yeah, so wheels up. If it goes to like 118, otherwise it might get a little volatile. I'm surprised it even dropped like that. It's a little higher than where it was before the news, but that'll be interesting. And then again, what was the other one? GB. They just, this a liquid as shit, so nothing's happening. Easy go on the high. Wow. Look at that. And then SPY right below VWAP again, but still near the low of the day. NASDAQ's doing a lot better. Only down 0.66 compared to 1% near the lows, but then SPY and Dow are both down 0.8. Yeah, bro. KRE is down 3% now, too. So all the while, banks, even whether we bounced or not, I feel like this has just been regionals dying along with XLF. How do y'all not get tired of this? Mark has been here. I mean, you could have fun with it. I like the long term. I like some of the plays. You do got to, like, chill and be prepared for it. But, I mean, at the same time, as long as you don't let the sideways days, it's just easier to get into traps. That's the only way. It's very easy to do that when not much is happening. But like we've been talking about here, just put up the sails and chill a little bit. And hopefully, you know, I think in a couple more months, it'll get a little bit, even this month has the potential to get very active. It's just going to come in bursts, and you have to kind of be willing to let it be slow. You know, that's the thing. Are you willing to let the market be slow? But you could chill, man. I'm saying, I don't know. I could tell we could take a vacation until the next long term if you want. I'm saying you could relax, kick up the feet a little bit. We still got the holding pattern. So there's wheels up moving again. So all over the place if you want to get in. That's probably going to trade very, very actively. Watching Bill is fun. It just chugs. Yeah, it's good. Bill. Volume going to make up run. I'm sure people are going to get really excited with that. Seems like a good deal. Seems bad for Delta. I feel like Delta is just throwing money into them. So, yeah, Delta's not, they didn't even react at all to that. I'm in Target shares. I'm clapped on them now, but no calls. I mean, again, I don't think calls would have even worked. Now calls if you want to play it afterwards, but you know, I'm kind of down to hold it on earnings, but then also too, I'll get a dividend. We'll see where it's at the end of the day. That could help us out with some of the loss, but otherwise, no options on that pre-earnings play. Oh, yes. It is that time. Honestly, you know why? I saw too many questions. I saw too many questions that were like, should I buy PayPal right now? And I do like PayPal. But again, build thy cash, my brother. We are coming into opportunity. Like I said, we are going to be patient. If you have never bought, you make your decisions. But I figured it'd be good for PHILO. And I thought today, I want to share with you something that blew my mind. Honestly, it absolutely blew my mind. It's actually like, it's crazy. It is crazy. I heard this. It was from somebody named Miles Monroe. And dude, it was honestly sad because, like, I just discovered this dude. He's like an old preacher. And, like, dude, I found out he died in a plane crash at like 10 years ago almost. And I was like, what the hell? I'm like, man, I was like, that's sad, bro. Very, very sad. But I heard his take on this, and it was very, very wild because just the points that he brought up are just very real as it relates. So it's a very big topic. I'm not going to cover all of it here for you, but I do want to introduce you to a mindset shifter. Yeah, this one will change the way that you kind of view things. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the sense that, I don't know, like, what do you hear? You tell me. What do you hear when you hear the word kingdom? You know, what comes to mind when you hear the word kingdom? So, like, that's the whole point of what I heard from him. You think a kingdom of hearts. You think kingdom of God, the Lord, horses, royalty, prosperity. The Walking Dead, Saudi Arabia, family, united, Kingdom Hearts 4. I think of heaven every time. Animals, the animal kingdom. Hey, Crocky, exactly, you got it. There you go, that was the PHILO. It's heaven now, you figured it out. It's the animal kingdom. What better? No, I'm kidding. The temple, the BS overlord, wealth and King Kong, Chattadonia. A beautiful environment where everyone could eat together. The body. Wow. What an answer. Good answer. It's like Family Feud, bro. That would have ding. That's a good answer, bro. He said the body. Game of Thrones. The question, there's no right or wrong answer. I just said, what do you think of when you hear the word kingdom? So why there's no right or wrong answer, that's the whole point. This is the thing that blew my mind. Well, part of it is that, you know, you hear a lot of things, or you think a lot of things that could come to mind, different ideas, pictures, you know, history. Again, like, even depending on your culture, when you hear the word kingdom, you know, you think different things. Again, how you grow up, other things, are just like the word kingdom, depending on what, like, video games you play, like what cartoons you like, you know, it's like, what? You would have literally, like, how you view kingdom, it's very interesting, but that's kind of the whole point. This is what blew my mind. What he was saying is that the concept of kingdom, just like it doesn't exist in our modern world. So, like, when you actually think of a kingdom as a concept, like in Western civilization, you don't have a lot, like, most people don't have any, like, real world experience with the kingdom. It's so far off of our history. Again, the kingdoms that are few and far between, or the latest kingdoms that you have encountered throughout history, they have all failed, or you just usually they're not really, they get abandoned, and more or less. So that's why I really, really like this. And that's why, like, there's a lot of it, but the whole thing he discusses, that's like his main thing. Like, if you hear this guy talk a lot, the number one thing he talks about, he does not really, like, he believes in God, but he does not really talk about religion. That's something a lot of people have astutely noticed. He only talks about the kingdom. That's so his whole thing of how to move, how to operate, how to live, again, morality, it's not based on anything except for principles of the kingdom. So that's why I said this is not, I'm not going to go in too deep. However, there's a couple of things, right? There's like the concept in the kingdom, the concept of a king, the concept of a lord, the concept of territory. There's the concept of the laws, and how you outline it. And then there's your culture, what makes you a citizen, what doesn't. Oh, the concept of keys, that's a pretty crazy one. Both physical keys, what gets open, as well as like proverbs to live by. But these are all principles of a kingdom. So it's, oh yeah, it does. It makes, I love this. I'm telling you, like I said, this was like a mindset shifter in the sense that like it's one thing to pursue morality. It's one thing to pursue a religion versus one thing of upholding a kingdom. Oh man, I don't know if you feel me, Chad. You know what I'm saying? Just like the principles and logic of it. Again, how you operate, how you even get benefits as well too. Again, it's not as if it's just you fall into the trap of thinking any thought or belief is just how to live restrictively. No, more so of how to even gain out of it. So that's really all I wanted to share with you today. So I don't know what you were expecting for PHILO. I don't know if you were expecting it to be very crazy and deep. And I gave you one the other day where I said, you know, it's both simple and deep at the same time. But what I'm saying is I want you to think about the kingdom. And what I'm saying is that the what a kingdom is a lost art. And you do not have any really relevance in our modern history of it. And in the minds of Western culture, the idea of the kingdom has been abandoned. And that being said, I really hope that when you take that away, I just want you to think about it. So I'm not giving you anything to connect it to. You could believe this religiously, non-religiously, whatever you want, right? But more so, I just want you to think about it, and I'm asking you, have you thought about the kingdom? And with that being said, are you trying to uphold just random rules, or are they principles of the kingdom? So, that being said, very simple mini PHILO. I thought I'd drop it in on you here today, give you a little bit to chew on, but it will have a follow-up because, like I said, there's a lot that we could go over with it. Like I'm saying, all of the principles, the concepts. Again, we talked a little bit about culture just the other day, but it's like, and that's what I was saying, you know, bring in a little bit of soul, baby, but like, dude, the soul of the kingdom applies. Again, it just, there's so many things to it, but I hope it gives you a different way to look at things without even me tainting it or having anybody taint it for you. I'm just asking you, man, when was the last time you thought about a kingdom? And what do you think about it? And now, if you really think about it, like, you know, what you're pursuing on your future, are you going after a kingdom or not? And are you upholding those principles? But I don't know the answers to that, so I'm going to let you think about it. But Chad, that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts, Boot Camp, and Real Estate Course. And that's it, man. That's it. Follow me on Instagram. Amen. What should I do to help someone who's agnostic but going through a lot? I mean, I read that the first time and I thought you said that. I thought you were talking about you, not someone else, but the answer still applies. All you can do is show love the best as you can to your human ability and your patience will allow. But other than that, nothing. God will find them. Because I thought you were about to tell me, like, if you were agnostic, how can you, like, find God? I was like, don't do any. He'll find you, bro. He'll find you. I believe that, especially if you're already asking that question. But Chad, that's your PHILO, man. That's it. I don't know. Do you want an uncle? I feel like we had a long Bloomberg before the PHILO. I don't know. Maybe one uncle? FRPT, power, breeze. Little 3 bursts right here. It's like a battle rifle. You know, Halo 2. FRPT. Brr, brr, brr. One uncle. Or I got 9/11 President Bush's address. Dude, now my YouTube is just recommending me 20-year-old videos of George W. Bush now. That's it. They're like, this is the first thing we got him to click on that was outside of his normal schedule. Am I getting old? I think I'm getting old. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's bad. You know what song I was listening to yesterday? I was listening to this song. You've heard it before. You're going to have to listen to it again. But then I'm going to have to play a different one. I was going to play the options trading anthem. But then, like, I don't want anybody to ask me if they should buy a leap on PayPal and just buy the shares. So I'm going to play you regular. Sounds good.
It's a cup, baby. 2020. God bless y'all. Yeah. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit in my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit in my mat and I broke out the chains. It lifted me up, I'm holding it down. Pass it around, started with nothing but went for the land. They said I'm crazy, but that was the plan. Mama, she raised me one hell of a man. She said don't get it if you won't get back. I gonna ask you what you do with that. I know he smiling, but he looking down. They think I'm crazy, but I think they boring. Remember the days that I couldn't afford it, so I got some dollars, I had to go flaunt it. No wonder I lost it, but I kept on seeking it, I kept on calling. So now when I'm eating, I'm no longer starving. I shoot like I'm Harden, but pass it like Stockton. Got money like Wall Street, but loving like Gandhi. Ay, you could keep your hate on grade, I'm chillin'. I ain't hop up in the raid till I say, made a play on the building. I can play with your feelings, throw 100 in your face. Everything 6 digits, turn a 5 to a 50, but I ain't a magician. But you saw it on the net. Now I'm talking my positions like the video was hitting to the quad car switching. Made 1,000 off a plane, watching Facebook. Me, it's like they say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit in my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit in my mat and I broke out the chains. 60 for growth, 40 for slow. Stepping in mode, heavy vest Spotify, how think they go? Higher rim, higher, so I'm buying slow. I don't like if it is below 4. Got me beyond cause it didn't take scrolls. I bought into Disney cause Frozen was dope. It's really that simple, I've done this before. I kept it simple so they thought it's stupid. I'd rather do that cause nothing feel more clueless. They wasting their time trying to decide while I do it. But do what you doing, my talking is fluent. Your talking is stupid, I'm teaching some game but your attitude truant. They judging like Judy, they rate me like Moody's. They trading like movies but paying to do it. Stay up in your lane, I'm trying not killer. Don't make me get your case, my name ain't Shilla. I can buy this shit for change, watch it change to a million. You ain't gotta see my face cause the plays make millions. I ain't do this in a day, but I wasn't that patient. Started with a long term, hit a play I take. Every time I bet it out, confident the market take it. Then I play the spot on my own, then I started banking. Call baby. God bless ya.
Amen. Song is called Regular by Uncle Answers. Oh my goodness. And then you should have a new Uncle song coming out soon. Finally. And then, honestly, even after listening to Uncle, man, just, if you're going to want to buy anything, split them, all the plays you want, just split it up equally. That was the only other idea you could get. I know. Even Uncle inspires me. Amen. Have I seen AAP? We were just talking about it. I think that was the other one I was waiting on, but we've talked about that with a dividend and everything. I like SMG the most, but I don't want a new play. Again, that's the first thing I say every single time. But I like SMG out of any of like potential long-term plays anybody has brought up with like upside and a dividend. I like the Miracle Grow. I could get behind the Miracle Grow. But other than that, I'm still waiting PayPal. Like I said, man, I was going to, you know what song? I was going to play you this song, bro. Listen. Listen to this song. So here, I'll play a little bit for you. Okay? It was already up there. Just listen. I'll tell you why.
I got options, bitch.
Great song. It's a killer song, bro. I was just like, wow, it's a great song.
Invested in everything from value tested dividends. Living in houses in the hills. My life is different. Businesses I've been doing that since I was little. Yeah, bigger than that. I'm doing the same thing on the bigger scale. Listen here, I could make $1 million anywhere. This ain't fair. I don't show my face cause I am everywhere. Let me in. You don't gotta like me, but
so he keeps going on, right? And he's going on. It's a great song, right? Like, I got acid, bitch, talking like, oh, that right to cops and shit. Like, I'm gonna get pussy, cause out all my stocks, I hedge my. So again, he even talks about like the original use of the option, you know, like an option is a hedge, you know. But even then, so I didn't want to play you that song, and then once I was gonna tell you about like we go over long term, I didn't want to show you all of these stocks that I like, and then you're gonna be like, should I buy a leap on them just because I heard Uncle say I got options? But no, like, so just you know, again, there's a couple of plays out there, but like, am I talking about buying leaps or options on them? No, I'm just saying for the long term. You know, that's where this gets confusing because like, yeah. We have small plays, we have trades, but we also have a long-term view and we have the long-term account. So I just hope you guys get it here. Just shares is what I'm thinking with all of these plays, okay? Shares is what I am thinking of. So that being said, like there's PayPal, 3M. 3M is the worst on the list. Pretty much I think you could get 3M way cheaper comparatively, but there's like MPW, there's PayPal. I think Disney's still kind of low, but I think it's like right around there. But really, I'd boil it down to like PayPal, Walgreens, MPW, and then there's one more. Oh, MO almost. So like that's what I'm saying I'm waiting for, because maybe some of these, if they start to drop here a little bit, like, or maybe once MO gets to the price I want, we see where everything else is. And maybe MO never hits there. If MO starts bouncing, we look at everything else, if that kind of makes sense. But give it a little bit of time. But like I said, just right after we came back from that, if you really insisted, there's a couple of these that are at decent levels where it's like you could throw them all out evenly and take, again, we have 3 deposits saved up. So you could go 1, 2, 3 and just equally buy all of them. But I'm also just thinking like, I don't think we're going to miss out nor lose out on anything. And like I'm saying, if you're at 5 to 7% cash right now, I don't think you really care too much, because it's a small amount of cash and but it could be a way bigger if we got more, and vice versa. But then vice versa just means everything else goes up. Do you expect MPW to cut their dividend? I'm worried about it. I guess that's the only way I could answer that, because I guess maybe my bias or my mind and what I've seen tells me no. But again, you know, the pressure is real when you hear analysts and a lot of people talk about it. So I think they have other tricks up their sleeve. However, I guess it's what I will say what the company said. They put it on the table, and I don't like that personally. I think they could situate it a lot better, but I do think it's definitely a possibility, and it would be through like, again, I think they're going to get creative if they end up doing that. I think they're going to announce some other things, or what's it called, or a share offering. Analysts, but that's the people are pumping, like there's a lot of fear porn on it, but the one part that where people are getting weird on is if they do recognize if they recognize the revenue, like part of that revenue that we saw, if it's not real revenue, then it gets kind of weird. That's the only thing that could justify, again, the dividend thing, because then that means the payouts would be different. But for the most part, I'm still kind of just like, I think it's possible, but I'm not really a fan of it. But then I also think if they could avoid it, it would reward them. My revenue is not real. But the young long term, we're still right at break even after all of that. Again, not including the divvies. A big one went negative. Damn, today got murdered. Yeah, everything. Oh, because banks too. Bill is our best performer on the day. It's awful. Then Ulta on the small account. But like I'm saying, what are we at? We have $4,400, dude. So not even. Like, dude, we have a small amount. Like, 2 more weeks we get another deposit. But like, I don't know. This is why I'm kind of not even like what are we going to buy with anything? Like, if we end up spending the deposits now, it's just like if prices go lower, you're going to have to, you're going to have to be waiting. You got to do the Chad REIT. I said we could, but it's just like I have to turn into a hoe. That's it. Like, I have to raise money. That's the only way it ever makes sense. I have to literally raise money from the banks, and you have to make a justification to have a fucking public REIT. MNK pending halted news. KRE's down 3.2 now. Low key, I think, besides like half of the chips unwinding from yesterday, I think regionals and financial pressure is pretty big. Oh yeah, Care. The up is coming down now. So that lasted for a little bit. Upwork is on the high. Tesla on the low. Yeah, man, you know. LMT at 440. Bro, there's a lot of things that got murdered. Like, even if you go look at some of these daily charts, like, it's not, it honestly, what everyone's getting lulled by this. I even, after looking at MO and all these dividends, it kind of even makes sense. Like, I really, like, I don't know. I'll give you a hot take. All yields across the world are just rocketing up. So in a weird way, I think even some of these dividend yields, people are kind of more or less willing to unload them. You say it wasn't worth it though, the REIT? Well, yeah, like that's what they said. Like, if I'm not raising money and like trying to like run it like a real REIT, like, you know, if that's not the goal, then it doesn't make any sense to do it. Yeah, we could do a mutual fund. That would be the most, just, we wouldn't have a stock. But even then, it's like, just depending on how we want to set it up. But as long as there's no money raising involved and like just to manage or like, again, have like a combined property pool, that you could accomplish. But, you know, maybe, I don't know. If I get really bored or if we find a way to take over Berkshire or, again, anything in between. The opportunity arises, but for now, it's just not there. Unless somebody wants to do it. If you want to put up 250 grand a year, it's like $500,000 a year. If you put up $500,000 a year for the fees and the legal, I mean, I'm down. That's what I'm saying, and then I won't raise money. But otherwise, that's pretty much what it's going to cost to run. So then if we're not, again, if the goal and objective isn't get like, 50 million, 100 million from the big banks, then it doesn't make sense. I am still holding Enphase. That's like one of my biggest losers on the year. Alongside Boeing. Those are plays I've had for a while. That was from their first earnings. I've yet to average down. I only had 25 shares, too. It was just a very awful drop. What if you want a cold take? It's easy, bro. No landing. Fucking buy the dip. That's it, man. No qualms with that. Ice cold bullishness, you know? There you go, bro. Just no landing, buy the dip. What do you worry? But you ever heard of AI and NVIDIA? Intel. PayPal, there's their 59. Bro, PayPal 5% today. My goodness. So this is why everyone's getting excited on it. Is that? Oh shit. Damn. Where's Apple? Dude, I forgot I still had those shares. That sucks. I forgot those 500. Apple. Up is on the low, 115. Searching for plays nowadays, not as easy back in the days. Well, this feels a lot like summer, though. So I don't know. Just don't ever forget the summer sessions are always like, again, selling credit spreads, some of that premium. This might be that moment to do it. But now we're like, this is like the middle part of earnings. So now we're going to get, I think your plays are going to be from the final earnings in retail, whatever the random hype is, and then it'll get really boring. Big is dying. Yo, Big Lots, what's going on here? A little pop and drop. So they actually just shot up and then came down. We were trading that one a lot higher. Second quarter results. That was this morning? Or no? They announced results on August 29th. What's Pelosi playing these days? I don't think we've heard from Pelosi, and I don't know what's going on with Big. Let's see. KRE, I had that up there earlier. Again, you have Big. What else were you looking at? That was interesting. PayPal. I'd watch PayPal here. Again, just even at $60, this is a big level. Last time, went down to 59.13. So again, I don't think I'm going to wait till the carnage, but that's definitely on the list. But I would look there at 60. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on Big either. Just one more check. HE. They could, again, HE, just be very careful. The only thing that's going to happen with HE is that you just got to watch out for the pops and drops. So it just might take some time. I think intraday, but it's eventually going to find a range, and I think it's going to trade exactly like PCG. And then as you get headlines and stuff, people will react. Yeah, Big Lots don't have anything. Yeah, well, watch out here. This is where it gets good. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to cut those. That sucks. I don't want to take... I'm going to cut out that Apple share, I think. Remember, I went with the flip. That got big. I'm now 2.6 on that. That one's not good. But then I'm like, I could hold it, but I just didn't realize that's fucking 500 shares. But then we wait till the next 2 days. You got Fed minutes tomorrow. And then Mr. J-Hole. Bumpy month. Just watch the individual names. That's the crazy part about all this. NVO's on the high. Weren't they down on the day earlier? Damn, they're back up to 3. No, but like I'm saying, if you look at like, there's some names that have just been vertically, just literal knives into lows. Like a lot of value plays too. So just keep that in mind. Like you're not really getting the full perspective when there's a lot of names. Like go look at Netflix. Go look at, where is it? Like yeah, Netflix, bro. This thing hasn't moved in 3 months. So like even during all this, they're barely moving. Even Google is just straight up staying pinned. So these last 8 days of whatever, default or not, and there you go. And then Amazon came down, but then they had the gap up. I guess that's when it all started. Albemarle. Maybe commodity stuff, but wasn't there like biggest catalyst related to Chile? Yeah, Iron Condors on Netflix. That's good. That looks killer. Has not done anything. On CHD for the long term, Church and Dwight. Honestly, it looks like the ticker was Chad. I was getting very excited. So, I mean, let's see here. I got to ask you, when you looked at it, did you run any simple tests? Did you run any, like, simple Josh criteria on it? You know, so I'm gonna ask you, what do you think of it before I give you my answer? You tell me what you, because then I don't know what I'm dealing with, you know? I don't know what I'm dealing with. So I got it up here. I've already given it a quick calculation. I don't know much about it. I could get more info, but what do you think? I like that it says CHD. Yeah, I was like, that's really good. You have to work with them all the time. They're the worst clients. Ooh, drama. Ooh. Why? What do they do? Hold on. I'm not trying to instigate, but just saying. I feel that just digging into it for a recession play. Nice little divvy. But that's it? That's all you see with it? If that's the case, I mean, I'll just give you the easy no. But nothing else? Like, that's all? But there's no any. What makes you worried about it? Up off the bottom. I mean, I'll just give you I don't know. We might have to strictly do it. I'm going to give you guys the easy criteria. If it's up on the year, and like even up more than like 10, 20%, it's just the easy no. Just the easy no. All the time. I will now indiscriminately, if it is up on the year, it's just the easy no. Then I think you know. Unless, and here's the deal. It's very simple. If you were going to buy anything up on the year, why wouldn't you just buy Ozempic? That's it. I would say NVIDIA, and you could do that too, but like I'm just saying, just buy Ozempic stocks then. That's the case. The January year or August year? January. Use the invisible calendar. Just remember, right when January hit, something changed. It was in the water, I think. That's what they said. So other than that, because like I said, I don't know much about this company, but like I'm saying, it's just all I see is $14 higher than the start of the year, and then legitimately within 10% of its all-time high. I'm just not really about that life. So I'm sure it could be a good company. It might have something to it, but like I'm saying, like if I'm gonna buy anything, like I would get Eli Lilly or the other one. Chad says it's a divvy aristocrat, but even then, like I'm saying, just if I'm gonna buy the premium, like I'd rather just go for the technology and the stuff that's gonna be insane. Like make me a fuck ton of money if I'm gonna buy it on this year, and it's gonna have a high premium. Otherwise, I'm cool with again cash and getting good deals. You go to MO again, that's not up on the year. There's a lot of names that you could go for. Even then, Coca-Cola, you don't have to like maybe some names like you got everyone like MO, PayPal, MPW. To some people, that if that seems like too much dog shit for you, like you just fucking go buy Coca-Cola, go buy Pfizer maybe. You know what I'm saying? Like there's names out there. Again, there's thousands of them actually that just are way chiller, just way less premium versus some other ones. So I just like if it's a long-term question. You shouldn't, if you look at that chart and it's up, just know what I'm going to say. You don't know why people are doubting MPW. I mean, there's reasons to doubt. There's reasons to like it. The one thing I would say, just MPW, whatever it is, they have just turned the most like mundane announcement of a dividend into like the most volatile play. Whenever that dividend announcement hits, though, it's I feel like it'll get volatile, but we're gonna see. I'm probably gonna load up more on PayPal, yeah, and MPW and 3M, but probably last and then MO, not in that order. But yeah, anything that I've bought in that is down, especially if it's like a value play this year, I'm really excited to load up. I just think I need more cash. And I also think I want other things to kind of get to other prices first before I'm like, okay, I got to make it. What if we crash? We crash. You know? Mallinckrodt options, including initiating Chapter 11. Bro, they're just doing that at this point to raise funds. It has to be. They're like, they're looking at up and the other one. They're like, I think we should just tell them what we're doing. I'm not too fond of Disney. In the long term, we have like 4-point-something% cash. It's really not a lot, unfortunately. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe after another deposit, we'll have like 6 or 7. But still need more. Saying you're going BK is the new way to raise cash. Yeah, it is. I mean, it kind of just shows the problem with everything, too. Nothing is distressed because the minute you show distress, somebody's there to buy it at a very high price. From companies to real estate. And then Mallinckrodt. So see, when that unhalts, you'll probably get a run. Where's up? Up is just dropping and popping. It's just kind of making 20-cent moves at a time. What happened? That Telsa thing die? He did nothing. Let's see. This thing is fighting the force. Tons of J&J, yeah. A lot of people were talking about J&J, even the Kenvue stuff. Kenvue did good, but they chilled out. Goldman Sachs, General Mills. One letter off. NVO on the high still. And then NASDAQ's down 0.8. So it's a little bit lower than SPY 0.9, Dow 0.84. And we're seeing, what time is it? About to be 11. Not bad, actually. 2 more hours? 2 more hours, Chatadonia. You've made it through. Made it through. You've only had one half-ass pop on the day. Gap down and sold off 50 points. It's been a lot. It's been a lot. All right. I think I'm going to have to, man. I don't want to. But all right, give it a little time. Oh, and then no, I'm going to keep that one. Okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Don't order tacos. Do a push-up. We'll do some when I get back. NVO on the high. Maybe if you have an NVO, you could get tacos. But I'll be RB. I love you. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Let's go, baby. It's still 2 hours left. 2 hours left. We might have a lot to talk about here. Again, you've gone through a lot in the last 48 hours. It's only Tuesday, boys. Boys, ladies too is okay. You're welcome.
Of course, linked to that retail sales report. Also linked, of course, to the dour data that we got out of China. China's central bank unexpectedly cutting a key interest rate by the most since 2020. This was a surprise move that came shortly before the release of that economic activity data for July, and it was bad. Growth in consumer spending, industrial output, investment, all sliding across the board, and unemployment higher. The National Bureau of Statistics in China saying domestic demand remains, quote, insufficient. And here in the United States, the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, said China's slowdown was a risk factor for the American economy, telling reporters that while the largest impact will be on Asian neighbors, there will be some spillover to the United States. But for now, the U.S. economy continues to show strength in those retail sales numbers released this morning. Retail sales numbers that rose in July and retail sales data from the 2 previous months revised upward. That's further signs of just how flush American households are and how those flush American households are helping to stave off a recession. But it's also further signs that flush American households are threatening to keep inflation running hot, a sentiment echoed by Lindsay Piazza over at Stifel. Take a listen.
This will boost optimism that because of the resilience of the consumer, we can achieve that soft landing. That simply means the Fed will have to be more aggressive, raising rates higher and keeping rates higher for longer.
And that's the big debate right now, Katie, about the Fed, about this data here, not just how high these numbers are going to go on the Fed's funds rate, but how long they stay at those elevated levels.
Well, if you take a look at what's priced in right now, we do have rate cuts priced into the year ahead, about 4 quarter-point cuts at this moment, about 100 basis points or so of rate cuts priced in. That had been more than 160 basis points at 2 points throughout this year. And the conversation around what would trigger these cuts has really changed. If you think back towards the start of the year, people were saying, okay, maybe the Fed is going to hike us into a recession that will lead them to cut rates. Now the conversation has shifted to, okay, the Fed is going to have to take rates from restrictive territory back to neutral at some point, maybe not necessarily an economic downturn that would trigger that. And the positioning, if you take a look at the CFTC data, supports that case. Of course, there has been a big net short built into this market. You can see it really reached its steps earlier this year, and it still exists, but has really come off of those levels, Romaine. So again, still a net short on equities, but really off its most dramatic levels that we saw earlier in 2023.
All right, let's get some insights here as we kick off to the close. Callie Cox joining us right now, U.S. investment analyst over at eToro, joining us here in Studio 2. And let's start off with that retail sales report. I mean, Katie didn't want to say it, but is good news bad?
eToro? They got eToro out here? All right, Chad. I had time to pee. I just don't like it. I'm taking a loss on those apples. 2,500. Very sad. I was not down that much. Oh. Okay, no. I did. I'm good. Yeah. That was sad. But it's too big. I don't want to wait for it. If it has 2 more down days, I don't want to hold that one down 5K. I'll go for something else. And eToro, that's weird. I know, sad day. Sad day. Not really. We'll get it back. Oh, Biden's back? Oh, I could have held it through that then. I was waiting. I think I'm too early. I could have waited till the end of the day, but like I'm saying, if we do test it, we haven't had one update. That's why I feel like a schmuck selling out of it. But then I'm like, I don't know. You're 2 days off. You don't have anything there. What about me? Let me talk to him, Joshua. I was just telling him we're about to thank God. Go ahead, Mark. You never stop.
And you got a mayor and a county executive. I used to work for the county. I used to be a county councilman when I was 26 years old. And I tell you what, I ran for the Senate because it's too damn hard being on the county council. Everybody comes up to you and goes, yeah, county council, yeah, you wonder what we do, huh? Well, the truth of the matter is you do a hell of a lot, and your mayor's doing a hell of a job as well. Look, folks, I apologize because I try very hard to keep my speeches between 15 and 18 minutes. But I got to talk a little bit about Hawaii. I've been on the phone with the governor coming up here and the senators. And let me address that devastating wildfires, some of which are still burning in Hawaii. They've claimed the lives of 99 people so far.
Why is he so loud?
They haven't cleaned things up yet.
The
deadliest wildfire in more than 100 years.
He's killing
the whole city destroyed. Generations of native Hawaiian history turned into ruin. I've spoken to Governor Josh Green multiple times and reassured him the state will have everything it needs from the federal government. I immediately approved the governor's request for expedited major disaster declaration. That's a fancy word of saying whatever you need, you're going to get. And that'll get aid into the hands of people who desperately need it, who have lost their loved ones, who have lost their homes, their livelihoods, who've been damaged and destroyed. And think about this. All that area they got to plow up. They can't do it now because they don't know how many bodies are there. They don't know what's left. Imagine being a mom or dad, wondering where your child is. Imagine being a husband or wife, a mother or father. It's really tough stuff. Almost 500 federal personnel have been deployed to Maui to help communities and survivors get back on their feet. FEMA, search and rescue teams are sifting through the ashes in that 5-mile area that you've seen on television has been burned. It's painstaking work. It takes time, and it's nerve-wracking. Most of the debris can't be removed until it's done. My wife Jill and I are going to travel to Hawaii as soon as we can. That's what I've been talking to the governor about. I don't want to get in the way. I've been to too many disaster areas, but I want to go make sure we got everything they need. I want to be sure we don't disrupt the ongoing recovery efforts. FEMA Administrator Griswold, who's the best we ever had, I think, was on the ground this weekend. I just talked to her. She's back in the States. I have directed her to streamline the process as quickly as possible to help register survivors for immediate federal assistance without delay. To date, FEMA has approved 50,000 meals, 75,000 liters of water, 500 beds, 10,000 blankets, and as well as other shelter supplies for survivors displaced from their homes. FEMA also authorized one-time payments of $700 per household to folks who have been displaced so they can do the immediate things of just taking care of medications and prescriptions that they so badly need. We're working with the state to make sure survivors that have lost their homes have a place to call home until we can rebuild. We're also surging federal personnel to the state to help the brave firefighters and first responders, many of whom lost their own homes, their properties, while they're out busting their neck to save other people. How many have been so impacted themselves, but they're still working around the clock to put the fires out, evacuate survivors to safety, and find the missing. I've ordered all available federal assets on the island to assist local crews, including the U.S. Coast Guard, the Navy 3rd Fleet, and the U.S. Army. In the immediate aftermath, the Coast Guard and Navy supported maritime searches and rescue operations. The Army helicopters help fire suppression and efforts on the Big Island because there's still some burning on the Big Island, not the one where you see on television all the time. FEMA has deployed more than 140 urban search and rescue personnel as well. And there's so many organizations to thank, like the American Red Cross, helping survivors, missing loved ones. Cell phone providers, making sure first responders can make and respond to emergency calls. Commercial airlines that have evacuated tens of thousands of people from the island. The list goes on. And the Small Business Administration has dozens of staff on the island and has begun making low-interest federal disaster loans available to Hawaii businesses, homeowners and renters, and nonprofits to help them begin to rebuild. just to get by for the immediate near
Fall
term.
back. No, they rejected
We're going
me.
to coordinate, continue to coordinate relentlessly with
I had
the people
an
on the
idea.
ground to make sure the critical
Rejected
work
again.
continues. In the meantime,
Every time it says
you
no,
always hear
but
this phrase, and I've done
I
this so
think we're
many
gonna get a
disasters
move.
in my career, it's almost hollow. Our prayers, our thoughts and prayers are with the people of Hawaii, but not just our prayers. Every asset they need will be there for them. And we'll be there in Maui as long as it takes. As long as it takes. And I mean that sincerely. We're going to have more to report on this. But today, I come to Milwaukee to talk about what we're doing to
dude,
bring
I
manufacturing
lowered
back
the
home.
volume already.
It's about our progress, building an economy from the middle out and the
Fuck
bottom
yeah.
up, not the top down.
Amen.
You know, that trickle-down economics, not a whole lot landing on my dad's kitchen table. But when the middle works and the bottom has a shot up, the wealthy do very well. I'm a capitalist. If you can make $1 billion, go make it. I mean it. Just pay a little more taxes than you're paying right now. 8% doesn't quite get it. But look,
You guys
I came
know
to
he's-
office
Y'all just clap for him
determined
to
to move
tax
away
their
from trickle-down
W-2 even
economics
more
and
directly.
focus on the middle class. Because I said when the middle class does well, everybody does well. Everybody does well. The Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal started calling my plan not initially as a compliment to Bidenomics.
Yeah, very
Guess
yeah.
what, folks? They're talking about it differently now.
Yeah,
It's
guess what
working.
now, bitches?
It's working.
Yeah, right there, motherfucker. Huh?
I'm serious.
Yeah, serious. You mean it.
Because we're investing in America. According to Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs, my plan is leading to a boom. They call it a boom in manufacturing. And manufacturing investment, as you're seeing right here in this factory.
He's like, now
Over
they say it's a good thing.
13.4 million new jobs.
No, just you started saying it.
150,000 new jobs in the state of Wisconsin.
Clap.
Nearly 800,000 new manufacturing
Get
jobs
into it.
nationwide. More than 20,000 manufacturing jobs in Wisconsin. From Green Bay to Verona to Pleasant Prairie. We've added more jobs in 2 years than any president has in American history in a 4-year term. More in 2 than any's done in 4. And unemployment has been below 4% for the longest stretch in over 50 years. 50 years. Wisconsin's unemployment rate is just 2.5%.
Clapped on that.
That's lower than it was every single month. The prior administration. We've recovered all the jobs lost during the pandemic.
Every single one
We've
of them.
added millions more. People are coming off the sidelines, getting back into the workplace. Remember a while there, they were saying, well, Biden just allowed people not to work and get paid. Guess what? The higher percentage of American workers are working today than ever before. And while unemployment is down,
damn, now what? Well, now what? He says you're
in case you
wrong,
haven't
bro.
noticed, inflation is down too and it's going lower.
Oh.
Remember what the experts said, to get inflation under control, you need lower wages and higher unemployment. Not a joke. Those of you economists know that's the economic mantra. To get inflation under control, fewer jobs, more unemployment, that's number one, and making sure that you don't have to deal with. That's what they say caused inflation. But I never thought the problem was too many people working or working people making too much money. And one reason we've seen inflation fall by 2/3 without losing jobs is that we're seeing corporate profits come back down to earth. You know, we've done more, we have more to do with inflation now. It's just about 3% now. It's predicted to go lower than that. We're near the lowest point in over 2 years. And at the same time, we pay for low-wage workers has grown at the fastest rate in 2 decades. Wages are growing faster than inflation. Folks, that's Bidenomics. It's about growing an economy by strengthening the middle class.
Come on, get excited.
And making things in America again.
Y'all keep saying today's boring. I'm just telling y'all.
To the conservative Republican
There's
view,
people
the
clapping.
so-called MAGA view, which
MAGA
is focused
view.
on corporate profits. They say we should find, and that the rationale up to now has been, let's find the cheapest place in the world to make our product.
What are you going to do about
Let's
that?
shut down the operation in America and send it overseas. And then send the refined product back to America and sell it here.
Oh, man.
That's their philosophy.
Yeah, it is.
But you know
What?
who believes that?
Who?
Your significant senator, Ron Johnson. He believes outsourcing manufacturing
Do I
jobs
clap?
is a great
I don't know if I'm
thing.
supposed to clap.
He's on record as saying he doesn't agree with American work. This is what he said. American workers should manufacture.
Oh,
He
this is
doesn't think
getting
they should
awkward.
manufacture products
He's
that
like
require
shitting on their
a lot
governor?
of labor.
Whoa, bro.
Here's what he said, quote,
Shit.
let the
Our guy.
billions of people around the world do that.
Whoa, are you mocking
End
him?
of quote.
End of quote?
You wonder why the hell we got ourselves in trouble.
Boo.
Well, we've been letting
supposed to
them
boo.
do that for too damn long. It's time to build American products in America.
Yeah. Woo. There you go. That's my cue.
You can see how Ron Johnson's rationale and mega rationale worked out. Between the year 2000 and January 2021,
Ron Johnson don't work for the WWE. I just got to verify this because in my mind, I'm picturing he's beefing with like some worldwide wrestler entertainer.
Talk to those 136,000
What I do?
people and tell them it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
whether you manufacture things
whether
at
you
home or
manufacture
overseas.
things at home or overseas. I got you.
Sure as hell does, man.
Oh, it does. It does.
Not
Why'd
only
you just tell me to say that?
For those 136,000 people who lost their jobs, but for their families,
Ron the Rock
and communities, and the economic growth it generated here at home.
Ron the Rock.
Let's take a look at how the Johnson philosophy played out the real time.
Dude, he's just roasting their governor?
Like in Kenosha, about
That's
40 miles from here.
That's savage.
There used to be a lot of people assembling automobiles there, making a direct living for their families, generating economic growth for Kenosha until American Motors plant closed in '88. Or take a look at Milwaukee.
Oh, it's their
Known as
senator?
the manufacturing
All right, that's a
powerhouse
little
for so
less
long. That's when
personal,
I
but
got to the
still,
Senate.
he's...
I've been around
Dang,
about 200 years. When I got to the Senate
Oh!
in 1973,
He made a joke about being 200 years old.
manufacturing powerhouse.
That was a
That's
good
how it was
joke.
referred to. Not a joke.
Oh,
Not a joke.
I see you, Biden.
You don't have to tell anyone in this
Fuck
audience
yeah.
how
That was a
hard
good joke.
people here work.
Look at that. Some
All
self-deprecation
of
humor, you know? It's beautiful.
all you've done to
He
keep
got
the
he
city
gets it.
strong.
He's still there. Nah, that's
Still,
not dementia. Fuck you.
By early
I'm
2000,
defending him for
Milwaukee
5
had
minutes
lost
now.
around 2 out
That's
of
a sign
3
of life.
factory jobs.
What are you saying?
80,000
He's
jobs
aware.
were gone.
That's a conscious
80,000.
awareness right there. He said, I
When
know
those
I'm
jobs were
200
lost,
years old.
something
Fuck
else
with
was
your boy.
lost as well.
Yeah, come
Pride.
on. What's that? Motherfucker, I know I'm
Sense
old.
of dignity.
What you got to say, huh?
My dad, and I swear to God, this was an expression, used to have an expression. My
Yeah,
dad was a
right,
high
right,
school
right.
educated guy, was well-read and worked like hell.
I don't know what story we're getting into, but I know
Didn't
it.
have a chance to go to college.
Something
He used
about
to say,
dignity.
Joey, and this is the God's truth.
Yep.
Joey, your
Something
job's
about
about a
dignity.
lot more than a paycheck.
Yep.
It's about dignity.
Yep.
It's about respect.
Come on, man.
It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's what a job is about.
It is.
That's what a job is about. And when the breadwinner in the family loses their job, they lose their pride and the sense of dignity that goes with that. People like Ron believe that is a good thing.
It doesn't hit to say when you know it's going to happen.
That's all you need to
though.
look
It's
at.
just
It's good
like,
for America. Well, that's not my bottom line. From the day I took office, I was determined to turn it around with what now they're calling Bidenomics. It's one of the reasons why I fought so hard to write and get past the Chips and Science Act. We used to invest more in science and research than any country in the world. Almost 2% of our gross domestic product. Now it's about 0.7% we invest. We're the best engineers in the world. We're the best scientists in the world. We're the
We
best
invented the
researchers in the
computer
world.
chip.
What the hell
Damn
are we
it.
doing?
We invented it.
Well, guess what?
What?
That Chips and Science Act has generated $231
Bro, that Chip and
billion
Science Act is loved
in the
by
last 18
Moody's.
months in private investments making semiconductors here in America. By the way,
I got you, bro.
we, the United States, invented those semiconductors.
Told you.
We invented them when we went to the moon. They're those small computer chips the size of the tip of your finger, affecting nearly everything in our lives.
I
from
got
cell
you.
phones, automobiles, the most sophisticated weapon systems in the world. Let me give you one concrete example. I remember the chairman the largest chip maker in the world in South Korea.
I got
it's
you,
called
bro.
SK when I was in South Korea. They're investing now $22 billion in America. And I asked them why. I said, God's truth, why America? And he said, number one, think of this now.
He got it.
Remember it. Number one, there's no safer place in the world to have my investment than the United States of America.
Tell him.
And number two,
Tell him.
you have the best workers in the world. And he's right. That's the truth. It's about time Ron Johnson's friend understood that.
Listen, it
Look,
is.
folks, they think you want IBW. I wouldn't be standing here this time without you guys. But the IBW, they think, average American, they're not being mean or anything. They think, well, to be an electrician, you say, I want to be an electrician. You get a card.
Yeah.
4 to 5 years of apprenticeship. Hear me? Like going back to college.
Oh,
4 to 5 years. You get paid, but not nearly what you get paid when you get your card. You got to talk more about what you do, what it takes to get it done. People aren't.
I got you.
trying to
Someone
be
said
mean,
we
they just
taking
don't
over.
know.
I said I feel you.
Well,
it
I'm
hits.
sure in hell tell them.
It's that type of vibe.
The bottom line is we invented chips here in America. We used to produce them here. We used to produce 40%, and now we're bringing them back home. Thankfully. Thankfully. We have people like Tammy Baldwin, who championed, that's the God truth, Buy American policies leading to resurgence of manufacturing in Wisconsin and across the country. You heard me say it before. Where in God's name is it written that America can't lead the world again in manufacturing? Where is that written? Folks, nowhere. You got it. Since I took office, we've attracted more than $1.5 trillion. Let me say it again. $1.5 trillion in private investment in American manufacturing.
Bro, someone
and the industries
said
of the future.
They said nowhere.
Spending on construction of manufacturing plants that need to be built nearly doubled in the last 2 years. And you know, that's not just the permanent jobs. They're generating growth, economic growth. Look, construction jobs do that as well. We've added 600,000 good-paying construction jobs since I took office. When they build these plants to build these chips.
So like this is
guess
the
what? They
guy
call
he's
them
roasting.
fabs. There's big
so
as
like if you
football,
ever wanted
enormous
to know
football
what
fields.
like someone Biden
That's
don't
how
look
big
like
they are.
or
They're
don't
gigantic.
look like it, this is the guy.
Guess what?
This is the guy messing
People
with
who work
Biden,
there,
bro.
You know what the average salary is in these fabs?
What?
$116,000, and you don't need a college degree.
Fuck yeah, no degree.
What the hell are we talking about?
Whoa. Oh, profanity, yeah.
Folks, instead of exporting American jobs, we're creating American
that guy's
jobs
in
and
his
exporting
head.
American products.
That guy's just messing with him.
And they're being built right here in Wisconsin and places where factories have been shut down. Look what you're doing here. Enga team came to Milwaukee 10 years ago, thanks to tax incentive and clean energy during the Obama-Biden administration. Then exactly 1 year ago tomorrow, I signed a significant piece of clean energy legislation combating the existential threat of climate change, the single largest investment ever anywhere in the world, without one single member of the other team voting for it. That law reauthorized those clean energy tax credits and expanded them. As a result, this company predicts that demand for the wind turbine generators, which they're making right here in this facility, will double next year. And since I took office, the private sector has announced more than $3 billion in investments, not million, billion.
Exactly.
In investments for wind energy manufacturing in America. And by the way, it's cheaper than fossil fuels. Cheaper than fossil fuels. And that's not all. Until this year, this company didn't think it made sense to make chargers for electric vehicles in the United States. But then,
y'all know that
when
zero
I signed the bipartisan infrastructure
ain't even about polluting less.
Ron Johnson and his friends didn't vote. They all voted against.
You know, like that zero
That
means
law
like you
invests
still polluting.
$7.5 billion to build a network of thousands of electric
So like
vehicle
it's just
chargers
about
stretching
not
across the
polluting
country,
while you
including on
pollute.
I-94. By the way, over 500,000 of these charging stations. That's real jobs. That's real money. And by the way, my grandpa Biden, who died very young, died in the hospital I was born in 6 days before I was born. He worked for the American Oil Company. His job was to go from
Where the
town
fuck
to
were you
town,
born, Joe? What the fuck?
expanding the American Oil Company.
Have you heard this story?
Building new gas stations. People didn't know where they wanted a couple thousand gallons of gasoline under the ground where they are.
No, they're
What
building
happens
a
if you
gas
build
station.
a gas station?
Yeah, okay.
You end up with something like a 7-Eleven or a donut shop or a drugstore around it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
generates economic growth. We're going to be building these facilities all across America so you can plug in and go the width of the country.
You go build drugstores
That way
and
you can
Dunkin'
travel
Donuts?
coast to coast
That's
without
the
worrying
plan?
about running out of power. Every single one of
That
these
was
charges
wild,
must be
bro.
installed
He
by
said we gonna
workers
build a gas
certified
station,
by
we gonna
the
get a donut
IBEW
shop and a
plan.
pharmacy.
Everyone.
And
That was the condition.
we take it
Everyone.
over. One city at a
And every
time.
single one
We
must be
take it
made in America.
Yeah! How about the whole
You know, there's a provision in law that I thought I knew a fair amount, but I didn't realize, maybe you did, Tammy, but I didn't realize back in the 30s it passed a law that's consistent with international
bro,
trade.
gas stations,
that
donuts,
if
and
Congress
fucking
passes a law to spend
pharmacies.
money,
That's
the
it,
president
dog.
has to decide where to spend
plan.
it.
I'm down.
He or she has to spend it
fucking
on
get it.
American workers.
That's how we go,
and
one
in
city at a
America,
time.
American products.
Amen.
Well, most presidents, including Democrats, didn't pay a lot of attention to that.
I don't believe you.
And so now, to use a non-American
If I gave you a
product,
lineup
gotta
of
have a really
10
good
people
reason
and I
to
said, who do you
can't,
think
in fact,
paid
get it from an American
the least attention,
Look,
maybe
folks,
I would select you, but
This company concluded that it was an opportunity for them as
if I
well.
put you on a lineup,
And now
I
they're
said, who
making
paid the most
fast-charging
attention?
EV chargers here in America, right in Wisconsin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Their goal is to manufacture 13,000 high-speed chargers every single year. And guess what? To the chagrin of your senator,
What is
the
that
other senator,
SPGC golf
it's
thing
gonna
keeps going
add
up?
100 good-paying jobs. Folks, this is happening across the state. It's a direct result of those clean energy investments I signed in law a year ago. Folks, as I've said for
I'm
a long
having fun
time,
getting hyped on this too. It's
for a long
it's
time.
a blast. I
When
encourage you to
think
try it.
climate, I think jobs.
Fuck
not
yeah.
a joke.
Not
When I
not
think
kidding.
climate, I think jobs. That's the future. By the way, Texas, the state of Texas.
Don't forget the
a
donut
very
shops in the future.
Enlightened governor.
Whoa.
The very state of Texas has the
Whoa.
significant highest number
fuck?
of wind and solar facilities, I think, of any state in the nation.
You sound beautiful
And it's
right
cheaper
now, sir.
than fossil fuel.
Fossil fuel.
He wants to shut them down.
The whisper don't hit the same on
Isn't
this
that
mic.
enlightened?
What do they do to the mic right now?
Like the 12 solar energy products and Alon Energy
Oh, he's on the move.
is building across Wisconsin, creating
Got
more
it.
than 2,000 jobs, local
Yeah, I think you
construction
did call
jobs.
out that one earlier.
Most of them
Garrett.
union jobs, and
I
in the
don't
process
think
of
it just got
serving
halted.
customers in Wisconsin, saving them more than $1.6 billion in energy costs. These are facts, not fiction. And back to Kenosha, which was hit hard by the American Motors when it closed. Now, Paris Solar has broken ground on the state's first large-scale solar and battery storage project in Kenosha County. It's creating 300 good-paying construction jobs. 300. And just today, the company Siemens announced that because of that law I
my
signed,
room is so
and the significant
loud right
investment
now.
we're making in clean energy, they're going to begin
just took off my
manufacturing solar
headphones and, like-
inverters here in
Bro,
Wisconsin.
I got like it's like a Biden
And by the way,
helicopter. Bro, it's so
American
loud
people are
right
going to be
now.
learning, no matter how well educated you're going to be learning a lot, because I bet most people don't know what a solar inverter is. It converts solar energy from the sun into electricity.
Solar energy from the sun. We
Kind
got
of
solar
novel
energy.
idea.
Looking for $12.99.
How
Looking
many
for a donut
times you
shop
ever
in there.
think
We're at the
in
pharmacy.
those
Looking
days
for the
when
pharmacy. We got the
you
pharmacy.
had
We're going to build
those
jobs
real
here out
big
there.
bills in the winter and a hot day? Why
Sorry.
couldn't we capture all this?
I don't know.
Guess what? They're going to be doing a piece of that. Sunlight shines down and the inverter turns into electricity. And they're going to build them just outside of Kenosha. Don't tell me Americans can't innovate. Don't tell me that. Since I took office, I've seen more than $3 billion in private investment in clean energy manufacturing all across Wisconsin. That's Bidenomics. That's investing in America.
Clap.
Totally consistent with international law and trade agreements. And investing in America means investing in all
This is
of
very long.
America.
I didn't think it was going to go on
When
this long,
I ran
Chad.
for president, I made a promise that I would leave no one behind. No part of the country to leave behind. I'm getting mad. A lot of Democrats are getting mad at me because we're investing actually more in red states than blue
Bro,
states
you just
right now.
ripped apart Ron
To all
Johnson.
Americans. I made a promise.
How are we going to bring him
I
on
made a
board
promise,
after that?
No matter where.
Fuck. I'll talk
And
to
folks,
him. Let me
red
talk to him.
states, blue states, urban, suburban, or rural, all of that will benefit from what we do. That's why I launched the Rural Partners Network to help rural communities, including here in Wisconsin and my state of Delaware, which is mostly rural, believe it or not, create jobs and economic opportunity. And my administration has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to support small and medium-sized meat and poultry processors across the Midwest, including dozens here in Wisconsin, from Lancaster to Richland Center to Soldiers Grove. This way, farmers can get the best price for their product. They don't have to deal with the only giant processor that pays them
I'm
less
mad,
for
so I
what they
closed out
need,
the Apple.
but
I was
they
trying to do another
No, I
play,
mean it.
but that other play is hard to borrow, so it won't let me do the same size. We'll
that
talk
wasn't
about
my
it when
idea.
Biden's
That was the
done.
Secretary of Agriculture, the former governor of
Maybe we
Iowa.
won't, though, because now I'm over
Folks,
it.
that's not all. We're also investing $230 million in Wisconsin to support agriculture that's good for the environment, like planting cover crops that replenish the soil with nutrients and absorb carbon from the air.
Wow.
We're helping farmers, ranchers, foresters get paid for doing the right thing. It's simple, folks. When farmers do well, when the wealth they generate stays in Wisconsin, then their children can stay in Wisconsin and find opportunity here and build a stronger rural economy. Investing in America also means rebuilding our
You
infrastructure.
guys need to start clapping.
The governor talked about how
Trust
many
me.
bridges and
It's
roads.
way better
I mean,
for your
it's
soul
amazing.
than complaining.
And it's not even been a year
Just
yet.
trust me. Just
It's
get
been about a year.
influenced by the crowd. Here,
You
come
know,
here.
the last guy
I'll guide
talked
you.
about infrastructure
I'll
month.
guide you. Come on.
We
It's
got
okay.
infrastructure decade, baby.
We'll get, oh, yeah. Fuck yeah.
10
See?
years. Oh,
yeah,
think
there
I'm
you go.
kidding.
Just start clapping. It's okay, even if you're mad.
I never had one
Go
month.
clap.
But I'm joking. I'm not joking.
He's not kidding.
And by the way, a number of my Republican friends voted against this infrastructure bill, including your distinguished
see?
other senator.
There you go. It's good for you. It's good
You
for
know,
you.
we used to be number one in the world in infrastructure.
Clapping. See, it's good.
But over
Just
time, we
get used
slipped
to
to
it.
the 13th best infrastructure.
Trust me, it's
13th
better
best
for you. It's
infrastructure
better
from
for
number
you.
one.
You're telling me you don't feel, you could
How
still
can you
hold
be
the
the
same
best
opinion,
economy in the
but you don't
world?
feel better?
With a second-rate
Oh,
infrastructure.
come on.
Not a joke.
Come on.
How can you do that?
That's it. It's just like you
Well,
feel
through the
better about
bipartisan
it.
infrastructure law, we've already announced 37,000 projects, 4,500 communities across America, including hundreds of projects, as the governor referenced
Our
right here in
founding
Wisconsin.
fathers would have a duel,
Let me give you a couple examples.
and I'd agree with them. Honestly,
We're
they wouldn't
investing
have
$80
you
million to
Okay.
replace the interstate bridge over the Wisconsin River in Columbia County. That's a major route connecting people in Milwaukee, Madison, and Chicago.
I would have
And
supported
look
a duel,
across
though.
town, where union workers are building North Holton Street Bridge,
Don't
which is
hysterically
nearly
laugh.
100 years old.
You're going insane.
More than 10,000 vehicles travel over it every single day across the Milwaukee River. It's dangerous,
Dangerous.
and this reconstruction is long overdue. A lot of you were with me when I was in Pittsburgh. By the way, Pittsburgh is a city of bridges, more bridges in Pittsburgh than any other city
You
in
like
America.
saying Pittsburgh.
I watched that bridge collapse. I got there and saw it collapse with over 200 feet off the ground going over a valley. And it collapsed. Thank God school was out during the pandemic. Imagine all the people would have died. And they knew for years they had to do something. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars to rebuild it. You know,
Why were
I know
you there?
everybody kicks me because
What
I'm
do you
an
mean you
Amtrak
watched
guy.
it
I like
collapse?
rail.
If I said that, I'd be
Well,
on a watch
I've
list
traveled
or at
over
least on a suspect
1,280,000
list.
miles on Amtrak. I know you think that's nuts. I do too, but the reason for that is when I got elected, I was 29 years old. I was in an office hiring staff, and I got a phone call saying my wife and daughter were dead and my two boys were not likely to live. Tractor trailer broadsided and killed them. And I didn't want to stay in Washington. So I said, a lot of really good senators, including a couple good Republican friends, became friends. Said, just come and stay 6 months, help us organize. Hell, we had 58 Democratic senators already and a Democratic governor. I didn't know any better, but I stayed. And I started to commute every day because having been listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years, true, my wife called me one day and says, "Did you read the paper today?"
Don't bring up the accounts. Stop right now. Don't say anything about your net worth. Shut up.
I said, "No, honey, I didn't see the Wilmington
Cut him
paper."
off.
Said,
Stop
Headline.
it. No, nothing more.
Above the fold.
Nothing more. Don't tell them
Only
anything
a
else.
politician's wife would say that. Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true?
Fuck. Yeah.
Like I was cheating on her or something. But I was. And I couldn't afford a house in Washington, and I couldn't afford a house in Delaware. If I sold my house in Delaware, I'd lose the election.
Well, I'm not triggered.
It's
I'm
only
just
300 miles a day.
I'm actually having a lot of fun right now.
Still,
I encourage you to do the same. Get ready to clap.
4 hours beginning to
Okay,
end.
fucker. That's it. It's game time.
And so what happened was when you travel as vice president on Air Force planes.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you fucker. Last time we had a fallout in the Twitch.
And I guess it was in my
so be careful.
6th year as vice president.
No, he was saying he was poor.
In the New York
I
paper
misheard that too.
Biden travels almost 1,200,000 miles on Air Force planes, 1,200,000 or whatever. I'm getting on the train one day. The Secret Service are the best in the world. They don't like me traveling on the train because there are too many opportunities for people to do bad things on trains. And
yeah, because we need a boat to get to our destination, sir. A train is not going to work. Can you please step off? And can we approach the helicopter so we can make a movement? Thank you.
One of the senior guys in Amtrak who I rode with all the time.
Exactly why.
Joey, baby, grabs my cheek.
Whoa.
Swear to God, I thought you were going to shoot him. And I said, no. I said, what's the matter, Angie? He said, I read this thing about over 1 million miles on Air Force planes. He said, hell, you know how many miles you travel on Amtrak? I said, no, Angie, I don't know. He said, we just had a retirement dinner up in Newark. He said, you traveled average 117 days a year, round trip, 300 miles a day. 36 years, that's 1,285,000 miles. I don't want to hear any more about the Air Force. True story. I swear to God. I'm getting off point here, but anyway.
Out of anything in that story, I wasn't like, no way, that's not true.
Saves a lot of energy.
I swear to God.
A lot of energy.
Put out everything. That's just real. That's right.
Thanks to infrastructure law, we're providing $23 million to upgrade.
Unbelievable. Wow.
Modernize Mitchell International Airport, which is going to increase economic activity in Milwaukee.
Sure, bro. Sure.
We're also removing every single lead pipe in Wisconsin. Every single one. These lead pipes are dangerous. Some of you may remember, I had a guest at the last State of the Union when I was speaking.
Okay, man.
And a young woman named Deanna Branch. She's a Milwaukee mom.
I'm giving this like 2 more minutes.
She had her 3-year-old son.
I thought I was going to make it to the
her.
end, but
was hospital twice for lead poisoning.
He got more energy than I do today.
Well, guess what? We're removing every single lead pipe in Wisconsin out of the ground. That's a fact. The risk to everyone's health, especially our children's. And then over 250,000 homes and small businesses across Wisconsin
I'm tapping out soon.
don't have access to high-speed
It's been a long time. It's a long day.
No
I still haven't had any caffeine.
You'd have to sit outside at McDonald's.
He keeps going, dude. I can't.
Schools are closed.
And I'm just too excited. I can't keep up this excitement.
So the kid can do your homework. Not a joke. Well, guess what? They do it if you don't have internet at home.
You go to
That's
McDonald's
why
parking lot.
Over $1 billion.
Dude, he did every speech today.
State,
he did the CHIP speech. He did the Dignity speech. He did the Amtrak speech. He's about to get into the McDonald's speech. I think he's about to do all of them. This is like the season finale or something.
All our high-speed internet projects must use products and construction materials made in America.
They already did the infrastructure
Look,
act.
folks, it's really kind of basic.
Oh, yeah?
You just decide to invest in America again. That's what it's all about.
I mean, I agree. Buy the bonds.
I want you to see exactly what we're making these investments across the country.
Agree.
If you want to know exactly where they are, you can go on the internet, go to invest.gov, put in your location and find out what's happening. Exactly what's happened or scheduled to happen. Folks, we've done all this without raising anybody's taxes, making under $400,000.
All right. I like it.
My friends talk about the big spend of Biden. Well, guess what? I made a promise. I'll never raise federal tax on anyone making less than $400,000 a year. I kept my promise. And unlike the last president, in my first 2 years in office, even with all we've done, I'm the first one to cut the federal debt by $1.7 trillion. $1.7 trillion cut.
Oh, $1 trillion.
We generated the growth.
I was like, that's not the number.
Folks, every Republican voted against our clean energy investment.
I don't think
known
that's
as the Inflation Reduction Act.
I think you reduced it from the year prior,
Vast majority
sir.
voted against the bipartisan
It's
infrastructure
okay.
law.
I'm down with
But
it.
that didn't stop them from claiming credit for protecting health of their constituents that are getting
Fuck
rid
it,
of lead
fuck
by
it.
getting rid of lead
Deficit
pipes
doesn't
and putting
matter.
to work and building new roads and
Fucking
bridges.
clap.
Look, I think the vast
Man.
majority of my Republican colleagues in the Senate know better. We got to stop the partisanship. We got to stop this stuff.
Stop the party. Fuck yeah.
This legislation they oppose or attack
I
is
need to
now
go
the greatest thing to come
Hold
to
on,
their
before I
states.
need to go pee. I didn't go bathroom yet.
You know,
I was
you
just- I was
have
clapping
Marjorie
too much.
Taylor Greene, you know, the very quiet lady from North Carolina, from Georgia. Well, she talked about what Biden's doing is what Roosevelt did, what Kennedy did. I thought, well, yeah. Well, look, folks, like I said, I made a commitment because I knew this was going to happen. I knew what would happen is the folks who voted against these things, and we barely passed them, sometimes by 1 or 2 votes, when it came to their states would claim credit. I want them to get credit. That's okay. It's okay, as long as they continue to support the things we're doing. You know, I said I represent all the American people in red states and blue states, but that doesn't mean I can't make fun of the hypocrisy of those claiming credit. And like I said in the State of the Union, I'll see them at the groundbreakings. Look, let me close with this. I'm not here to declare victory on the economy. We're not there yet. We have more work to do. But we've always had a plan that turning things around, making it America stronger and safer and more competitive. Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream. That's what it is. Just restoring the American dream. I believe every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job, no matter where they live, in the heartland, small towns, raise their kids on a good paycheck and keep their roots where they grew up. That's the American dream. That's Bidenomics. It's rooted in what has always worked best for this country, investing in America, investing in Americans. Because when we invest in our people, when we strengthen the middle class, we see stronger economic growth that benefits all Americans. The most important thing I want to say today is this: thank you. Not thank for how you voted, but thank you to the people of Wisconsin. Thank you to the American people. We've faced some pretty tough times in recent years. The pandemic took over 1 million lives. How many empty chairs are there sitting there on dining room tables these days? Our neighbors, our friends, our fellow Americans, they're still living in pain and loss and isolation caused by the pandemic. It generated the most severe economic crisis since the Great Depression. Wasn't it that long ago that 20 million people in America were out of work? But today, the American people, they didn't give up. Wisconsin didn't give up. Americans didn't give up. America didn't give up. And I've said it 1,000 times. There is no quit in America. There is no quit in America. Look how far we've come. Today is not hyper. We have the strongest economy in the world. And you're looking at me a little skeptical, but I promise you, check it out. The strongest economy in the world. The highest job satisfaction in 36 years. Our inflation rate has dropped to the lowest among major economic nations in the world. And if we keep it up, it's going to go lower, according to Monday. All I hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle is what's wrong with America. There's a lot wrong with America.
What's wrong
like
with
every
you
country.
hoes? I want to talk about it.
They tell us America's failing, but they're wrong. Democrats, Republicans, independents, conservatives, liberals. I don't think they understand the average American. Whatever we set our mind to as a country, we've always accomplished. Name
Damn,
me
I
one
had my
thing
opportunity up.
in American history.
It literally hit my
America
price
stood
and it
together
came
and
crazy.
said, we're going to solve that problem. We didn't do it. Name me one. Name me one. There's nothing beyond our capacity. America isn't failing. America's winning. And I'm proud of the historic legislation my administration has passed. They're the right steps not only to get our economy moving again, but to build to the future. But the real hero in this story is all of you, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. The people of Milwaukee, the people of Wisconsin, the American people.
Bring it home.
Yes, my
Bring it
policy
home.
helped create a lot of these jobs
Bring
and
it, yeah.
continue to grow, but you're the ones getting up every single day, walking out that door and doing the work. Yes,
You were just
my
trying to
policies
take
have
credit
helped
for the
create
last
some small
50 minutes,
businesses.
bro.
You've created more than any
Fine,
time in
I'm
history,
down.
but you're
Thank
the
you.
ones who decided to borrow the money and take the risk in the middle of this concert.
Except
Took the
Ron
risk
Johnson. Fuck him.
to hire workers, fulfilling your
That's
dreams.
it. Except Ron
I've
Johnson.
long said it's never, ever, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never, never, never. And it's not a good bet today. This is still a country that believes in honesty, decency, and integrity. The vast majority of Americans do. Our political leaders, sometimes in both parties, don't. We're still a country that believes in hard work. We're still a country that believes that each and every one of us is created equal. We're still a beacon to the world. That's because small towns and in rural America and suburbs, big cities all across the country, every ordinary person, all ordinary people, do the most extraordinary things. Let me tell you, America's best days are ahead, not behind us. Not because of me, because of you. It isn't about the past, it's about the future. It's about each of us writing the next chapter in American history. I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I've never been more optimistic about America's future, both domestic and foreign. We just have to remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So let's do it together. God love you. May God bless you all.
God love
May
you.
God protect our troops. Thank you.
Dun, 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 dun. I still like We Taking Over. I think that was a great way to bring in all of these announcements. So there you go, Chad. You made it, man. There you go. Clap it up. Clap it up. Look, you're ending with a smile, bro. I'm sorry. You're going to end it with a smile. The market went up. Again, I was very disappointed. I wanted a couple of different plays there. I even closed out of the Apple, and then I just got clapped on a hard to borrow. So I changed my mind. It was not meant to be, but my goodness, things, I don't know, they look exactly the same from when the speech started. It was kind of long. Biden was on top of it, man. I don't know, like, all jokes aside, though, like, I have fun with that one, but, like, nah, man, I don't care. He made fun of his age in that one. That was hilarious. I'm giving him the W for today. I know, I get it, the debt and everything else. I know we've lived through all this awful things, and there's just so many things. Don't worry, we have more to go through, so that's all. I'm just looking ahead, man, so don't worry. It's all love in here. I hope you are all smiling and happy and positive. If not, let's make it a fun day. Again, if you haven't realized, it's already it's I don't know how much fun you have today, how much action you want. I feel like you could create that here. So we had one play in the day. I'm down on that. That was the Telsa. Again, I sold out of the other one. I wanted the up, bro, and it was there at the price, but we already missed out on that one several times. It's kind of been all over the place, but for the most part, we're waiting for some data tomorrow. I still think we're going to have a little bit of action. The bonds have been dying this whole time. Again, today was a big deal for what we woke up to. Again, China, surprise rate cuts in China, and then the bonds hitting the cycle high out of United States and the UK. So keep it up. Just keep those things on watch. It's fun. It's always fun. You got to make it fun, though, and that's the thing. I hope, honestly, like, all jokes aside, my attitude towards all of it, I hope you don't lose your peace. So I don't care. I like to have fun. Again, like I'm saying, I don't know what your beliefs are towards stuff, but I think you could smile and just try to lighten things up in the sense, like, I don't take any of it that serious, and I hope you all realize, too, it's all entertainment. I know. That's why. So you better get entertained. That's why I'm getting entertained by it. That's all. I made it entertaining because that's what it was. Thank you for making the apocalypse fun. I don't know. We'll see, man. Let's, God willing, finger to the sky. You never know. Maybe the apocalypse happens, but like, dude, you know how much like Book of Eli and like Walking Dead I've watched, dude? So like, I'm prepared for the apocalypse. Like, F out of here, bro. Like, honestly, I feel like if the apocalypse happened, I'd be the guy you want to be around. So all I'm saying, I hope I don't miss it, like in the sense where like, I'm negligent and caught off guard and like, oh my God, I missed the apocalypse. But at the same time, like, if it did happen, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. So that's it. Trader in chief is entertaining. I think all of it. Again, it's not. I want to just boil it down to Biden. I'm just saying, like, that's at least how I get interpretation value. So again, like, I'm listening. I'm listening to the point I could tell you what they're gonna say before they say it. like you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not. I hope the humor of it does not detract from like literally when I'm telling you about this. Just like in the sense of the mindset. It's just like, I hope that when you're initially like receiving information, I encourage you to view it as entertainment and take it upon yourself to like really get to the meat of the bone of what it was, because like that's how you're going to be able to digest a lot of things without getting emotionally like tossed and turned, and then before you know it, you'll fall into your bias, or again, it makes things so much more confusing when it needs to be. But that's so, like I'm saying, it's entertaining, but it's like you view it that way so you do not get swayed in a direction where if anything is entertaining or catches your attention, I hope that implores you to search more into it, and really find out what the truth is behind that. But for the most part, everything from, it's not just Biden, it's literally it's everything. It's media, it's stock news, especially stock information, not even news, So that's what I'd keep in mind. Jesus returns sooner than later, maybe. But you want me to give you my take? I don't know if today's the day for that, but if we talked apocalypse, now you want to talk rapture. I mean, I could break it down to you very simply. I like the simple things. I watched my parents grow up while I grew up, and I've seen, heard a lot about the Bible and Jesus and a lot of that, but I always go with the simple things that he said. He says, love your neighbor as you love yourself. There's a lot of other things I was told, but like that's the simple one. So even as far as the apocalypse is concerned, I think he says something along the lines as, like a thief in the night. No one knows the time, the hour, the place, or anything. So be ready though. That's the whole point. Because if someone came back, you would want to be prepared. But at the same time, no one knows the hour or the minute. So I stuck with that. I love your neighbor as you love yourself. It was the apocalypse going to happen. No one knows, man. No one knows. It's good enough for me. An unbiased perspective requires an informed society. I mean, your perspective does not require anybody else at the end of the day. I mean, because, again, you could have a perspective that could make society void, where society does not matter. But that's all. It's just your perspective is a personal thing, sir. But good discussions we're having. What if you aren't loving yourself right now? Maybe don't be so hard on yourself. Take a step back and realize how amazing you are. That's it. I mean, I say that confidently, not just as me. I say that as like, I think a lot of you guys can double down on the good stuff that you have, bro. You probably have a lot going on, but again, that goes back to perspective. If you don't give it if you don't weigh it the right way, that's it. I mean, it's like a company. It's like a value company. There might be a lot of value, but depending on what's going on, why is it they sell off earnings when everything beats, but then they say one thing, and then vice versa, they say something and everything misses, and that changes everything. Perspective is a B word when it's good and bad. Do I have apocalypse trades planned? No. I'm like a firm believer, like real apocalypse, there's no trades. Dummies. Like, I'm not going to, hell no. You think I'm going to be on the computer, bro? I'm out. Hell nah. That's it. I'll tell you too. I'll send out a stream alert. I'll say, that's it, guys. But no, man, that's what I've always believed. That's why, like, anytime anybody's ever hit me with some like ultra bearish stuff, like especially when like we were close to it, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, there was other times we've seen here on stream, like we've seen the market get limit down halted. You know, we've watched the economy legitimately get shut down overnight. It's like you've had way closer moments to it, but it's like like when anybody's ever asked something along those lines, it's like if there was a real bigger problem, like and things were really that bad, like, dude, you're not making a trade, and if at that point your trade would mean nothing, if it was all said and done. You never seen that? That's like lesson 1 in every apocalypse movie. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, you know, where they like, oh, I found a bunch of money, and they're like, what are you gonna do with a bunch of money? No one, like, dude, it's like it's paper. And then if it's on a computer, ZN is dying. It's been on here ever since Biden, kind of when he stopped speaking, but like subtly while the market was doing nothing. Again, that's why like I got out of my, I was going to go for something else. I just got cucked. But either way, the bonds, they are dropping again. I think TLT maybe a little bit more, a little less on the day actually. And then the 2 years still green somehow. But then, like, too, like, all this apocalypse talk, like, y'all need Jesus. That's it, the ultimate apocalypse weapon. That's it, man. It's a hedge. That's all. That's all. In the end, buy everything. If it is actually the end, then the trade won't clear. Walter Deemer, Putnam Research. That's heavy. I like it. I did not short Hawaiian Electric, no. These plays, they could take time. So it's like it's going to drop here today. Next update, it'll have a pop or a drop on it. But it was still down, I think, from earlier. But now just even more. Just knees taken out. I think Generac kept going too. And then Spy with the little Chicle. Yeah, that thing was holding up here a little bit. PTSD from PG&E. I made money on PG&E on the puts back in the day, but I'm more like worried in the sense that I feel like this dropped way more on the first day, so I felt like I'm kind of, if I got trapped, I just didn't want it to be, you know, like 6 months. But then again, it could move around. We'll see. Just like up, like you get your opportunities. I don't know. You gotta like, you have to strike. I hesitated. I tried 2-on-1. But it's like, you'll get it. Like, even on up, we were just talking. I was like, damn, I can't believe I sold it. Oh, I can't believe I did this. And then, like, it literally went right below my price. And I was saying I was going to grab it, and then it just instantly went up. So we might get our chance. And that's what I'm saying. Like, let's say if HE could get a decent-sized bounce and people try to brush it off too early and it makes sense with the timeline and not too much time has gone on, I'm going to go for it. Otherwise, I think I missed it. That's kind of just my logic of not playing it. Dollar. Yeah, no, the yen is hurting now. But it sucks, though, because there's still more downside. But then that's also where I think this next, hopefully after Jackson Hole, otherwise coming into September, it's like that's going to hopefully turn the corner for the year. But then it just depends on what we see here. I mean, there's a lot of things getting crushed, though. Like, it's kind of when you look around in a weird way, relatively, the yen has done better. The 2 year has done actually the best, but there's a lot of things. Yeah, dollar went green. Dollar was red all day. So remember I was saying the dollar should have been green. No FOMC leak. Again, it's just the minutes. Yeah, the pound's still up a quarter. It's coming down. The euro's about to go red. The yen went red, actually. It was mostly green most of the day. PayPal. I think the easy answer, you know, someone asked, they're like, am I going to load up on PayPal? I said, yeah, I just don't know when. So I like this price. Again, I like MO a little bit lower as well. I like Walgreens a little bit lower as well. I like MPW at this price. What else is there? 3M, I like it a little lower, but it's decent. And I think there's one more I'm missing. Disney, I think I'd wait a little bit more on Disney. And then that's about it. Just like MPW, PayPal. Pfizer I like, actually. I don't know. I want a really good deal if I'm going to add a new name. I have not. That's the other thing. We've talked like SMG. I do like Pfizer a lot too. But my plan with RAD is let that trade build. So I want to build around it till something happens. So I've lowered my cost basis. There's enough time on it. I have the shares again, and also depending on what the market does, depending on the type of volatility we see, I don't think he will disappoint. But then again, I'm still kind of building around the trade. So in a weird way, I like my first position on it, but I wouldn't say it's over just yet. But now I'm waiting. But I think, again, initially, I liked the value of it, and then I liked the volatility hedge it provided, but some of those plays kind of died down. So that's what I'm saying. Let's see where the market takes us here, especially even after Jackson Hole. Let's see. Yeah, they keep going low. I broke $2. Yeah, so the covered calls went up a little bit, but I'm still losing more on the shares. But yeah, I'm going to give that a little bit more time. The bond market on TradingView, I don't know. You could use Trading Economics. That's a great place. It has like literally all global bond yields. I think it's in real time, and honestly, I think it's connected to TradingView. Oh, Brady, welcome. He said, I'm in and throw 5 around, baby. Or nah. Happy Tuesday. Oh my goodness. God bless you, Brady. Amen. Amen. Hola, nice. Brady blesses. You gifted me knowledge. I have to give you back, sir. Well, God bless you. Did you gift yourself the 10% in the long term as well, my brother? Is that amen? That's the sign of the knowledge. That's the fruit of the knowledge. It results in a long term and 10%. Of course. Amen. Why Jackson Hole? In the early 1980s, the Kansas City Fed leaders learned that the best way to ensure that Fed Chairman Paul Volcker would accept an invitation was to locate the event somewhere with good fly fishing in late August. Jackson Hole it was. I've never heard that. It could be true. Could be true. The Fed now does not deter you to get into PayPal? No. Again, I think PayPal is still overvalued to some metrics, and they have a lot of things there where it's not good in that sense. But, you know, with a lot of other companies, this would mean a lot, and I think it's huge. But 450 million active users is all I'm betting on with PayPal, not to mention the name brand. And I think Cash App and Venmo no, do they have Cash App? Or is that Square? Square is Cash App. But they have Venmo. And again, I think they have, again, 450 million active users. I think they're going to be around no matter what. That's not going to disappear. So, especially at like multi-year lows, I'm a fan of it. And so we'll see. Maybe PayPal helps facilitate Fed now. And just don't forget too, PayPal is also international. Long term. I know I got clapped today too. Everything took a hit. You got hit on financials. You got hit on growth. So there was a lot. I think the only thing up today on the long term was Bill. Why didn't Square or PayPal buy Toast? I think they might just have a higher valuation, but I'm surprised. Honestly, I thought Square owned Toast. Square was supposed to be Toast. Do you know that? So like when PayPal and all those were coming out, and like Square would give people the like Cash App thing with the little like scanner thing, you know, to get like the point of sale. Like restaurants were using Square. I'm surprised Toast kind of just like clawed everything away from them. Should have. It's weird. It's very, very weird, but I mean, Toast is, I like it. Toast is everywhere. But I just think now they're probably they're worth a lot. And then both of those, both Square and PayPal, I don't know if they could justify a huge acquisition. I guess $12 billion, but you'd have to pay like, you'd have to pay like $20 billion, $40 billion. Nobody would be okay with that. Even then, what's PayPal at now? PayPal 65, Square at 35. Toast is just better, yeah. Square was like first to move on there though, but again, Toast actually just like came up. Yeah, Square was synonymous with small business at one point, 100%. Then it just turned into just Toast for the restaurants. Square still did, then Shopify. The drip on bill, no. I should, though. Norway's sovereign wealth fund returned 10%, or 143 billion in first half. Dang. Did they have Ozempic and AI? Today went by fast. Did it? Oh, it's already power hour. My goodness, it did go by fast. Wow. That's it. I didn't, again, day two. I didn't even have a sip of caffeine again, bro. So I don't know. How is it? I didn't have a headache. Bro, I was thinking about it, man. You guys were all like, oh, I can't not have caffeine. If I don't, I'll get like headaches. And I got mad. You know that? Because I was like, bro, what caffeine have I been taking? Because like, I don't get it. I want some of this caffeine that give me headaches if I don't take it. Like, what are you saying? This doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, I did not get a headache at all. That's why I'm like, man, have I been taking this watered down caffeine then? This makes no sense. I've been drinking decaf, maybe, but not Radol, bro. All down energy drinks. That's it, but like, I don't know. Old wives' tale. That's insane. I ain't getting no headache, man. That's it. Need more Mountain Dew. Nah, you know what I got because it was at Costco? I got the body armors. You know, rest in peace, Kobe. But like, that's it. That's the only thing. They had the pack. It was like $20 for like 50 of them or something. I grabbed me my pack. That's the only drink other than water. Solid, yeah. Can't complain. No headache. Did anybody do no caffeine with me, or were you guys just too soft, or did just nobody get inspired? I don't even know why I'm doing it. I just wasn't having caffeine. I was like, let's see how long we could keep this up for. I'm too weak for that. Too soft. Oh, come on. Is thy will not as strong as thy fist? Water does that. Highball. I've had those before. I haven't had caffeine in 3 years. Wow. And you're like, aren't you going to like med school and shit? Zero sugar body armor at Costco is lit. Yeah, I like it. It's good. Superior hydration. Started yesterday. This is done. Can you give your take on JD and the whole China mess? We talked about it a little bit. I mean, JD, I'm out of the play. I think they're lagging behind, but so far, I think the China stuff, an emergency rate cut, borderline, or unexpected, is not a good sign. So, in a weird way, I'm kind of leaning to the downside on China in the short term, but I'm waiting for like a crazy pop. So, we'll see. Yes, but I take Vyvanse. Oh, that'll do it. That'll do it. He's like, I don't take caffeine. I take Adderall. That'll do it. That'll do it. I pound NOS and Mountain Dew. I haven't had a NOS in a minute. But when I was younger, I really thought I was going to get nitrous oxide in my car. That was honestly like a really dangerous stereotype perpetrated by Fast and the Furious. Because that, like, for real, like, for some reason, no, like, straight up, like, I really thought, like, my vehicle was supposed to have nitrous. You know what I'm saying? Like, I really thought I was supposed to have that. Crypto, if you're saying crypto, Chicle, interesting, because coins dropping too. $29.4 to $29.1, 29 flat, not 29.1. Wouldn't the rate cut be good? It would, but it's also, it could mean China's just, again, even their retail sales missed by like 1.5%. It could just mean, like, they could even just be, just demand is struggling. Imagine the whole month. It might be. So remember, the weird part about this is, like, it feels very boring. Again, we're talking about this summer, but it's August seasonally is not a good month. So it's already been down. It's been like 8-9 days in a row of going down, maybe a little bit longer. So just keep that in mind with everything. But it might be slow, and then we get like 1 or 2 quick pops towards the end, and then September, and then, like we're saying, just keep in mind Powell, and then the data, and then Powell. So next Fed meeting's in September, and then August is just one of the worst seasonally. I think it has been, I think the market has been red every day except like 1 or 2. Like, I think there's 2 or 3 green days in here since the start of the month. The market has followed seasonality to a T this year. It really has. Even at the start of like July, all of that. And then it just ends right at the end of it loves the calendar. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. August 1st started like January. It really did. But this time, though, around the weird part is, like, we're getting, like, meat in this month. Like, all the info that we've gotten, surprisingly, has been very big. Like I'm saying, just all these little events, what's been going on there, again, with the downgrades, even the banks now. It's like, this has had a lot more information. I guess you can't compare it, though, to just actual bank collapses in March and April. December just gets slow towards the end, and you kind of just finalize everything, and then beginning of the year. I mean, this time around, too, it's going to be a little different. Or the last couple years, at the end of every year, everybody's just focusing on Fed policy coming into the next year. December tax loss. Well, no, that's even October is usually when the tax loss harvesting happens. October, November, so you could buy later or right when the year starts. But I don't know what's going to happen after last year. Last year's tax harvesting, do you realize it scarred a lot of people? I wasn't the only one, but it definitely scarred a lot of people. Last Fed minutes was about a month ago. I don't even think the last Fed minutes, or I think it did have an effect initially. I think it had a bigger effect, and then we ended up like selling it all off and then closing, doing nothing. SPGC, that's a golf play. Some Chad brought it up. Was it Alex? He brought it up at $6. I was like, what is this? He was like, why are golf plays going crazy? And then it just, whoop. I'm in Target, actually. We got to talk about that. Maybe we could go over a Target earnings preview. But I am in Target, so I'm down, 580 right now. Remember, I bought 200 shares yesterday. And then what I'm thinking is, I'm thinking if I sell out at the end of the day, if I lose $500 on the shares, I get 200 back on the dividend. So I guess net loss of 300, and then that's just it. Pre-earnings play, you pay the price. Or I can go and I can hold it because you have the pumper Sandler behind it. And then just in general, I mean, I do think there's some value, but then also at the same time, I know they're going to guide down. If they don't guide down, even better. But a lot of people are expecting them to guide down. I don't know. We'll go over. Is there any other earnings you want? I got Target right now. I'm holding and averaging down if need be. I mean, I guess my take is simple. Like, if it was green, I would sell out of that shit, no hesitation. That's all. I'm only holding because I'm like, there is some value, but then I got what I wanted. I got the parachute, the dividend, but I got to play it ahead of earnings. Like, we were kind of going up if we didn't get the gap down there, but you got to really just, you got the divvy to back you up, but if you're going to hold it through, it just, if it is a bad earnings, you get clobbered. I work at Target, but it's hard to tell. Even then, it's just like, Bud Light didn't get clobbered that bad, and it's just like, I mean, y'all know how many billions already got wiped out. It's like and then like right now, consensus for Target is a guide down. So, let's see. So they're still down 18%. But then again, this market is very unforgiving. If they do bad, if they talk about doing worse or anything, if it doesn't look stable, you know, I don't think people are going to want to hold it. HE 52-week low now, another low. We looked up the revisions. It's like 3 up and 30 down on earnings. About the same revenue. Yeah, again, guidance is, the amount of people expecting guidance cuts is very large on the analyst side. But the fact that it's already been like heavily talked about, I'm just like, they gotta really do bad. But then you never know. 59. PayPal, again, I like it when it flushes here now. It's actually very good for the long term if you want it. But now the question is, do you see a new low or not? Disney accused of self-dealing in lawsuit. Accuses Disney of depriving it of millions of dollars. Self-dealing TSG. Everybody in the TSG. So I don't know if this is analyst expectations or company. I will have to double check. But this is for Target. So second quarter, quarter two comps, a loss of 3.7 versus comps of positive LSDs. Total revenue, $25.19 billion. Sales of $24.8. Other $409. Gross margin of 26.5. SG&A 21% and an operating margin of 3.9. EPS is expected to be 143 versus guidance of 130 to 170. And that was before all of the drama. So keep that in mind. Remember, they guided lower, and then the drama hit after the earnings. So keep that in mind with the whole story. They're expecting quarter three comps guidance will be a loss of 2.5%. Total revenue of 26.1, sales of 25.8, other $416 million on a gross margin of 27.2, SG&A of 20.9% on an operating margin of 4.7% with an EPS of $1.82. Full year 2024 comps expected to lose 1.7% on total revenue of 108.99 billion, sales of 107, other 1.9 27.6, with gross margin being 26.5, SG&A 20.1, operating margin 4.7, and an EPS of $7.72 a share. Airlines in tentative pact with ground workers, Southwest. And then full year guidance, EPS 770 to 875. Since last May, they are down 18.2%. S&P is up 9.2%, and XLP is down 2.4%. Near-term options imply a 7.4% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 1, loss of 13, loss of 3. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20. If a retailer does bad, well, Target's already expected to be bad. So that's the weird part about it. So yeah, I don't know. I like the value of it. If I could get out of the pre-earnings play, I'm much more content with that. But now the real question is, do you hold it or not? If they do well, they're down 18% on the quarter. Other staples were also underperformers. So I mean, they just have to not really shit the bed and talk about everything bad. And hopefully the numbers, since, hopefully that fiasco didn't cause too much of losses for them. But if it did, they're going to get murdered. That's the only risk. Like I'm telling you, there's still like an easy $20 a downside, I'd say, on Target. Maybe $6 to $120, but with the right earnings, you would flush that in a heartbeat. Yeah, I think like 117, $10, which is about 7 per what it's pricing in. Well, the Target thing wasn't as bad as the Bud Light thing. They sandbag, blame losses on the boycott to make next quarter better. They could. That's also something I was thinking there, where just along the lines of, no matter what, in our minds, we think this could be like a make or break it quarter, but like they don't necessarily have to operate on that schedule. So like if they're just much more chill about it and the recovery, it might take more time. So that could be a possibility if they just want to sandbag it and like not talk about it. I think the only risk is that if you talk about it more and it gets worse, like, and if again you could pretty much make the problem seem bigger than it is, or at the same time they could also downplay it too. But it's like if they do sandbag it too heavy and talk negatively about it, I feel like that could get people more worried, and then it could cause more damage than good. And then SPY's about to go down. Again, even Target's selling off here. Another 1.8. Bro, they were down 1.8 yesterday, and that was even on, what's it called? That was even 2 days before earnings. That's 4% now, and they're pricing in 7. Reach is O and Vici. I like them, but, I mean, rates are going high right now. Real estate's kind of flapping around on the commercial side. People don't feel good about that. Again, look at the banks, look at the regionals. Something's kind of bubbling beneath the surface. So if you want to buy a REIT, maybe wait a little bit and let kind of the prices chill out. But like something's bubbling, and I don't know if that's good or bad. But like I'm saying, it's just if you look at all of them together, again, go look at the regionals. It's the same story we're getting, but now this time commercial real estate suffering more than the regionals. But both of them are kind of been very, very volatile since the beginning of the year. And then now the interest rates. Yeah, it's spooky. I think that's a great word. It's spooky, but like it might just be like a weird shadow. It's not. But right now, it's just like REITs are underperforming heavily. Again, interest rates are going up. Everyone's kind of looking around. Can you buy my home? If it makes sense for both of us. So I'm probably going to give you a lower price. So it just depends on if it makes sense to take a lower price because you need the money borderline immediately. and then you have a good enough cost basis where you still walk away extremely profitable. So got a couple criterias. Otherwise, I could refer you, and I'll tell you what it's worth. Best I could do. Best I could do. It's not even October yet. Nope. Just August. It's not even halfway through August. I guess, did we pass the halfway mark after today? This is like right at the halfway mark. One more day. You're like 47 or 48% done. End phase for the long term. I don't like energy for my long term, unfortunately. So even though I use it every day, I don't like energy. So I don't know. End phase, I think it has that growth there. Also has that risk. Unless you use them, that's one thing. But I don't know. I think you could do better. I think you could do better. Would you split cash between SQQQ and Bill? If they were the same thing, but they're not. So again, one of them's like a volatility index that's going to fluctuate, several percentage points a day, and the other one is just designed to get you bond yields. So unfortunately, no. Target came to 60, that'd be solid, I feel. But then I don't feel that if I'm going to hold these shares for earnings. FOMC, the minutes shouldn't do too much. I hope not, but last time, like I'm saying, last time we weren't expecting much, and then I think we got a big intraday move, but then it ended up borderline ending like break even or right where we started. So, I mean, I would probably chalk it up to some other things. And then SPY hitting a new low. Chatadonia. That's it. So I had Bitcoin up here, but remember, we were hitting a new low, 444. That's it. Now 4439. Again, it's like 15 more points here, 10 more points. No, about 15 until 4425. But interesting. So that's your first retest now, and that's like right before the final 30. But new low on the day. NASDAQ now lower than yesterday, 1.1. SPY 1.17, and then Dow 1.0. You say foot gold? Everybody even took out Target at the legs. Why are we so red today? It's because you gave up the gains, and then a lot of this stuff that was like up yesterday came down, but then it's like everything that was already down kept going. There's a lot of blood in the streets low-key today, at least even on the long term when you look around. But like value plays got hit, staples. We were saying it even when we were like trying to work our way up here for a little bit. I mean, most of the day was red. There like more names were red than not. And then again, the data from China surprise rate cut, that could spark some things too. But yeah, even Apple's starting to dump now. Target, I was just telling you $500. It just dropped another $1 per share. So it's low key moved. I've had pre-earnings move like already. It's already moved like 5% now, I think, or about 4.5%, even since yesterday. I have 200 shares. I might end up playing that, and then I'm going to have to work my way in and out after we get to earnings. Tesla, new low. Bro, is that volume real? Is that the 30? You got a decent amount. That 1 million candle was not real, but 4437. Bro, that was about like 10 points there in about 2-3 minutes here. So again, 10 more points, almost 11 more points to the next level, 4425. Let's see. Up cheek lay. Legend again. I'm waiting for 4425. I mean, I put out another stream alert. We've been waiting for this. This level right here is you haven't hit this level at all. I don't even think you hit this since what, July? The beginning, and then right when you broke past 44.25? No. Oh, it was July. You were here just for a little bit, and then after that, you were here for a week and a couple of days, and then after that, we never came back here again. So this just opens up the door for the 4400s. Even gives you a little bit of room, too, now if you do bounce. No news. Again, I think we're just selling here. Remember, there was a lot of China stuff here on the day as well. Home Depot wasn't bad. Home Depot just skirted by. Other than that, though, I don't know. I think that might be how Target will be. I'm still in Rite Aid. Yes, that thing got clobbered today. The covered calls are doing what we wanted them to do, so that's the decent part about it, but that's still there. But patient on that, and then even MPW. I sold my Apple Play for a loss just because I was big, and then I was going to switch it to something else, but then I wasn't able to do it, but I just figured the size on that wasn't worth it. And then for this, I said I didn't want to hold it $5-6 grand down if it kept dropping. So I cut it at 2. Bro, you're dying right now, man. Dude, this is like a pretty, you just haven't seen it in a while, but that's like 13 to 15 points now in like 10 minutes. Like, low, you just haven't seen that maybe since the morning, but like, bro, like power hour type move, you haven't seen that in a minute. No, but it's just like, it's stacking up there. 4-4-3-3 now. You might get close to 44.25, but that still needs a little bit more. There it is. Now it's showing up on the chart. Fidelity clapping. Let's see. What happened? Nothing. We just broke the level. And then bonds were selling off all day. I mean, if I want to tell you anything, it probably would have been that. But for the most part, I think just all of the jitters today, selling off the gains, the volatility, and then just all of that news that we have to wake up to. So you just hit a low, 44.33. You're like 1 point above it right now. NASDAQ still 1.2, SPY 1.2 as well. 30 minutes, though. This is the 30-minute ramp. Yeah, it feels like a Friday. You just haven't seen this in a minute. It's like sizable. Like, you'll get these in the mornings, but like middle of the day or like end of the day, like we haven't really gotten like too jumpy like that. Filled the July 11th gap finally. Oh, we never did, huh? Yeah, so that's like, well, this is like a baby level. If you want to consider that, that could kind of qualify. But then just next one, 44.25, then 44.14 or 15, and then 4400s. It just, honestly, 4400s are kind of like rubbery. It's not, I don't even think 4400 is a strong level. All right. 30 minutes still. Pretty big move. There we go from here. Meta going below 300. I think you're about to take another flush here. I'm checking like the yen, the euro, or the pound. Because even the pound's dropping, so dollar could be coming up a little bit, but that's it. The crazy part is that bonds hit a new high today, but it's just like equities are the one being extra today, believe it or not. Like currencies have barely moved, bonds have barely moved, and now equities are moving 1%. You see what I'm saying? You guys are saying Fidelity is down. I've seen a lot of people are saying Fidelity down, but now a lot of chads are saying that in the chat. Minutes will be the tell. Maybe. We'll see. I think we'll get some action, but I think in minutes we'll just end up in the same place. Why the drop? Because they hate us. All right, I'm crazy. I'm going to try one way to get us out of this. But I got to get out of it, and it already has a red candle. I bought 300 more shares at Target. What's my basis now? 126.85. So now I can flip out and keep my dividend. If I get lucky by the end of the day. If not, I get double clapped. Yeah, Fidelity's not there. I'm not selling any Target puts, no. I'm just I'm hoping now that it just has its, you know, like how Netflix sometimes, on the day of earnings, where it just goes and moves $1 or $2 towards the end. I could still get clapped off. It may not work in my favor, but I'm thinking, again, just like 5 days straight down now. Maybe it moved, again, 5 out of 7%. It moved in the last 2 days. What would it take for you to panic on the long term? Very minimal things could happen. Again, like I was saying, even if the rapture occurred, Jesus apocalypse, I wouldn't even care. So, but like that's kind of the whole point. You know, there's nothing reasonable enough to make me go to that level. Fire to start raining. I would just go read my Bible. I don't care about my long term. If fire was raining. If there was literal fire coming from the sky, I'd be like, damn, I should probably crack open that book of Revelations and repent. A nuclear war? Like, how? What do you mean? Like, the nuclear bomb is in the sky? I'm like, what am I going to do then? I'm going to go get water, not fucking... can I sell out? Can we do a block trade? I need to eliminate... All right, how are we going to... I'm not trying to refinance it with a fucking missile in the sky, dog. What do you mean? Like, again, like, I hang out with my moms. Like, I would say, you know, I chill with my moms at least. So, like, that's what I'm saying. What scenario are we in where it's like, I'm going to sell my long term? It's not too many scenarios. And, like, because even in my behavior, like, I wouldn't necessarily sell the long term. I would just capitulate on life in the sense of I'd have bigger worries. Think swing SPY calls is stupid. Yes. I think how you make it smarter is use a MES or use just SPY shares. What about aliens giving us crazy advanced technology that renders NASDAQ companies useless? Again, I'd probably go back to the Bible. I'd be like, this is weird, Lord. And then again, I'll try to befriend the aliens, but if they try to get me to denounce my Lord and Savior, then I'll know the answer. But then again, if they're chill with that, I'll be like, well, shit. And I think I'd be a good liaison between the alien race. I think they'd like me. And if they did have advanced technology, I think they could see my intentions more pure than my human counterparts. And then I'd hope that we could operate and work together. What if they are the Savior? Well, then again, I will know his voice. That's how it's supposed to work. So, like I said, just, you know, I'll know depending on my reaction. It's easy. You can tell a lot about people. You just say, I believe in Jesus. Says, that's it. They'll either be like cool or they'll try to kill you. So that's good enough for me. Because I find out a lot by that. My mother has to work at a Waffle House for the rest of her life or sell the long term. That's just not going to happen. It's not like any other things would have happened, more likely, but like that one now, you're like just placing my mom in a random situation, and now like you just kidnapped my mom. Like I would call the FBI. You know what I'm saying? Like I already got a plug. Like, you know, like I wouldn't have be like, okay, let me sell my long term so I can remedy this situation. This guy just kidnapped my mom's, and now he's like, I'm about to force her to work at a public location after kidnapping her. Again, a lot of this does not make any sense, but you get the general idea. So you're gonna have to do better than that. But there's not that many instances I'm selling the long term. You all know. HE keeps going. I know, it's kind of crazy. Fidelity app seems to be down. A lot of Chads have reported that here today. Fidelity, just recently, honestly. I think in the last, like, 20 minutes. What time is it? It's 20 minutes left. And then you're about to hit a new low. Oh, my goodness, S&P. Bro, it's picking up here. We might get, again, we've been saying 44.25 for a very long time, like 3 weeks now. This is the closest you've been. This 44.33 was the gap up from June 11th. So this is the low. That's why everyone's saying this is the lowest since July 11th. This was that gap up there that you never filled, but there it is. Again, 44, new low. Oh, my goodness. 8 points away. 8 points away, my brethren. 8 points away. Well, there's Appad. What are the bonds doing? They're chilling. They already hit their new lows. Like I'm saying, just like look around the world right now. Currencies and bonds really aren't moving that much. The only person being extra is the equities. So just remember those days where bonds would move 1% and then the stock market would end break even. Now today, these things are barely moving. Even the damn dollar, you'd be like ripping, selling, all of that. Like what dollar's like what, 0.1% right now? 0.07. Dollar straight up 0.07. So and then equities, Nasdaq's 12, 12, 12, 11. So if anything, like bonds, I think they're chilling now at the highs. They're either gonna rebound or rip through. And then now maybe if they do rip through, the equities might get ready to respond too. We'll find out. I think Fidelity just robbed a lot of people, so we've heard. So be careful if you are on Fidelity. But again, pretty surprise drop here towards the end. I call it a surprise because you haven't really saw a 15-point move in 5 minutes in a while, especially during these summer days. But now you've hit another new, I think you've set 2 new weekly lows today. So 44.32 was the low. And then we are eyeing this last line that you have not touched in a month. Fidelity gave an update for bugs, update and restart computer. That's what Chad says. Oh, they flushed me more on the target. 442. NVIDIA going. NVIDIA is still green on the day. Oh, that's disgusting. Soxel is down 5, though. So went up 7 yesterday, down 5. My goodness. So that's a lot of action. Fidelity has nothing to do with ATP bug. All right, that's another. I'm relaying the messages. I'm hoping the right message hits the right person. So, again, I'm not on Fidelity, but a lot of people are reporting that there. What did the best today? I can find out probably. Fidelity's back up. Well, listen, stop complaining. You guys got 5% without buying Bill. Oh, yeah, now what? Shut up. It's okay. Obviously, I have more sympathy than it sounds, but again, just it happens. You know, sometimes you love your brokerage. I've had TD problems too, but you know, you guys get your Fidelity. That's fine. That's okay. You don't have to buy Bill or anything. So just charge it to the game, bro. Charge it to the game. I think PayPal's the worst on the Nasdaq. Yeah, and then best on the day is Amgen, I think. Yeah, it's up 1.7. Comcast, Workday, Intuitive, NVIDIA, O'Reilly, Illumina, Synopsys, Vertex, Align, CGen. Those are the only things that are green on the NASDAQ 100. DFS is the worst alongside PayPal. I don't think Discover's on the NASDAQ 100, but PayPal's the worst. And then Lucid's number 2, and then Micron's number 3 on the worst. My Rite Aid position's demolished, but I'm getting a little back through the covered calls, so that's about it. But I'm still chilling. What Fidelity? Fidelity has they pay like 5% on their cash balance. So Fidelity, if you just leave your money in the account, you don't even need to buy bill, and you'll get paid out like you're holding bill. It's actually really good. XLK is on the green. Tech, really? No shit. No, I see XLK red. I saw healthcare tech was up earlier, then it dropped. Oh, the week. I was like, damn. I was like, XLK held up today? I was like, how? That would have been amazing. Like, who the hell out of these fucking 10 names that held up? It's 13 names green on the NASDAQ 100 today. Again, Dow Jones, you have 2 names, Home Depot and Amgen. And then S&P, 40 names are green. Dude, there's literally less than 10% of the S&P in the green today. So this is like 90% down. Where is it? Best on the day is D.R. Horton because Buffett bought in. Paramount, Buffett, Lennar, Buffett. Amgen was Buffett too, I think. Only thing that's up today is Buffett. And then Eli Lilly, Buffett and Ozempic in healthcare, and then a little bit of NVIDIA. Oxy, yeah, that one's not up. Because he bought half of it already. I think that's it. I just otherwise, every other name, the top 5 on the S&P, again, and there's only 40 names in the green. It's all just the Buffett names from the SC13 yesterday. Will it be the opposite of 08 where only real estate survives? No, real estate will take a hit. If the stock market gets clapped and there's really a real recession, real estate is coming down. I love real estate, but it will. It's not going to be as bad as you think, but it will. But like I said today, just like newsflash, mother effers in the finance and the Fed, they're already saying that they're talking about real estate and using the adjective recovering. So just fucking put 2 and 2 together and figure out everything in between there. But that's wild to me. I'll gladly accept it, but just to give you a context of how things have gone so far and where people are looking at, they're talking recovery so far. But when it does happen, if it does happen, you know, I do think you'll have to go through downside still. I mean, in reality, I guess the reality is all it takes is one round of distressed buyers to fail. That's really what you're looking for in real estate or stocks. That's it. Why do you think the stock plays keep working? Because nobody's failed at it. I don't know if you understand me on that one. Like, every time they buy the bankrupt companies, it hasn't not worked. So, like, what you really need is, like, you need a round of distress to come in, the distressed buyers step in, and then they get burned. That's the only way that that's what causes people to be a lot more hesitant. Because now when the distressed stuff starts showing up again, if the first round got burned, then people are going to be very, very worried in that sense. Mm-hmm. What time? 12:48. 2 more minutes till 10-minute rigged. Most prices will stay sticky. It will. This is the only situation is if people like lose their jobs. again, if you still, like, if the market comes down, if the economy actually enters into a recession and there's a slowdown, then yeah. Passing up on the target trade. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. It sucks, so I could either trim it back down to 200 or I could rush with the other 5, but I think, let me check. I wanted the event hour. Target. Let's see. Oh, shit. They're in the morning. Oh. I forgot. The morning. I thought it was after hours. I'm tripping. Yeah, so 7 a.m. No, 6:30. So you actually might be able to even sell out a little bit prior if you wanted to. If you sell, it's going to rip. If I hold, it's going to dump. There's only one way to find out. We both do everything at the same time. What? 10-minute rigged. You're coming up off the bottom. A couple of names, even XLV. They're only down 0.34, so you hit a new low. You filled a gap from a month ago, and then we got close to 44.25. I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it now, but I don't know. You said 3.2 to sell? That's good. The buyer, somebody would buy it then, you know? Broad maturing corporate debt will affect the market if they need a refinance. That's actually super important. It's related to what we were showing. Just again, somebody asked today. Was it you who asked earlier? Somebody asked earlier on it, and we were just talking about how it just all depends how these companies ended up using their money. Again, the debt and what they have to pay. So corporate debt maturing, it just depends on if they're going to have to refinance it, keep going or not. DLO. D-Local, this thing's popping, 3.6. Whoa, D-Local, big pop. That's a fat candle, DLO. Didn't they just have earnings? 1473. Wasn't that buyout yesterday? Not seeing anything on that one. Oh, they were, be careful on the after hours ones. Yeah, I don't see anything on it. Dry. Interesting. You got to be careful on, like, because again, dock end. That's the one that reminds me of that. Then actually, I think I need to book the dock end loss. Yeah, that thing dropped again today too. Fuck that. That was another one. 1,300 on that. He had a chance to come back, but I don't want to deal with them. What did you buy? I sold Doc N for a loss from earnings. Again, I held it for a little bit, had a little bit of a bounce, but now it's breaking back below the level. I don't want any of that drama. Just tail between the legs on that. Again, I had to do the same thing with Origin, and then I took the Apple. That sucks, though, but those gave up. That turned several good plays into now just like barely eking out some profits. Now tripping, that's okay. I've moved on. Earnings leak? Maybe. I mean, 7%. But just that's what happened to Doc N, dude. And just be careful. It could have came out early, but I'm not seeing anything. You guys could watch it if anything happens. I mean, Final 5 is in 30 seconds. So we will see. Oh, the softies in a little bit. Yeah, honestly. If you are a softie out there, if you got sensitive ears, just be careful out there. The new guy is going to come on very soon. So whenever I say earmuffs, just be careful because it's going to get really loud in here. So I don't want your ears to bleed. Oh, my gosh. D-Lo went up again. Another 7%. Is it halted now? Again, they report after the bell. My goodness. Yes. Yeah, the new guy is nothing on Biden volume. No, I don't know. He might. It gets loud, bro. It gets loud. So I'm just giving you the warning. It'll be in a minute or so. So just be careful. Just letting you know. That's what you got to do. Yeah, D-Lo halted. So, man, they got him. They got him. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The long term got clapped today. I don't know how. It didn't even look. I looked at the bottom. I was like, how did it go down that much? But it was because, like, everything took a hit. You just got, like, 20. You got a $100, $200 loss on just 10, 20 names. Fidelity's still down. I think everything. Bro, there's a lot of things that after 7, 8 days in, just like when it would go up. Remember when we would sit on the long term, and then it's there, just go crazy. The long term is break even, actually. So it's not even down. And then after dividends and everything else, it's still, again, I think it's like another 9 to 12, not including everything that we just had. But, yeah, it's chilling. But you remember, we had 8 days in a row of going up every day. So this is just the opposite. Oh, shit, Chad. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Oh, my goodness. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 72 degrees, partly cloudy, a pretty decent day, unless you thought the market would have a green day after everybody saying it's always bullish. But now we finally had the first red days, and now everybody's getting really confused, and then the global bonds are blowing out. But either way, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Oh, wow. D-Local did leak. Whoa. Did the numbers come out for D-Local? EPS 15. Estimate was 13. Net income 44.7. Estimate was 40. Yeah, bro. You got they're halted now, but now you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize your plays. There's not that much time left. You got earnings in the morning. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You got a couple of consumer names after the bell. We just had earnings leak. The market even just touched another low. You have 5 seconds to finalize your plays. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or nah, let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We did it, we made it. I need that GG. You made it to the bell. 7 hours in the books. Let's go. We did it, we made it. Let's go. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that held it down, everybody that contributed, news, plays, they were part of the vibes, baby. Let's go. All the laggers, all the lurkers, all the lovers, all the haters. It don't matter. It's good sportsmanship. So let's go. GG. That's it. Even if you're a baby back bitch, a GG cleanses it all. Let's go. Play again. It don't matter if you got banned. Try again if you didn't get banned. GG. You got banned. GG. You played the game. GG. You made money. GG. You didn't. GG. You got another day. Let's go. My goodness. Let's go, Twitch. I see you too. Everybody. Hope you know we stronger as one. Way to hold it down. Let's go. All the members, all the non-members, all the stream alerts. Let's go, baby. All the OGs. Where you at? Good game. We did it. We made it. Amen. How you play, baby? In the game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh.
Yo, you like this one?
Oh. Tank on the block, you can call that tank crypto. Strategy EDM, buy when it dips low. Oh, D-Lo's trading now. Oh, is it up? Oh, I didn't turn on after hours. Oh, I didn't. Oh, man. Was that my 126 exit? They gave it to me? Oh, my goodness. Oh, you got to let that one rock. Let it rock. Let it rock. Let it rock. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't let me go crazy. No, it's fine. I didn't even give you. That's it, Chad. GG. GG, baby. GG. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my God. That's it. Okay, I'll give you. No, I don't know why. I like this at close, bro. I close out with Airbnb. I love you. Thank you for being here, Chad. Welcome. Tuesday. You better smile.
I wanna ride that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah. I don't wanna ride that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty. I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie. I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy. I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing. Y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of can. Pull it to the valley. Got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the line, so got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? Put it some more fighter. I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
I don't wanna rock that. Pull up in a bed body. I don't put the top back. Oh my goodness. Chatadonia. D-Lo's going crazy, bro. Crazy. I saw his Airbnb. You like the soulful vibe. I hope you did, man. You know, in general, I hope you all had a good day. I hope you have a better day tomorrow. I hope we see you, but That is everything. Thank you for being here, Chattadonia. If you clicked on the video, gave me an opportunity, especially if you took the opportunity to participate with positivity and even add to the conversation and leave a little bit there. Good questions, anything. God bless you. And thank you for treating this how I'd like to spend my 7 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? We put in the work together. It's an honor and joy to spend it here. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for always hanging with me, Chad. Let's go and bring it home to the end of the... It was every day, bro. Every day. Every month, throw something. Bro, I got an apple. I stood up and I got an apple. So I'm enjoying that. I got to go, bro. You know that? I can't spend that much time here. No more earnings. Bro, I haven't been on caffeine. I talk about it like it's like a hardcore drug, but like, bro, I know what the only difference is. Are you ready? Are you ready? I know what the difference is. I know what it is. I know what the difference is. I actually get hungry during the day. That's it. Caffeine is just a meal suppressant, is what I've come to learn. Oh, yeah, bro. No, my app, dude, I'm like hungry. I'm like hungry right now. I've never hungry like that hungry at 1 p.m. I got an apple. Like, what the fuck? I went and I got an apple. And I'm like, dude, what the hell? That's it. I'm sleeping pretty good, yeah. I guess fine, but, oh, man. Now go have caffeine. No, I'm good. I don't need caffeine for the rest of the day, bro. That's it. I don't have to sit and talk. I can move around, bro. I got the gym, phone calls. Usually, like, I could have fun. I could scream a little bit. Not really, but it's still, it works out. Rest of the day, easy comparatively. We do know, bro. All right, just do this. Bro, this is what I want you to do tomorrow. I want you to wake up tomorrow at 5 a.m., okay? Then I want you to find out what happened while you were sleeping in all of the global markets that were open, okay? And then after you wake up at 5, this is what I want you to do. You have 1 hour, and you're going to be fucking saying the Pledge of Allegiance, sir, okay? So I need you to round up like 10 of your closest friends, and I want you, after waking up at 5, you got to say the Pledge of Allegiance. That's the hardest. You know how hard it is to wake up at 5 a.m.? And to do anything? And then that's it. So the rest of the day, easy. I'm already up. You know, an object in motion stays in motion. D-Local names former Mercado Libre CFO Pedro Arnt as co-CEO. You forget I wake up that early. Yeah, I got to poop too, though. That's the worst, man. Do it every morning. No, I didn't even say every morning. That's fine. You could do it for one morning. It's great, but I'm just... 5:30, 5 a.m. sucks, bro. And then you got to be like... But once I'm awake, like, that's why if I went to Europe... And I'm eating now. I'm just, like, talking to you guys like we're at lunch right now. I said thank you. I love you. You better fill out the prayer request wall. This is the Josh you get when it doesn't say 1.8 thousand likes. Yeah. I didn't sell you too much today, but... Like I was saying, if I move to Europe... I could be trading at nighttime. I would be a whole different beast. You know what I'm saying? I would be a whole different beast. It'd be crazy. So, maybe. Yeah, pray for the family. You got to fill out the prayer request wall, too. It's very important. But no, I got to go. I was going to tell you. That's it. I have to, like, I'm hungry. It's hard to work out, bro. I'm like, I go to the gym and I feel, like, malnourished. Because, like, I ate a salad usually. Like, it's weird, bro. When you eat, like, fat... Like, it's crazy, actually. Are you fat? I'm not fasting. No, I'm just, like, I'm trying to eat, like, a fucking balanced meal, bro. Like, I'm trying to eat lettuce, and I'm trying to get, like, my vitamins and everything. So, like, I had steak. I had a little bit of steak with my salad. I was chill with that, but it's like, I need, like, just everything, bro. So, I've ate a lot of, I've had a lot of salads recently, but then I've just been not eating... just like pasta and just anything that tastes good. That's it. I'm just eating anything that tastes good. Greens are terrible for humans. Well, bro, this shit, I poop like it's nobody's business. It's crazy what some fiber could do, man. So I'm down with the greens, but that's crazy. They said my water bottles are going to kill me too. So I don't know. The carbo, yeah. I got skinnier, like low key. Like, even after, like, a week of just, like, no caffeine and salads, bro, like, my love handles are already disappearing. I'm like, wow, because I'm skinny fat. I told you that. You guys already know. That's good. I could still, I'll still beat you up if we had to get into a fight that required gym exercises. But other than that, it's still. Does bro say spinach is bad for you? Oh, we didn't call lending tips about Target. I forgot to get his, what's it called? Oh, I forgot on that. You're lacking on fiber. Bro, dude, be careful, though. Like, do you realize how much fiber you don't have? Like, bro, the other day, like, my poop was green. I don't know if we should save this for Friday or not. But, like, bro, nah, dude. Like, I'm telling you, though, the fiber poops, it's, like, it's weirdly pleasant. Because, like, you ain't never pooped that easy in your life. If that's what you're telling me. Nah, man. Just telling you, nah, bro. Just eat just eat salads for 2 days, bro. Yeah, bro. You just poop. It's so weird. That's it. But then you'll get gassy though. Like low key, like salads, like low key, like I'd be like going pee halfway through the day and like I'm taking a dump. I'm just not telling you. Cause like obviously I'm telling you after hours and some people get weird. Imagine like at 9 a.m. I'm like, I just took a dump. No, bro. Like I went to go pee and then I'm like, damn, all this fiber. But then I have time to drop like a 1 minute dump and I'm out. That's it. And then it's gone and then I'm good. And I feel amazing actually. So I don't know. Like, so even the lack of caffeine, I don't know. I feel like my attitude hasn't been too crazy. I feel like you've seen worse attitudes out of me with more caffeine. So I don't know. Yeah, I got time to wipe. I got baby wipes, dog. That's it. I'm a very efficient individual. Nice description. Oh, I'm sorry if it was too much. Anyways, that being said, I'll leave you with one uncle. That's the day. Please pray for me so I can pray for you. And even if you don't pray for me, I'm going to pray for you. Pray for all your brothers and sisters in here. And Chad, don't forget about the kingdom, okay? That's it, man. That's it. I'll give you a song and then the kingdom. That's it, man.
Dippo on the beat. It's a cult, baby. Yeah, Boston Chris, they said it crash. I kept the band, so Lambo cash. I kept it cool, was move fast. I came with nothing left with the bag. You should do the math, I ain't pulling back. I'm pulling up, you pulling that. I double down, then double day. I changed the plan, I'm fuck with that. Nah, this should be your motivation. Balance, growth, and values. I ain't talking about it, stop rotation. Price are going up, but that ego also got inflation. Told you it was tough, but it's different when you finally face it. Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. When it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's surprising how much time they waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg, I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options, I'm Giannis. Feel like Jokic with the passes, I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser, I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I heat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favorite. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking, thought I told you. When I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say it. They can't do it how I done it, they still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all played the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim the shit, I called that. I made the grip. He fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Wow. That was amazing. And I ate an apple too. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Wow. That's it, Chad. That's the day. I love you all. God bless you. Thank you again. I'll even tell you something on there because what did someone ask me? Oh yeah, they said, Josh, you got flushable wipes. And honestly, I made baby wipes cool, bro. I don't think you understand. Only the OGs know. I was talking baby wipes before they had flushable wipes. And then we just popularized this so much that they just started making up all of the baby wipes into flushable wipes. Oh, no, bro. I've been wiping my ass with wet wipes since, like, 2013, bro. You have no idea. Oh, the flushable wipes are a lie? Yeah, but they market it like that. That's all I'm saying, bro. But then, you want me to tell you? I'll tell you. I got really happy the other... here, hold on. Let me show you. No, let me show you. I don't know. Here, I'll tell you. Usually I'd save this for Friday. I'll tell you right now. Because I got to get going. I got to get going, but I'm going to tell you this one. Are you ready for this? I was very happy the other day. You know why? Because I feel like I left my legacy. You know, I feel like I left my legacy. Honestly, I didn't realize it till I watched this. I'm going to show you this. It made me so happy. I was so excited. Because then I just realized, I was like, man, we have left our legacy. You know that? And we really have. And, like, it's weird how it works and how it's affected different people in many different ways. And it just, like, and this, what I'm about to show you is proof of it. And it's made me so happy because I take full credit for it. You could call me delusional. You could call me unhumble. Call me whatever you want. But I take full credit for this. Okay? I'm finishing my apple. Here you go.
Teachers subreddit. The title is Every Year These Kids Come Back with a New...
Oh, wait. Fuck.
So this is from the teachers subreddit. The title is Every Year These Kids Come Back with a New Annoying Quirk. And coin boys are apparently the new thing.
The newest thing at his school, the newest thing here is a flock of self-proclaimed coin boys who carry a quarter on hand at all times and constantly flip it. They have their entire personality revolve around coins, coin flips, and chants.
Wait. And chants.
I know.
They're like 20s gangsters.
Yeah. When we went around doing an icebreaker, 4 or 5 of the kids said some variation of I live by the coin and die by the coin as their fact.
I love these kids.
Just about an hour ago, when I assigned the first assignment of the school year, one of the coin boys was bold enough to say, heads I do it, tails I don't. I would fucking wring this kid's neck. Oh my God. I told him if he flipped the coin, he would be getting a call home on the first week of high school. He flipped it anyway and it came up heads. Thank God for that at least. But then another coin boy in that class flipped his coin and it came up tails. He said the coin has spoken and he's not doing it.
I'm imagining them all wearing like bowler hats too. So this is from the teachers.
I don't know if it's real, but if it is, I would take full credit. If it is a trend where middle school and high school kids are now living and dying by the coin, where they're saying the coin has spoke. Oh, yeah, we're taking full credit for that. Are you kidding me? I know how it started. It was a Chad, and his middle school kid had this. That's it. I was on the speaker somehow, and then that's it. It boiled into just a worldwide phenomenon. That's how it works in my mind, so I'm happy. If you want to try to take away that happiness from me, you're probably not a happy person. But either way, I've already made my decision, and just like the long term, you know how I am when I make my decision. So there it is. That's it. We do have merch, bro. We do have merch, but I think I missed that moment to tell you. Unfortunately, you have to be an explorer. Use the description. Similar to pickleball. No, I don't think so. Pickleball. I was late on the pickleball trend. You guys, I give you guys pickleball all day. That's all you. I'm not trying to take credit for shit I didn't do. Like, what the fuck, bro? I was never on pickleball. You guys were always doing pickleball, then all the movies, and then, like, dude, I don't think, do any Middle Easterns play pickleball? Like, bro, if I went to the Middle East and asked any of my cousins, like, yo, y'all play pickleball? I don't think it's not. What do you mean, the pickleball, huh? You nasty American. On that note, goodbye, Joshua. I'm leaving. But Chad, yeah, tennis. I don't think nah, man. I don't think it works like that. Tennis is the move. Yeah, guys. I don't know. They play soccer with a box. There's not. I don't think you guys. That's good though. That you guys think tennis. You think my cousins are playing tennis. It's good, man. I think I've asked. That's what my dad would tell me. I think they would play soccer without a ball. It was like literally a box. So it's just a little different. And then my mom would have to tell me about, like, she'd be like, we walk to school with the shoe. I'm like, I feel like, too, we already are. I think we all have a similar story where we've heard that. I'm just like, there's no way. But then they swear by it. But Chad, I want to play Rocket League. I've never played Rocket League. But Chad, that's it. It's turning into Friday. It's only Tuesday. We can't get too excited, man. Okay? That's it. We can't get too excited. We have to go a long, long way. All right? So I love you. God bless you guys. Thank you for another day. Best of luck to you, and to be rest assured, you still have the watch list if you're going to miss me, and if not, I'm going to see you tomorrow morning, God willing, okay? But just don't forget why we're here every day, why we do what we do, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, love ain't never going out of style, and why there's something, we don't live for rules, we live for a kingdom, baby. Why? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. All right, Chad. I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening in peace. Out. Yeah, fuck you. Why'd you say that? I'm just saying, Josh. Josh was making fun of me being 200 years old today. No, I'm just kidding. That was me. Anyways, all I'm saying, Chad, you know, I'll tell you about Scranton. I'll tell you about the Amtrak. I invented a fucking computer chip. I'll tell you, I'm not seriously. I mean it. I'm not kidding. It's not hyperbole. We invented a computer chip, and I'll tell you, honest to God, my daddy, your granddaddy used to tell me, sit me down. He'd say, Joey, it was fine if you had dignity. And now, just what? Now you keep talking about dignity, but what about destiny? And what about Destiny's Child? Exactly. Were you telling me that is there any way to have destiny without Beyonce? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Now, what if you don't even understand Destiny's Child, you're never going to understand this one. So does that mean that the people who don't understand where Beyonce came from cannot partake? Exactly, it's a problem. I yield back. Thank you. I reclaim my time. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm still here. It's not turning off. I pressed the Zoom button, but isn't Zoom owned by China? Exactly. So they're spying on me right now as I'm trying to end the live stream. Does that make sense to you? Exactly. Okay, thank you. It's still on. Fucking